What we have done is we have put QR codes which are linked to our YouTube videos, where the customer can just scan it. Outside the box, it's a trailer video which won't take more than 20 seconds. Inside, it is the complete how to play video. So it's very user friendly that way. Uh, that's our major source for that. Otherwise, we also conduct board game events pan India, wherever we sell our games. To create more awareness about our board games, we make children play our games, whoever comes in. So we are available both online, offline. We have a distribution channel pan India. We supply to around 300-400 stores pan India through the distribution channel. We are also into modern retail like Crossword, Latliff, and online we sell through Amazon, our own website. There are 20 plus other portals which are kids related like First Cry and Nestery, etc. We also recently started exporting to US through Amazon, and we are getting a very good response there also. And mainly our target sales are through retail and Amazon. As I told you, we create all games from scratch. These are our own concepts, completely unique. Nothing exists anywhere in the world what we create. That is one thing. We do a lot of R&D. Also, we never compromise on quality. Our game is I can proudly say at par and more ahead than the international quality also. That's why we are getting very good response in the US. All reviews and ratings, everywhere it's mentioned that our quality is very good. The games are very good. So in fact, we are proud that we are made in India, and we are getting good quality or better quality than international standards out.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
So first of all, Eden Life. Eden means the Garden of Eden, and it also means fire and a place of pleasure. Now our products are pickles and puddies. What we do is we are trying to bring you the forgotten taste which our mothers and our parents and our grandparents used to make when we were kids. I've traveled all around India and outside as well, but this particular taste was difficult to get because there is a way of making things the right way, and that is what we are trying. India is a big country. Like the languages that we have a lot of cuisines as well. Now, every cuisine is particular to a specific city, and every family has a different way of doing things. But then, when it comes to food, it is the taste which connects us all. So what I am trying to do is make sure that I am appealing to your taste palette and making sure that I'm trying to do the best out of everything. And how does that taste come out? That taste comes out of the ingredients that we use. The best ingredients that come together create a taste which you don't forget. So regardless of which space that you are from in India, as long as the taste is good, we all connect to it. So regardless of where you're from, what your background is, the palate which you've been used to or the taste which you've been used to, I'm making sure that I'm giving you a product which is the best, and I'm sure and I hope that you would love our product. So now this product which I'm offering under Eden Life is something which I have grown up with, and while I travel, that has been my go-to. Like I couldn't live without it, because when you're working, when you're running around, there needs to be a comfort food which you can come back home to. It is not something which you can order online, not something like a fast food, something which reminds me of home. So I used to carry my mom-made pickles everywhere. And as a kid, because people used to love mom-made pickles, I used to deliver. So I've come a full circle back into the space around delivering the pickles again like I used to. So when it comes to the research, it is something which I have grown up with, one thing. And while trying to do things right, because over a period of time, there's so much convenience which has come into picture that we have forgotten to do the things right. So where I'm sourcing the ingredients from, where am I getting the right ingredients, the spaces where I'm getting it, and also the areas that they grow. Now, there is a difference in between soil as well, and it is related to the taste. Like red soil, there are certain things which are grown on red soil. There are certain things which comes from black soil, because depending on the geographical spacing of that particular space, the taste changes, and that those are the places where specific things are grown. So all of this research has gone into it, apart from the heirloom recipes that we are using. And at the same time, currently in market, what are the other pickle providers that we have, and also what is the best way to store pickles, what is the material that we can store the pickles in, and also what are the masalas we can use. Now, even in chilies, there are different types of chilies, which is the acceptable spice level. So all of this research, and also when it comes to oil, what is the kind of oil which is good. Now, there's gingerly oil, there is groundnut oil, there's a lot of oils like sesame oil, mustard oil, but some pickles taste really good in groundnut oil, which is a traditional way of doing. But some are good in mustard oil, but people aren't used to it. So that is the kind of research goes behind the. Since we have started the company, we have been doing a lot of flea markets, because I want to be there in front of the customer and introduce them to the product, because there are a lot of pickle companies around, yes, and we didn't want to be one of them. We wanted to stand out. That's why even our packaging is very different. You look at it from a distance, you don't feel like it is a pickle company. And once you come closer, you see the packaging, and then you want to try. So the first and foremost thing is the name, which is a bit different. It takes a little while for a customer to come to us, but then they understand what it is once they come closer. And the very first thing, the introduction, goes this way. So I tell them that we are 100% preservative free and all natural. And how do we achieve it? We take care of each and every ingredient that goes into your pickle, be it turmeric, be it chili powder. We make sure that we are getting the turmeric tubes, we are getting the chili, sourcing them from outside, curing it, and everything is hand pounded at our in-house facility. That's how we are making sure that colors and everything are not coming into your products, like preservatives or anything else. And by doing flea markets, we are putting the brand out there. I'm able to introduce to them live and then make them taste the products. And once anyone has tasted the product, we only had them coming back for more. So you can see the reviews which we have here. You can see our review shared on our Instagram, where people have finished our pickles in like 2 days, and they've come back and messaged like, listen, we have just picked up your pickle and we've already finished it. And they're coming back for more. So,
and this is available, how do you say that?
So,
Market, online?
flea markets, yes, we try get into as many flea markets as possible. We started officially in October, and since then we have been doing flea markets every month. Then we are selling on our website edenlife.in. We're trying to get on to Amazon, and we should be in a few stores soon. But right now we are very active on our website. When it comes to pricing, we are competitively priced on par with the market. But at the same time, for the right product, the kind of response that I've gotten, I have not seen anybody saying that the price is on a higher point. As soon as they've tasted, they have never noticed the price. It's just like picking up bottles and taking it home. That's been the case until now. And once we have the customers, like once we know that the customer is loyal and they are ordering from us, we start giving, we try to make sure that we are complimenting them by giving them extra powders, because I want to make sure that the customers who have come to us are with us, and we are treating the customers and we are giving them something more for their trust in us, because we are barely new. And without their trust, we are nothing. So we try that for the customers who are already with us. So in pickles, we have, in vegetarian pickles, we have 9 varieties. We do lemon and bitter gourd, we do lemon, we have adrak, we do gooseberry, we do gongura. Gongura is quite famous down south here, something you must try. Then we have red chili, we have okay, so we also do chicken pickle in non-vegetarian. That is the hottest selling one in non-vegetarian category. And then it's gongura and gooseberry, which have been had a good response.
Guntur and Andhra.
And we also do podis. We have 6 types of podis. We have just introduced 3 more podis. We do curry leaf powder, karam podi, idli karam podi. Then we do mint and coriander karam podi, flax seeds podi, and we do bitter gourd podi as well.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
We are co-owners of Indian Weaves. We are into traditional weaves as well as fancy weaves as well. And we are here to spread our culture along with the upliftment of our weavers.
Hello, I am Aparnita Karmarkar and I am partnered with my sister Suvarna in Indian Weaves. The reason we started Indian Weaves was for the upliftment of workers. So we have handlooms, power looms and a few fancy saris also.
We sisters are very passionate about saris and about our traditional weaves. So from a very early age, we used to visit the weavers. So we used to visit the weavers for our personal buying saris and for the family members as well. And this is how it started. So we started fetching saris for our friends and families. And just one fine day, we were talking to each other. We are sisters, we chit chat daily. So we thought of all this idea of getting the traditional weaves and our local weaves from the local weavers. And as we are benefited by our textile tool, we want everybody in India and abroad also to get benefited with our.
We go on tours. So we love to travel and we travel a lot. So wherever we have been traveling, we visit the weavers there. So wherever the saris are made. So for an example, if you are in Hyderabad, you can visit Pochampalli. So Pochampalli is a place where the weavers make saris, weave saris there. So whenever we are visiting that place, that is how we get in touch with the weavers. We establish a rapport with the weavers. We then order the saris accordingly from them as per the requirement.
This is a Kolkata weave and the design is pure baluchari. It's a pure handloom and pure cotton sari. So this is our traditional sari and I have teamed it with a halter neck blouse. And so our motto is to spread our tradition with style. So now young generation, we want young generation to wear our traditional weaves because many of our weaves are like, dying. So we want the revival of that.
This inspiration of handloom saris comes from our mother. She is an ardent lover of handloom. So that we have seen our mom wearing it and that is how it has come. For me, if you see, I am wearing a cotton, pure handloom cotton jamdini sari and I have paired it with a normal t-shirt, ganji what you call, a normal crop top. And I wear all my saris that way because I am very uncomfortable with the blouses. And that is what the young generation is. So, coming back to style and comfort, both has to be there. If you give the recent generation, tell them wear a sari out of your comfort zone, it will not work for them. But they are ready to trip a sari, but with some style in it. So,
We actually handpick most of our saris through our textile tool. Like before this exhibition, we had a Banaras tool and she had a South tool. So we handpick few of the saris, whichever are because we can have that look and feel of the sari while we are handpicking the saris.
also adding to it, we do get saris which are hand painted. So if you have a concept, if you have a story that you want to go on a sari, then yes, we can get it hand painted on the color, the texture of the sari, whichever one wants, and we can get it hand painted for them.
We have saris ranging from 1500 to 25,000, 1 lakh. the
So it's
upper
a
cost.
range.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a
but
range. Yeah.
this 1,500 is again pure handloom sarees. These are
Yeah.
not machine made, or so it comes from the weavers directly.
Yes.
So
And-
Calcutta is famous for handlooms, South is famous for handlooms, but affordable handlooms, it comes from every state of our country.
So we have affordable handlooms as well and sustainable fabrics also.
Yeah.
So we want all our customers and clients to avail all these benefits. So far we have covered I think 10-15 regions like Chanderi, Maheshwari, Varanasi,
Calcutta.
Kolkata, Yeola where Paithani belongs, then Karnataka,
Coimbatore.
Coimbatore.
So these are the places we have visited ourselves, spoken to the weaver, have seen their looms, have been in their houses, spoken to them. It's a very fascinating. But it takes a lot of efforts. Like Paithani might take anything between 15 days to a month just to weave one sari. It's a pure silk sari, so it takes that much of effort. That's the reason the prices are pretty high.
Yeah, it is lot positive now, and people like I have seen actually more ladies in South. They have a lot of eye and appreciation for the handloom weaves
Handlooms.
and all our traditional weaves, and they understand the weaves. So I think Kanchipuram sari lover will always go for a pure zari Kanchipuram sari.
compromise.
No
They will
compromise
not
there.
even go for a tested zari.
No, we have seen even if the sons are coming to buy for their mothers,
Yeah.
they go for handlooms.
Yeah.
They are like, I don't want anything else but handlooms for my mother.
In
So
this-
that is how the taste is developed,
Yeah.
even in the male category.
In this exhibition, we got 4 boys who wanted to buy saris for their mother.
And that
It
they
was
wanted
very
handloom.
touching. And
Absolutely.
it was satisfying for us that we could provide the sari, handloom sari in the range what they want.
It runs in the family, it runs as a tradition. So what we have here is a tradition. And we are hoping we can pass it on to next generation. Because when you go, when men check out the saris colors, there are more colors they realize.
Other than RGB and black and white.
Because for them, RGB and black and white are the only colors that exist.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, High-Tech's Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
I'm Dr. Mahalakshmi Reddy, founder and CEO of the company Live Florals. It's a flower preservation company in India for first of its kind for preserving the natural flowers for eternal flower. So we try to process using the lyophilization technology, so we call it as a Live Florals. Like any flower, when it is given as a gift, has some attachment of emotion, but when the flowers wither, it takes away all that emotion. So when you can preserve the flower and give it as a gift for any event, it becomes a very useful memory. But in case of some events like wedding flowers and then our engagement flowers, Valentine flowers, these flowers are more precious for the person who receives it and gives it. So in that case, these kind of arrangements makes a wonderful collection so that they will enjoy it forever. We have 3 different segments, that is one for corporate requirements and one for social requirements, and generally it is for a customization. And when it is regular customization, we make it with the customer's choices. And when it is simple gifting, I have the gifting options, and we have the special option for the special options. This is a technology called lyophilization, where we try to process the flowers with the technology which is the most advanced technology, which is used for preserving any organs and then plasmas, and those things are preserved through this great technology. However, in my literature, I'm basically a scientist who worked for 24 years to research on this technology. So in my research, I found that it is possible to retain the natural quality of the flower only through the freeze drying technology. So I started working on it, and I found that this is the best that we can get out of the flower. So in the lyophilization process, the flower goes to minus 30 degrees and comes back to the room temperature within the period of about 3 to 6 days. 3 days for the smallest, tiny, tender flowers like this. This is called gypsophilia. This takes about 3 to 4 days if it is only this flower. But if it goes with this flower, this requires about 7 days. So when we combine these two in the same machine, then it requires minimum of 7 days. So like this, depending upon what we load into the machine, the number of duration differs. But once you get it, it becomes 100% dry almost. So this, when it is exposed to the moisture, once again it reabsorbs moisture. So in order to avoid that, we need to encase them into the containers like this so that they'll remain forever as a memory. So this is, they are mostly used as a, when somebody takes, they put it on the table or on the work table. So it becomes a good gifting item for different occasions. Could be the wall hanging, like these are the things that we have for mounting as a gift that can be going into the interiors for mounting. Absolutely high, surely high. This is not like any other ordinary way of preserving, because the investment on the energy, investment on the time, everything is more with this. So surely it's a niche product. So only when you can afford to spend that much of resources, and then including that is inclusive of money, you will be able to get this kind of product. But the ultimate purpose is to enjoy the beauty of it as it is conditioned. See, this is one of the smallest one. See, what happens is, it is not the flower alone. It takes about almost 35 to 40% of the cost goes only for the container, and then I had to order for the container, and also especially for the lids, because this has to be perfectly fitting lid. If there is anything big or small, flower loses its quality. So the quality of the containers are so important. Once we load the product, this cost me around 750 is the lowest cost. So when I'm giving these flowers, which are the form of a giftable items for any events, I do prepare like this, which will cost me around 3,000 to 4,000 rupees. And I also preserve the wedding flowers, Valentine flowers, engagement flowers, any special flowers that comes for memory. I preserve them like this. See, this is the wedding garland that has come along with the accessories that is very precious for storing for. So those kind of accessories can be added to this kind of frames. So like this we make, then this is the customized one. So the same flowers, they customize it with the event of the occasion. So like this, there are very many choices with which we can design they are available on, yes, they are available on online. For the gifting items, they are available online, but for the customized items, they reach me personally or phone to get connected with what exactly they are looking for in the design. So according to that, I will design. When it comes to wedding flowers, usually they book in advance when there is so that I keep my machine ready for the flowers to go into it. In that case, my freshness of the flower will be retained. If there are some people who come little late after 3-4 days, the flower starts losing its character. It's difficult for me to retrieve, though it is still possible. But when it is more than 10 days, absolutely not possible. So this is the challenge I face when the people get the flowers beyond certain period.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The Expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
Express Hygiene is a celebration campaign, travels from menarche to menopause and promotes alternative sustainable period products. where women and girl child, we will be there and we will be conducting all menstrual hygiene sessions, and then we will take care of their menstrual health. Red Express campaign, the theme is celebration theme. Why we choose celebration theme is, I came from a family where our puberty ceremony they will do. Like menstruations are the first menstruation we will celebrate. So I love that celebration theme. So how our birthdays we are celebrating, even the phase of child's life. This is very important phase of life. So I want to celebrate it. So then I'm with this theme. Our product is reusable fabric period pads. Those are very environment friendly and skin friendly. And these are made up of Ocotex certified fabric and having inner layers of 4 layers of terry and cotton flannel, and having leak proof layer also. One time if they purchase these fabric pads, they no need to buy till 4 to 5 years, because these reusable pads they will come the duration 75 washes, and up to 5 years they can use. Like washing technique also, it is very simple, because like regular normal panty, how you will wash and dry in the sunlight, in the same kind, just after using the pads, put them under the running water or just soak them 10 minutes in the 2 mugs of water, then put a normal soap, any detergent, and then wash them hand by hand, or else you can put them in the machine too. So the monthly process is hardly 10 to 15 minutes to take care of your own health and planet health. So we promote reusable fabric period pads as well as menstrual cups too, for the good health of women and planet too. I regularly go for different colleges, schools, slum areas and tribal areas to educate women and child over there about menstrual health and hygiene. And then I do online sessions for other country people, and I conduct so many Red Express stalls also over all over India. And I do have Red Express ambassadors to work for me. They are also doing volunteer work for me. So like that, Red Express themed campaign is going on to promote these reusable fabric pads.
So I help my mom with all the stalls and the sessions. I make creative posters and come up with games so that it is interactive for the people. And we not only show the products to them and scare them about the topic, we want them to enjoy their periods. Just try to embrace it, right? Understand what it is and how to deal with it. So we usually every year we just come up with new games. We ask them how they felt when they got their first period. Were they happy, sad? Then we also ask them about their flow. Is it heavy or light? And based on that, we suggest them pads. And our this whole Red Express is like a celebration theme campaign. So all of our sessions and stalls are always decorated and playful and interactive. I concentrate more on how people are going to perceive, like the colors and the patterns, the designs. It shouldn't be like a boring product or something not interesting. So it should be colorful, and all the posters and banners should be informative, short, because people usually don't read a lot of paragraphs now. So it's just like a short thing with colors, and yeah, that's it.
When I started in 2016, people were not at all talking about periods. And even in my own family, so many were not calling me for the auspicious programs for anything, because I talk about periods. And that time people very shy and they're not at all opening their mouth if I talk about periods. Then I came to know something should be funny, something should be interactive to talk to them. So that I came to menstrual cycle game. Like I'm asking them, which phase are you in? So I'm taking to the sessions a spinning wheel game, whereas the menstrual cycle is sticked over there, and then I'm asking them, which phase are you in? If the face is matched to their current face while spinning the wheel, I'm giving a prize to them. So slowly children were opening up their mouth, and then they're talking about first period stories, and then menstrual cycle games, and lot of these interactive games. So comparatively 2016 to till 2023, now people are okay. Still taboo is there, but it's okay. That percentage is higher only.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
I started off in 2017, May 2017. Before that, I was working in a corporate, and I quit and I joined and I started it off. It's a completely bootstrap organization. All my savings and everything, I kind of worked on it. I did not have any formal training, but I was very passionate about designing for a very long time. The core idea that what triggered was not finding the right type of clothes for my son. That kind of triggered the idea that if it is happening with me, there would be many other moms who are not really able to find something similar. Now we have lot of women who are doing fantastic job, but then that's how I started off. I primarily design for boys. I'm very comfortable doing boys. The clothings are very colorful. I work majorly with textile. Cotton is something that I really work on, and colors. I work with colors. A lot of colorful food. So you can see my stall. It's very colorful. I started off with the name Asi Tattva. The meaning of that is be in your elements. However, lot of people were not really able to really understand what is the meaning of this. Though the meaning is very simple, but Devanagari script mein Asi means मैं या अपना, right? And Tattva is again अपने तत्व में. So मेरा concept ये था that we will be like अपने तत्व में रहिए, be in your elements. But that concept was not really. People had a lot of challenges. They were like misconstruing the entire name. Feedback from my customers. So in 2021 we kind of had a brainstorming session. All my clients kind of surveyed. I launched a small survey. They gave me the feedbacks. We did a thing with all my friends and all, and therefore I simplified it to Mini. So my name is Mini and Mini, and since my partner in crime is my 8-year-old son, so therefore it's Minis. So that's how I have named it. And so I designed for boys and girls. At a startup, when I initially started up, it was initially for just young boys. Slowly I moved into teens as well. So I have a lot of the feedback from the teens have been fantastic. So now they have something more wearable as such, frocks and stuff like that. So that's what I'm doing. What I do is right from the concept, in terms of what kind of design should I do, to what kind of textile to be used, where to source the textile from, the drafting in terms of how the patterning has to be, and all of that is done in my workshop. So nothing is outsourced. Everything is with my team. It's primarily colors. I'm intrigued by colors, how colors work. That is one, and textile. I'm intrigued by textile too. So colors and textile is something that I don't know. That's like my core inspiration. I love different types of textile, and anything which is not pokey, because I'm a kids designer. So anything which is comfortable. So if you wear it in the morning, and you are sorted. So that's the core idea that I have in my mind when I do my designing work. My son recently has started doing caricatures. Now I'm like thinking that how do I bring about those caricatures on a textile? How do I do that? Okay, so inspiration comes from all kinds of places for me. Colors again, what's in vogue, what's not in vogue. I'm sorry, I don't follow that that trend. What is the feel, what is the vibe right now? Therefore I just go with that. What's the vibe, what are people kind of wanting right now? That's how I do it. Okay, so the start off is from 250 to then when it comes to customization, it goes up to 30-35 as such.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
So the brand name is Prakriti Nature Ka Touch. So I have started this brand like 1.5 years back. We make all natural, Ayurvedic and organic with a blend of science and Ayurveda products for the coming generation to give them the touch of ancient India and also the touch of today's technology science going on. We have everything from bath care to body care. We have a moisturizer, we also have a lipsticks. Like we have everything that are even safe for a born baby to be used. So there are some tests called cosmetology tests, okay, in which they check how long can the product be there in the air. Abhi aap open karke chhod do to what will be the changes going on. They will test also on people with different skin and body types. So they will use the products for 6 months and then the results will come out. That way it goes. As I told you, I'm a master's in biotechnology. I used to work as a junior scientist. Then after that, I got married and I came here. I worked as a preschool teacher and something and all those things. So I saw children very close. So when my daughter was born, I was in search of very good products. So I'm from a very good financial background. So I searched for everything. I could get even the international brands, but nothing helped. Whenever I turned back and had a list of ingredients going on, it literally stuck my head because I know them. Ye chemical, I use it in the lab for like cleaning the floor. It is there in something that is supposed to be going into your skin layers or into your body. So this should not happen. So then I did some research and I studied some articles. I went through my old books. So after that, I got to know that these products go into your skin. They manipulate your hormone level. And especially for the girl childs, the menopause issues, the menstrual issues for the little girls that is happening, the getting periods really faster at a very younger age, and then losing your hair at a very younger age, premature graying, these all are related to all these products. See, a small example is, हम घर पे बच्चों को खाना भी 6 महीने बाद देते हैं, after 6 months, but these products go into their body from day 1. Just think how careful you should be while choosing these products. I don't want my baby, my daughter to suffer through all these process for the getting pregnant or anything in the future thing. I would never want her to go through these injections or the medicines or anything. Never. For a boy child, it might not, it is not a big issue, but they also have many issues for the same issues, for the same things. So, nahi, I don't want, I can't see it. It emotionally shakes me to the core of my heart. So, jaise my daughter, I would want even the other daughters to be safe. So, I want to make the younger generation chemical free. That is it. So we have a website. We sell on website. You can also come through Instagram, and we also sell on Amazon. We have around 30 to 35 products. We can also customize any product according to your skin type. You can come to me and say that I'm having this and this issue. So we can make the product according to your skin types on the pre-order. No, because that is a very risky job. I don't want any little tiny mistake to go with this. I've already faced that. I've given it for third party manufacturing. Since even I have manufacturing, I have given them my recipe formulation and told them to do something. What they did, they mixed a cheaper level of chemical, which I totally avoid in my thing. जिसको SLS बोलते हैं. Most of them know that it is for lathering, and they have done that. Because I have from the background, I got to know it on the first look that you have done something wrong in this. So these things scare me a little. I don't even, I want to be direct to the customer. I don't want to add anything. Yes, everybody can afford this. It is not like that, pay only this range of people. If you can't afford this, I tell you how you can make it at home for your more easier way. Maybe you cannot formulate the exact thing, but very closer to that, at least environment friendly, at least friendly to your skin. That way I can help. So I do provide trainings as well to make all these natural products at home.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The Expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
Actually, Livolife is into the organic baby foods. Actually, this idea started with general interaction with the young moms. When my director, she's my director, and when she came in conversation with the young moms, they were all worried about how to feed the young little ones. So everyone are facing this problem. They want to give an organic, homemade, traditional food to their babies, but they were not able to do it because of their busy life and they will be working, right? So on constantly hearing that problem, we just thought, why don't we come up with a new idea regarding this? So then this company started, and we just wanted to cater that traditional recipe to the young moms in an effortless way. The basic idea, as I said, came up with the young mother's worry. Then we have involved a team of pediatricians, former retired scientists from NIN, and the technical master's background food science students as well. I myself was a postgraduate in food science and nutrition. So all our team sat together and worked upon the formulation. The basic idea was from the traditional recipe, but we have done so many trials and errors to meet the necessary nutritional needs of the babies, and we have just adjusted the composition and we have followed the IYCF and ICMR guidelines to formulate this recipe. So there is a lot of scientific work behind this. We have two types of products. This is Ugu. As we just named it as a colloquial name as well. It is called as Ugu in both the Telugu states. So this Ugu is made up of 12 different ingredients. It has a combination of pulses, cereals, millets and nuts as well, which gives the all-round nourishment for the baby. So you start the complementary foods along with the mother's milk, right? So when you introduce all this taste, this will help the baby to acclimatize to new taste which continues on their whole lifespan as well. So we are using completely natural and organic ingredients in this. We are providing a QR for the transparency as well. If you scan this QR code, you will get the list of FPOs and farmers from which we have procured the ingredients as well, so that will just remove the skeptical thinking of the mothers about the transparency or organic authenticity of this product. And this is high in energy and rich in protein. This can be catered to the babies post 1 year as well. You can use this product to curate more recipes for the little ones. You can mix this powder in your daily culinary activities like curries, sambar, khichdi. If you give 2 servings per day, it will be for 10 days. It is of 300 grams. This box has a quantity of 300 grams. If you add 1 to 2 servings per day, you can easily feed for 10 days. This is Pushti, and this is for 9 months plus babies. This is majorly made up of ragi. which is calcium rich. As the baby starts growing, we need to give them the food which supports their skeletal system and for the bone growth, right? So as we know, ragi is rich in calcium. It helps the baby to have strengthen their skeletal system. This is very similar and familiar in all the Telugu states. They start feeding this ragi java and all to the young little ones. That is this is much similar to those. And you can like Ubu, you can also curate more recipes with pushti, because this is 9 months plus. From 9 months the kids start developing teeth, right? So they will be craving for little solid foods and crunchy foods. You can make cakes, pancakes, normal cakes, idli, dosa, and chapati as well with this ragi pushti. Yeah, we are available in Amazon, sir, and we are providing a number on the brochure and container as well. If you are in and around Hyderabad, you can just give us a call and we'll deliver it to the home. And we are also planning more retail outlets very soon. We are just working on that idea, sir. If the young mothers are interested in that package, we are also, we will be glad to provide that package for them. The cost for both of this is 299 rupees, sir. And as you said, regarding the affordability, we are just on par with the competitive products as well. We are not too high, and we are not too high priced, and the middle class people also can afford this product.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
So we make cereals made from millets. So it has got ragi, jowar, bajra, and we are free from added sugar and preservative. We use palm jaggery as a sweetening agent. So we have made this product to cater the young generation who doesn't want to have the traditional millet recipes. So to make it more palatable, we make these cereals from millets. Yeah, so the reason we have selected millets as a core ingredient is because of the nutritional ingredient. Because the nutritional index has to match the taste, and that's where we're taken care of. So we don't claim as a 100% millet. We actually upfront we tell that 35% millet is used, because 100% millet if you're using, you can directly consume jawar roti or ragi java, right? So that's how we made it tasty as well as nutritionally fit. So we have 4 flavors. We have crunchy nutty, diet, dark chocolate, and berry blast, because everybody has different taste buds, and all are with palm jaggery except for diet. Diet has honey. So all the products has fruit and nuts. Like for example, berries we have strawberry, cranberry, and blueberry, and crunchy we have papaya and pumpkin fruit bits. So that's how we added different flavors, and we made it more palatable to different flavors and taste buds. It can be added with milk or yogurt, not with water. So it can be consumed as it is, because it's even tastier, like eating raw as. Yes, by cutting on the junk food. So it's 9 months shelf life. We are on Amazon, Flipkart, Big Basket. We are on website as well, and we are in retail stores in Hyderabad, and we are in Bangalore also in Nature's Basket. Definitely, we are open for distribution as well. We are looking out for distributors in different states, because we're getting good response from other states as well. As the online orders we get from Madhya Pradesh or Bombay, even from Jammu and Kashmir also sometimes we get orders. So we source our raw material from Karnataka, because Karnataka is termed as millet bowl of India, because we get the best quality of ragi or jowar from Karnataka. And that's why we procure our raw material. We get it done manufactured in Karnataka, and from there we get it Hyderabad, and we send it out to other stores. No, we don't get any white labeling, because it's our formula. We create this formula, so you want to work on our brand. We will be, as the company name states, that Millet Mantra. We want to stick to the concept of millet. We want our company idea is to make millets more palatable. It has to be like, because that's a sustainable grain, because it also not only on higher nutrition, it also cuts on water, and it's much more beneficial to the farmer. It saves our soil as well. No chemical is used in its cultivation, and that's the reason we're choosing this grain, because we are from agriculture background, and that's the story comes from. And we will be stick to the same concept of millet, and we'll make it more comfortable for the younger generations. For example, a 2-year-old now is growing up with potato chips and pizza stuffs, so that will be taken care of. So the reason I just told you, right, we are from agriculture background, and we want to look into that. The millet is sustainable grain. It also saves water and chemical. That's how we got into this. And the reason we have chosen cereal is, I'm a millennial, and millennials and Gen Z miss out on breakfast or jump on junk food, and that's we want to connect with. We want to have a quick meal, which is a nutrition and taste.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The Expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
India in world, the biggest challenge for any individual is diabetes. This is making, it is affecting each and every organ of the body, and we are not able to control it. And that normal sugar is becoming poison for people. So we need a substitute for sugar. So this is the alternative. And since I am a BSc Agriculture graduate, I've been knowing about the plants which are substitute for sugar and which are not given much importance. So that is the reason we have come up with the stevia products. So which is a very, very healthiest product and substitute for sugar. This doesn't need any fertilizers or chemicals, because this itself has a lot of medicinal properties. It doesn't get infected with many pests or anything. So it requires very less management of pest control. Okay, so fertilizers and all, it is a normal fertilizers which we give. They're not the chemical fertilizers which is required. Normal organic fertilizers also they can give. So very minimal management is required in cultivation. So it is mostly, it doesn't have a lot of chemicals. We have this natural product from plants. This is called stevia. The plant is called stevia. From this we make the sugar. And this sugar is naturally sugar free. So it's a sweet herb. It gives a sweet taste. And from this leaves we make the sugar. And this sugar is actually 0 calorie, and it will not have carbohydrates. It has no glycemic index, and it will be very useful for medicinal properties. And so this is a very good, healthiest substitute for sugar. Anybody from children to adults or any non-diabetic people, diabetic people, everybody can use this product. Doesn't need any special storage, anything. You can use this leaf. This leaf you can store it anywhere, for longer, 1 year, 2 year, anything, because it is completely dried. If any farmers are interested in growing the stevia leaf, then definitely we will procure the leaf from them. We will give the training. We will give the saplings also to cultivate.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The Expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen.
We do skill-based education, and our tagline is beyond textbooks. That means we don't do anything that the academic conventional learning in schools, universities and colleges happen. We are here to narrow the gap between education and employment. So we call ourselves a KG to PG model. However, we are completely digital courses. We have programs devised specifically within a copyrighted framework that's thoroughly vetted by education stalwarts. Mostly the kids are coming from grade 6 onwards up to university level, wherein we are providing employability skills for them. And from grade 6 to 12, we are new education policy of 2020 aligned in terms of content, curriculum, vision and mission on holistic skill-based learning. So there are 8 skill areas that we cover, but all of these skill areas provide out-of-the-box thinking. So when I say skill areas, I'm not just talking about or teaching only that skill, but there is surrounding holistic learning and awareness that happens with that skill learning. For example, the skills we cover: financial literacy, leadership, entrepreneurship, technology, artificial intelligence, business, marketing, general awareness, all of the communication skills. All of these skills are connected very tightly so that the child is able to connect to the real world and excel in the real world. Because right now, whatever the conventional learning mechanisms we have in schools, they are focused only on the textbook and textbook content, ranks, marks and grades. We are asking them to come out of that, which is what's needed for today's 21st century kids. So basically, it's all sequential learning. So grade 6 student will learn just like math, science, any core subjects that we do. So for example, a financial literacy skill for a grade 6 student, it might start with the history of money or whatever that is. So what we do is we take the money, what is money? For example, that's the topic. And then we take that and do it in multiple senses learning model, wherein they are visually learning, auditory learning, cognitive learning, and that also covers basics of economics and basics of technology as well, because tomorrow we are going into cryptocurrencies and blockchain and all of that. Very well connected to financial literacy. And the same topic will be a little complex, more complex for a grade 7 student, and then it keeps going. We are all about that 20% that we need for the real and for the future, and not focus on the history or outdated material. So basically, we are also STEM accredited, which is a US-based organization that gives accreditations for high-quality content and curriculum. The content is done completely in-house by expert-level people within that area. For example, if somebody is doing a financial literacy topic, somebody MBA Finance is actually doing it. It goes through 5 rounds of revision. It's done meticulously at a personalized level for that content. We all ourselves as a content specific for the real world company as well, because none of the content you see on our website, what we do is not available anywhere else on the internet, because we are content driven in our learning process for our methodology. Each lesson will have audio, video, visual, which means a lot of infographics, and gamified learning process. So with gamification, you can achieve the memory aspect of a child, right? So if there is an MCQ, they are doing it out of memory, but that also has to come from conceptual learning and practical understanding in terms of a skill subject. So we definitely use that gamified learning process as part of the entire learning process in each and every single lesson. We're also covering the creative, critical, cognitive thinking aspect of the child, and so that they can develop problem-solving techniques and then excel and be a self-independent person when they grow, and they also can build their career and life accordingly without much dependency on an adult. So far, whatever we have done, there is nobody else that is doing in that scale and the meticulousness that we have. So on our platform, we have more than 10,000 students that have enrolled with us, and we have 1 lakh users on the pipeline that will be using our platform. We have our own learning management system through which the students will be learning, and every single lesson is built the same way in the same model. So we measure 4 metrics, fundamentally: creative, cognitive, critical and memory. We have seen 30 to 35% jump in kids that have taken our knowledge base or learning programs with us within 6 months of coming to our platform. And then the jump has been very steady because we are also looking at a lifelong learning process. They have to be interested in learning as well. So it's about 30-35% of it.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
So my company, we started in the year of 2012 and we are into manufacturing of all uniforms. So we work for all police uniforms, we work for corporate companies, we work for securities, housekeeping uniforms, we work for all industrial uniforms, also hospital and hospitality uniforms. So our also major specialization also we do all customized uniform also according to the company's requirement, their fitting, their size, because most of the company feel that the employees who are wearing they don't have proper uniform dress code. So some company wants their employee uniform to have very fitting should be very good. So in that we are also specialized in the uniforms.
नहीं, फैक्ट्री मेरा फैक्ट्री है जिसके अंदर मेरा यूनिट है और हम लोग का यूनिफॉर्म्स का स्पेशलिस्ट है। मैं लास्ट 40 ईयर्स से आईपीएस ऑफिसर्स का यूनिफॉर्म्स बना रहा हूँ थ्रू आउट कंट्री। मीन्स ऑल आईपीएस ऑफिसर्स मुझे जानते हैं, मैं यूनिफॉर्म्स का स्पेशलिस्ट हूँ। और वैसे ही हमारा इंडस्ट्री गारमेंट इंडस्ट्री जैसा रेडीमेड्स का हिसाब से जो है सिक्योरिटी है, हॉस्पिटल है, एक दिन में मेरे पास 200 पेयर्स तक बन जाता है पर डे। 200 पेयर्स का कैपेसिटी। हम स्टिचिंग क्वालिटी पूरा चेक करके अच्छे मशीनरी से हमारे पास में जो नंबर 1 मशीनरी से जुकी मशीनरी इससे हम स्टिच करते हैं। बहुत अच्छा क्वालिटी हम स्टिचिंग देते हैं और हर फैब्रिक्स को हर कपड़े को चेक करते हैं। उसको स्टिच होने के बाद में फिर बाद में कस्टमर के पास जाता है, क्वालिटी चेकिंग होता है उसको।
Yes, we do have the clothing, sir. We have all the catalogs with us. Whenever the client needs any kind of color, quality-wise, they have certain preferable brands. They want something like Raymond's, some company like Arvind's. So we have those options available with us. So we cater to the clients, show the color options, show the quality, and then as per the color choice of the companies, and we deliver it. Also especially in customized uniform. So some companies they want particular designs. Like if they select from the Google that I want this kind of pattern, so we have the designer masters available with us. So before taking the production order, we make the samples of that and we show to the client. They will have a trial with them, and after that everything goes well, then their production will start.
हमारे पास जो है क्वालिटीज़ के ऊपर है, जैसा कपड़ा जो सेलेक्ट करते हैं आगा 600 रुपीज़ से लेके 1500 रुपीज़ तक 2000 रुपीज़ तक की क्वालिटीज़ हम लोग मेंटेन करते हैं। अगले को कैसा यूनिफॉर्म चाहिए, कौन सा क्वालिटी चाहिए, क्या रेंज चाहिए, उस हिसाब से हम लोग स्टिच करके उसको देते हैं।
We do have t-shirts, we do have blazers, we do have our sadri uniforms. Also we have safari uniforms. So a lot of housekeeping security company supervisors, they will wear safari uniform. If you see all the gunmen, all the bank peoples, the checking people who are coming for the ballot boxes, they will be having safari uniforms. So we are specialists in that as well. So t-shirts, many IT companies, corporate companies for their promotional events, like any product is they are launching, so they'll wear those kind of uniforms, the logo of the brand. So in that we are specialists.
10 पीस, एक साइज में 10 पीस है, 6 पीस है, 8 पीस है।
So we are now have a facility to supply pan Indias. So we have a capacity of that. So earlier we used to cater only for Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, but now we can supply to pan India.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, HITEX Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
I run the company Artful Strokes. It's art and craft for all, and I have been into teaching since many years, and I have now stepped into the world of customized art and painting for everybody. I would like to also share that I'm getting into the world of NFTs and getting into digital art. So customized is specific to the needs of the client. For example, a person wants a painting for the living room. By nature, they like calm colors, something that is giving a cooling effect, something like a Buddha painting, something not even Buddha but like a serene painting. Then that's exactly what I give. That's exactly what I create for them. People have specific ideas for their own surroundings which they want to enhance. Some people want abstract art. Some people want portraits, the family portraits. That's what I cater to. According to the size they want, according to the design they want, the colors they want, that's what I do. And people are very aware of what they want now. Earlier there were no choices. Everybody is evolving, and so are we as artists. We don't only give them this, we give them more. NFTs are non-fungible tokens. Lately, a lot of artists are selling their work on the digital media. These are completely digitalized, and it's not something that can be difficult to obtain now. Anybody can buy an NFT and possess an art. Like earlier, art used to be very, very expensive. Now that is changing. There can be multiple buyers, there can be resale happening in art. I can buy and I can sell. I can buy a new piece of art. Let's say after a couple of years I get tired of my art. I want to change. I can. I can sell it to somebody new who can buy it. Of course, ownership remains with the artist. I have launched it with a studio called Demo Studios, who are marketing my NFTs for me. So the journey has just started. I am very excited about it. I have seen my friends do it. My friends are also artists, and she is doing really well, because that gives you a lot of scope for creativity. You can be doing anything of your choice, and there will be somebody globally who is interested in your work. It's not area limited. I'm not only going to be limited to Hyderabad. I will be world over. There's somebody sitting in Italy right now who wants to buy my paintings. And this is the power of social media. This is the power of digital art. Over here, I have tried to show every single style. Something that I like is soothing colors, calming effect. So some of my paintings, if you see, are actually giving you that. They are like related to nature, related to an actual picture that you will see around you. But at the same time, it is a painting, and it is like a memory which stays with you. So the autumn leaf falling, or the sun setting on the fence, over the fence and the trees, or even the man in the boat who's, boating happily in the sunset. If you see my paintings, you'll see that soothing, calming memory, and that's what I really like. Over here also I have a memory. I like abstract, realistic but abstract. So here I've depicted 3 generations of women, my mom, myself, my daughter, who are all creative and into the field of art. But this is again just a topic which I have touched, because there are many families who are very creative, and it has touched a chord, and one person has almost given me an order for this. Customized, so that it looks like herself or daughters. Since I have been teaching for so many years, There are many students who come up with a medium they want to learn. So I have touched every medium. I have done oils, I've done acrylics, I've done pencils, charcoals, I've done watercolors, I've done fingerprinting, I've done every single kind of, I've done mural painting. So I have done everything and I'm an expert at all, I can say. But if I am supposed to just quietly sit and paint, I will do this. And that's what I've displayed here.
So is that pastel colors you work on, or is it watercolors?
I love colors. I love colors. So you give me, if there is watercolors on the table, I'll just pick it up and I'll start painting. If there's pencils or pens, I'll start painting with them. I love calligraphy. Basically, I just love art. Art in any form and soothing art. I like abstract, but only if I understand it. Let me show you one abstract painting. If you can see the boat painting over there. When I say I like abstract, I like colors. You should be able to see how there is sun setting, sun rising, and then again it is setting. It's daytime, it's sunshine, and again it is evening. And there is a skyline over there, and there is boats over there. Okay, so this is 3D. This is with texture. If there is a little bit of meaning in it, then it creates a memory. So this could be something somebody has seen with their eyes and have loved it and maybe captured it as a photograph, and that's what I've painted. Color is life to me, but I also love black and white. I love black and white like crazy.
That's a color as well.
That is not a color actually. When all the colors mix, they create white. When all the colors don't, when there are no colors, it creates black. So there is something in black and white also. That is why it is existing. And I love it. I have a painting with black and white. I love the way I have used black and white. Okay, there is beauty in black and white also. I have done paintings on color. I love working with different values and tones of colors. If you see a panda, if you see a zebra, you will see color, you will see black and white, but how beautifully you can put it on paper is up to me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
may I have this opportunity to introduce the next key speaker, Dr. Jia Chintala, who is going to deliver the keynote address on investing in sustainable tomorrow. So honestly, I have no words to describe you, given your professional endeavors and also your personality. Thanks to all your support to AgHub, you've always been there. But as a formality, I would deliver. Dr. Jia Chintala was the former chairman of NABARD. He has a vast experience of 35 plus years. His initiatives include digitization of world's largest microfinance program under Project eShakti, roadmap for amalgamation of regional rural banks, promoting and nurturing FPOs, livelihood enterprise development programs, area development schemes, and alternative energy models. Over to you, sir. I request you to kindly come over and deliver the speech to the audience. Thank you.
There is quite a lot of things that are happening in the entire agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing? And what are the issues really that are plaguing, and how actually the new economy, particularly the startup kind of a thing, is shaping up the Indian agriculture. So with this, I would like to start my speech. The dignitaries on the dais, Sri G.A. Tadas, fellow and also T20 engagement group, Sri Gareth Wine Owen from High Commission of Britain, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Madam Kalpana Shastri, and all others who are there in the audience, and my dear alma mater students. I belong to this university. When it was an undivided university, actually I am a student and alumni of this university, and I studied at Bapatla, then subsequently I went to IRA, then from there to NABARD, and in NABARD actually I was there in almost all places, and finally as a chairman I was there. And that time actually, that when we are thinking of doing something for that new agricultural scenario that is going to happen, that's where this incubation center idea, which was already floating in the university, has come. Because before that, actually in 3 or 4 universities, NABARD had given these incubation centers, and Telangana Agriculture University, which is again my alma mater, actually they are requesting me, since you became chairman of NABARD, why can't you give something to your university? So we thought that actually it is best thing is to pay my gratitude to my alma mater. We gave that grant to AgHub. And also subsequently we gave quite a lot of a catalytic capital also to this one, because one is AgHub is nothing but a kind of ecosystem builder, actually, where you have created a kind of an infra, and you have staff, you have the mentors, you have people who are doing this thing. But at the same time, when a particular enterprise graduates to a particular little bit of a marketable kind of an enterprise, actually you require capital. So for that, actually you require either angel investors, venture capitalists, or the debt givers, or anyone, and at the same time you should need something else, because many a time the bankers still have got a kind of their apprehensions, because banks' money has to be collected back with interest. Actually that is what the basic banking is. But in case of a developmental financial institution, actually we have a particular scheme where a part of our profit we will put it into this kind of a ventures and see that the ecosystems develop a lot. So that is how this whole of this thing has started. So now we are extremely happy that AgHub is doing wonderful job, and the way the innovations have been being nurtured, actually it is very great that we are catching up with the world. Now here I just want to see, because my topic is investing in a sustainable tomorrow. Actually now the topic is very, very innovative, because unless you invest today, you just can't live in tomorrow, because you can't graduate to the tomorrow. So that's why that investing in a sustainable tomorrow is a very, very important topic. So here I just actually that I thought that I may have to deliver a lecture of 1 or 2 hours. So I just prepared because we generally deliver lectures in such a kind of elaborate things. So first I just thought that, okay, I will try to do a thing as to how this entire ecosystem is getting nurtured. That is, the investments are happening for a sustainable tomorrow. Just take of this SDGs, actually that sustainable development goals. Actually, we are there in this development banking for the past 35 years. My entire career spanned there. Actually, that there are quite a lot of goals. Earlier, it used to be Millennium Development Goals, graduated into the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, you just look into these SDGs or anything, they are nothing but the universal truths. Every citizen of the world should have an access to the good drinking water, he should have good food, he should have access to nutrition, access to education, access to employment. There should be a kind of a little bit, no damage to the environment, and underwater kind of a thing. That is the thing in the marine life, everything has to be protected. These are all the universal truths on which actually we are all working. But really how far we are able to do this kind of a thing. Now take the case of human dignities, take the case of the livelihoods, take the case of depredation, take the case of throwing back the people into the poverty because of pandemic or some other kind of a thing. Actually, these are all the things which we may have to think a bit about it. And at the same time, the primary occupation of the world, and particularly in India, where 70% of the people still reside in villages, and almost 50% of the people depending on agriculture, whether we are investing for their sustainable tomorrow. Now, this is the thing which probably we all may have to ponder, as I say that quite a lot of a damage is happening to the natural capital that is available to us, to the people in the world. Natural capital is nothing but the clean environment, very good agroclimatic situations, and also the soil and water resources, which are the basic things for this entire natural thing. But what exactly is happening with this kind of a natural capital? Over a period of time, actually this natural capital is getting degraded. Fragmentation is, I'm not talking about, because fragmentation is another part of the economic kind of an issue. But thing is, the normal soil which we are cultivating for the past millions of years, particularly in the last 70 years, actually we have done quite a lot of a damage by putting so much of an unwanted quantities of fertilizer. I am not saying that fertilizer should not be used, but when it is not required also we try to put it. Likewise, unwanted amount of the pesticides, fungicides, weedicides, they are all creating a kind of a damage to this natural soil asset, that is the soil. And what about the water resources? Now, many places, we are just tampering with the entire ecology. We are just denuding the forests. Most of the hills are getting crushed for the granite and other kind of things. And in the process, the natural water courses are getting almost dried up. And in the process, actually, we are not having access to the water for irrigation and all those things. Then, what exactly we are doing to do this kind of a thing? To just ameliorate this kind of a situation. Now, quite a lot of things are happening all over the world. Everybody is talking very loudly as to what we should do. Now, this natural capital has to be restored. If somebody is calling it as a regenerative agriculture, that is a very narrow term, I'll say, but thing is actually rejuvenation of this entire thing. The ecosystem is the thing which we have to talk about. So, if that is the case, what exactly the investments that are required for this kind of a regeneration of the things, ecosystem? Now, who is going to put this kind of a investments? Now, many times, it's very easy to talk. Actually, everybody tells about, actually, we should do this, we should do this, we should. But the thing is, who is going to bell the cat? Public sector, private sector, governmental, non-governmental, and also as a citizens, actually we all have a role to play in this kind of a thing. Now I just like to see that really what exactly is the ecosystem rebuilding. Take the case of water scarcity. Now, if you just look into the statistics, in 1950s or 1960s, before the Green Revolution started, in Punjab the water table was just around 5 feet. Now today it is 1,000 feet depth. Likewise, whether it is in Andhra Pradesh, whether it is Punjab, everywhere actually the situation is same. Because before Green Revolution, none of us were extracting the groundwater the way we are extracting today. The new motors, the submersible pump sets, free power, and everything is really causing enormous kind of a thing, acceleration to this kind of an exploitation of the natural resource. So the natural capital of the groundwater is getting depleted. Then what about the soil? We are putting very heavy machinery on the soil when it is not required. Most of the animal power has been dispensed with. Actually, then we are not adding the organic manure. And at the same time, we have done away with all the kinds of good agricultural practices. And we started doing chemical farming because it's very easy for the farmer to just put 2 bags of urea to make the field green rather than putting 1 ton or 2 tons of a farm-made manure. That's why actually they are also not interested. So now, are we doing enough to restore this kind of a system, to restore the soils, to do the things? So then, what kind of a things which we have to do here? Then the next one is, is there any kind of a resilience thinking on our part? Now actually that resilient agriculture, resilient ecosystem is a very common thing which we talk about. But thing is, what is the resilience thinking which we are all thinking about? Because today everywhere you just take any document, whether it is in the banking, United Nations, or for that matter any kind of a documents which you take, everybody talks very loudly actually that ESG, ESG, ESG. What exactly ESG and how many are adapting to this kind of ESG? Environmental, social and governance kind of a standards have become a kind of a norm. That's what everybody says that people have to adopt it, though it is voluntary. Now many times people are writing that kind of we are adopting the ESG, but thing is what kind of a compliances which we are having, and really what kind of a cost actually people are incurring on this kind of ESG compliances. And thing is, what the investors are looking at it, because I being a banker for the past 35 years and also headed a $100 billion bank with almost $1 billion of profit. Actually, I know really what exactly the investors look into it whenever I speak about the ESG. Now actually that when I look into that investing for this sustainable tomorrow, most of the investors actually whenever somebody is going for that raising money from abroad, they say that actually what are your ESG norms? Because now nobody wants to have a very short-term kind of a returns. Everybody says that the enterprise which you are creating should be a very, very long-term and it should deliver goods to the people without damaging the environment on a sustainable basis. So if that is the case, that ESG norms have become almost mandatory, though actually it is voluntary for the time being. So now, are we really looking into the ESG norms very sincerely and also in a very deep kind of a thing? That also which we have to do it. Then the next one is that what exactly, that is who is going to make this entire thing viable, because maybe Act 2, that is the system, that is the ecosystem, because ultimately I say that the money is the one which makes man move. Likewise, the money is the one which makes everything to work. So if that is the case, somebody has to invest in making this entire system very sustainable. So then actually who is this somebody? And what kind of a systems actually have been created? And what measures the government of India and also state governments are taking? And what systems actually the institutions like NABARD and others have put in place to do this kind of a thing? Now I just like to look into it. Probably many of you, though you may be students, you may not be looking into that credit part of agriculture. If I just reel out a little bit of a stats, I'll say that in 1950s, India was producing just 50 million tons of food grains and less than 70 million tons of fruits and vegetables, and hardly any kind of a sugar, and oil seeds and everything was a scarcity. Milk was almost abysmal quantity, but in the last 70-75 years, actually we have done wonders. Today we are producing close to 215 million tons of food grains, close to around 250 million tons of fruits and vegetables, 200 million tons of milk, and 15 million bales of cotton, and oil seeds actually not self-sufficient but still very reasonable. Likewise, meat and other things actually we are producing. But when doing all these things, what exactly is the trigger for this kind of a thing? Actually, if you look into it, in 1950s, 60s, and even 70s also, early 70s, the credit from the institutions was almost nil. Only the cooperative banks used to be the sole kind of a credit purveyors to the agriculture, and they had a very limited resources. And in 2000, if I take the statistics, in 2000 to 2022, if I really look into the statistics, in 2001, entire credit given to the agriculture, including allied sector, was just 56,000 crores, which is equivalent to close to around $7 billion as on date. But right now, we are giving $200 billion as the agricultural credit. That is close to around 18 lakh crores. So now, when I look into it, really how this 18 lakh crores is going to the farmers, because Government of India has come out with a system of subventing the interest rates. Actually now, any farmer in the country is getting loan at 4% up to 3 lakh rupees. So that is the biggest thing. Actually somebody is investing. I told that actually who has to invest? You see the government, which is doing quite a lot, but at the same time the beneficiaries are everyone in this country. Then the next one is with regard to the various schemes the Government of India has come out, with regard to the food processing, with regard to the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, with regard to the Dairy Infrastructure Development Fund, Fisheries Infrastructure. Then as a kind of a safety net, we have PMFSBY, and we have so many other kinds of things. So everything is being invested by the government and the public sector. And at the same time, there are so many institutions, including institutions like NABARD, who are the agents for the United Nations Fund for the Climate Change. Actually, we have done quite a lot of work in initiating these climate change projects. Today, whether we like or not, climate change is real. Now we have reached a 1.5 degrees centigrade, and by 2040 it is going to be a norm, and the moment it is going to be the norm, actually your entire cropping system is undergoing a change. Now take the case of hailstorm and rains during this period of time, which is unexpected and which is damaging the entire orchard crops, likewise the normal crops. Likewise, actually we are having droughts, we are having very incessant rains when it is not required, and there is a lot of runoff, and all these things are happening. We need to tackle this climate change in a very big way. The other thing that is happening, actually, when we are looking into the climate change projects and actually financing it, we found that excessive drawing of groundwater, particularly in the coastal areas, because we are having very long coastline in the entire country, actually there is an incursion of seawater into the entire soil. And that again making the soil, water is saline. So now these are all the issues which we have to look into it. So when I am looking into these things, actually that what kind of investments actually we require to do in this kind of a thing, because for investing for a sustainable tomorrow, actually that we have to invest quite a lot. Some of the areas which I will say that where the investments have to flow, first thing is with regard to the soil and water conservation, whether it is the watersheds, whether it is creating a kind of a sustainable infrastructure. And the next one is the clean energy. Actually, without going into that kind of a fossil fuel energy, we should go into the solar, wind and other things. And there also investments are happening. And beyond that, actually what more which we can do is increasing the water use efficiency, increasing the crop productivity, creating the new seeds, new genetic kind of a systems. All those things are also required. So there also the investments have to happen. Now, this is one part. Actually, now these are the things happening and some other things. But thing is, what is the latest buzz on the whole of this thing? It's the startups. Earlier, maybe some 7 or 8 years back, actually startups was a very new word. Actually, nobody was aware what exactly meant by startups. But today, in the country as a whole, we are having 80,000 startups. We are world's number 3 after United States, China, then India is the world's number 3. With regard to agriculture startups, we have around 3,000 startups in the country. And when I go into, because every time, many times actually many people ask me to be their mentor and also to be on their board. But now actually I look into various startups, actually really how they are doing. Actually I found that out of these 3,000, at least some 100 are very, very promising, and they attained a scale, and also they are doing quite well. Actually that there are, if you really look into it, actually how the startups actually entire thing has been arranged. Some of them are into agronomical issues because they are going to the crop production, giving the precision farming tools, then the advisory, equipment, everything is one part. Then the next one is with regard to improving the biological kind of a thing, that is the genetics, recombinant DNA techniques, and also creating the new kind of a varieties, and also the microbial structures, doing so many things with regard to this thing. Then the third one with regard to the mechanization, because now that mechanization is the one which is really gaining quite a lot of an importance because of reduced manpower to do this kind of a work, and also the intricacies involved with regard to the wages and everything. So that's why many people are opting for the mechanization. Now actually I could see one of the machines here, which is an electric robo, and there are many such kind of a versions are there, Farm Sathi, Electric Bull, X machines are such kind of a things. Now these are the things where farmers are going to rely upon in future. Now if that is the case, are we really doing anything to support them and also integrate them into the kind of an agricultural systems which we are trying to look into it? So now, likewise, in animal husbandry, actually that many of the people with the agricultural university, actually we never look into the animal husbandry as one of the major things, but otherwise, if you take the entire agriculture as a kind of a segment where allied activities also have got a big role, animal husbandry and fisheries are contributing substantial amount to the GDP, the agricultural GDP. So now I finished, but anyway, I'll just take few more minutes to do this one. So now, when these animal husbandry things are happening, how actually 2 or 3 path-breaking things have happened. Some people have created animal malls, because generally animals are purchased just like that, but now actually there are so many startups that have come, where they say that they first take the animals, then they examine them, they grade them, they put the price for them, and they are trying to deliver it to the farmers who are going to buy it. So in that way there is a guarantee. And there are some people in the animal husbandry which are doing the quality control of everything actually which they are doing. And some of them are doing into the genetics part of it. And likewise, so many things are happening with regard to these new startups that are there in this one. So now, when so many things are happening, what exactly is the maybe the scale actually they attained? Actually, if you look into this one, out of these 3,000 startups, 2,950 startups, at least I can say might be in the range of around 1 to 2 crores, not beyond that. But the remaining 50 have reached a level of around 500 crores to 1,000 crores, and some of them are going to be unicorns also in agriculture. So now, that is one thing which we have to look into it, actually which kind of ideas which we have, and what kind of a, maybe the funding which we are going to get out of this and all those things. So now, the latest is that the startup culture is right now, startup winter is happening, that is venture capital wintering is happening. Many of the startups are not getting the money from the same venture capitalists. So now the government of India and the normal banking system is trying to pitch in for such kind of a thing. And the SVB Bank of United States collapse had really created a dent in the startup funding. And today actually, if you have read the pink papers, they say that now that Indian Banking Association has started a new startup kind of a funding platform within the banking system through the Gift City. So now this is the one. So finally, I'll say that ecosystem has to be built, agriculture has to be rejuvenated, and the new innovations have to happen to keep the things very this thing. And also, in case if you have to be in the future, because you cannot be hungry in future, you cannot have clothes in the future, you cannot have a kind of a bad kind of a weather in the future. So for all that, we need to invest today, and maybe some of the investments like this Ag Hub is a very small thing. Likewise, actually so many investments have to happen. So I'll say that future is very bright, but the policy makers and thinkers and also the students have to come up with their ideas as to really how we will do it. So finally, before winding up, I will say that investing for sustainable tomorrow, people should invest in their health also. Without going through yoga, without going through a kind of a regular regimen of exercise, you cannot enjoy the fruits of tomorrow. So I will say that invest in health today for a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you, thank you.
Hearing from all the delegates who have been there, the startup exhibitors, a lot of other investors, everybody have been very vocally telling me that there has been a lot of networking and a lot of exchange and learning experiences. All this has to culminate, and now we are about to start the concluding session. It's going to be in a different mode, but before that, may I request Ms. Dipanvita Chattopadhyay, Mr. Atul Kaushik, Dr. Satyanarayana, Madam Sushila, please come on to the dais. Mr. Anil Ipur sir, kindly. Vijay, please come. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We have with us, of course, I'm sure everybody now knows Madam Dipanvita Chattopadhyay, and you all know that she is the CEO of IKP Knowledge Park. But in the afternoon session, she comes before us as one of the founder members or foundation members of the Startup 20. Her role in this concluding session, apart from being a partnering organization from IKP, is more on the role which the Startup 20 is playing in the entire year's activities of the G20. And can there be some sort of a link between Think 20 and what we call Startup 20, because there are many overlaps. I have also the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Atul Kaushik, the GDC Fellow, who is based in Delhi in the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, which plays a very crucial role in trying to converge and synergize some of the developmental activities, and which can be lessons for us. I'm sure many of you would have seen today some of the nice films which were played on the screen, digital screen just outside the hall. And there were already a lot of success stories and lessons which we in India can probably look at and try to see and maybe even improve those. So a warm welcome to you, sir, also. I have also the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Anil Ipur Garu, unknown face in PGTSU. He has been very, very closely associated with all the activities. I'm sure everybody in this auditorium will remember the CIE Tech Conclave, which has been very judiciously being taken place every May. I had just requested him to be part of this session, and he just said yes, and a big yes, and that shows the commitment and the way he supports all our activities, not only in AGHA but also in PGTSU. He has been in the forefront. He has been the what we call president of the Confederation of Indian Industry, and continues to play a major role in the state and as well as in this entire region. And I have utmost pleasure in welcoming Madam Sushila Chintala Garu, who is the CGM in NABARD TSRO, as the guest of honor. I also take this opportunity to welcome, of course, through the online medium to Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, the Principal Secretary and Department of IT and GSC of Government of Telangana, who was gracious enough, despite the fact he is very busy on a 30th and he's traveling since 1 week, but he said immediately when I requested him, he said, I will come, I'll join you virtually. We have to be innovative. So I'll start without even talking about what has happened since morning and play a small video recording, which I would love all of you to see. Maybe some of the students will feel pleased because they'll see their faces. On March 17th, we at AgHub, in partnership with IKP and NABARD support, we had organized an event which we called as Youth, the Game Changers and Challengers. So instead of my telling what we really did, we'll just go through this clipping. But the basic idea was, we thought everybody has talked today in the final day on 29th, but the youth need that platform and voice to voice their ideas. And I think that has been a great way of communicating, because we found some fantastic ideas coming from the minds and brains of the students of the university. My full compliments to them, and they did a great job. This we called as Gen Y, deliberately Gen Y and not Z, because I feel some will be in the Gen Y generation. That youth here also from this geography have a great idea, and their contributions are definitely articulated. We hope, if RIS can consider it as a request, that the extempore were great, and if there's an opportunity in the task force final meetings in any time, we would be very happy to, take our youth and give them a chance to participate in that. With this, I would also now like to just a small brief that we had 4 thematic sessions after the inaugural in the morning, but the whole idea was to set ourselves to thinking about it. And one feedback I can give you from Mr. Tardas was, this workshop should have been done much earlier. The Task Force 6 would have had a very great, base background, as we have started our work since December, but if we had this before, we would have had better platform to articulate to the other members of the task force. So I take that as a credit, that there was a lot of participation, there was understanding of research and agriculture, the toolkit of new emerging technologies coming from non-agriculture, how are they getting into the system, and use them as the ideas coming as processes, coming as technologies, coming as products, and then becoming businesses. The whole, chain of events was what we were looking at. We had different modes, and I'm so happy that all the panel discussions were very intense. Many of the panel discussion wanted more time. Many of the startups had questions, but I'm sure in all forms there has to be some sort of a gradation, and I'm sure all of you at one-on-one, I did see some B2B meetings also happening in the round tables here. So all in all, it has been a good way of things. I must compliment and all the exhibitors who have come. We insisted on them to come by 7:30, the technology showcase and exhibition, by the participating startups, by my Bens who have come all the way from Ladakh, from Gujarat, from also Jharkhand. They have come all the way, and which shows some of the efforts being made at the grassroots level in the rural communities. Those are also lessons for India to take it on in this. With this brief about the 4 sessions, I now take this opportunity first to call upon Madam Dipanvita to talk about the convergence of Startup 20 to T20 program.
See how people took to the theme of Think 20 Task Force 6 on agriculture and sustainability, inclusion, and debated and deliberated on the 4 topics that you had selected. Regarding, you mentioned about Startup 20, most of you would know that in India's presidency for G20, Startup 20 has been put as a new engagement group. There are several engagement groups already present. India thought that this is time to talk about startups as a separate engagement group. What this engagement group is doing is, we have split into 5 task forces under the chairmanship of Dr. Chintan Vaishnav of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. One task force is called Foundation Task Force, the second one is Alliance, third one is Finance, fourth is Inclusivity or Inclusion, and fifth is Sustainability. I am part of the Foundation Task Force, which is basically to say what would even be the definition of startups or the terminologies that deal with startup across these G20 nations, so that when we discuss across countries or across nations, we have a common language to speak on. Because startup is defined differently in different countries. India has a certain definition which has the age of the startup, like 10 years. It talks about a revenue cap. It talks, in some countries, in India also, innovation is defined. In some countries, like South Korea, they say all SMEs are startups. So the definition itself varies from country to country. The task that we have taken up is to come out with a handbook of definition and terminologies of startups. So it's a framework that we are going to offer, and probably other countries are going to adopt from the framework so that we have a common language. This would be required even if there is a fund that's set up which is across the G20 nations, a G20 fund for startups. That would require a common language of what a startup is, and so on and so forth. So that's been very exciting. What I liked about this, and Dr. Kalpana, in my session, we were talking of startups. That would be an important aspect because what we can carry from the Think 20 task force, the discussions today, and link to the Startup 20 group. Actually, in terms of inclusion of startups and inclusivity group and sustainability group, agriculture is part of that group. There's no separate agriculture group within the Startup 20 engagement. But we can actually look at what groups, the task forces that are working on inclusivity and sustainability, and how the Think 20 communicate that goes can be linked to. Because ultimately what will happen is we produce either a few documents or have a communique from each engagement group. So Think 20 would also have a communique which for the G20 Sherpa and the leaders of the G20 countries. And if there is a common language of communique between the startup group, at least part of it can be with the Think 20 task force. That will be something very useful. I also wanted to mention in the passing, Create, which is a partner of the Startup 20 Secretariat, has come up with a G20 fellowship, which is basically a fellowship for studying. It's a 1-year fellowship, 75,000 or 80,000. They said roughly $1,000 per month for a fellowship for a year to do research on startup ecosystems, which I thought was, can we actually from Think 20 do on agriculture such fellowship? Is there a possibility for RIS to actually institute a fellowship of a similar kind where you do agricultural systems research across these countries? It is not about a startup research, it's an agricultural systems research. And if there are some benefits that we can gain out of it. Because the idea of what we are doing in Startup 20 and how we can link, I thought let's mention that. And I have also mentioned to Dr. Chintan Vaishnav that IKP will launch a grand challenge. We have not decided on the topic, so I'm unable to announce that, among all the G20 countries. So that will be announced probably in the next task force that we have in April, 17th, 18th April, we have another meeting. Probably we will announce it then or in the May one. But from the Startup 20 side, there are these sideline events which are relating to all the 20 member states are doing. if it is possible for Think 20 to do, it will be, I think it will be a great thing. So thank you so much.
Now request Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of ITEC, Government of Telangana. Before I call the dignitary on stage, I have opportunity and privilege to introduce Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan is the member of the Indian Administrative Service of the 1992 batch and has been working in the state of Telangana. He holds a master's degree in psychology from Delhi University, a degree in business management from the IIM Kolkata, and a master's in public management from Lee Kuan New School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. He has done short courses in the University of Birmingham on environmental policy analysis, JICA Training Institute, Tokyo on rake remediation, London School of Economics on global and leadership, Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University in public policy, and Swedish Institute Stockholm on sustainability and CSR. He is All India topper of his IAS batch of 1992. So we have this wonderful opportunity. We are having a very diverse group of stakeholders led by eminent dignitaries from various partnering organizations from the global ecosystem and Indian ecosystem. We also have stakeholders from the agriculture university, the scientific ecosystem, and a group of students and entrepreneurs. We'll be very privileged to have your talk, sir. I request you to kindly enlighten the audience. Thank you so much.
In Telangana, as some of you would be aware, agriculture is a very important focus for the government. In fact, eight and a half years of our new state of Telangana have gone by, and I can share with you that almost 60% of the state's budget year after year in these last 8.5 years has been spent on creating and improving agriculture infrastructure, which of course which includes irrigation facilities, but also agriculture extension work, direct agriculture support to the farmer, which today has become a national policy, and so on and so forth. So when so much is happening in agriculture, we feel that this is the right time to find out if technology can also enable higher productivity, higher production, reduction of losses which farmers incur otherwise as well. And therefore, for the last about approximately 4 years plus now, we have designed this program. In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture, or improving agriculture, or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed, and all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved. We also noticed that the practices throughout this chain, which a large farmer undertakes, is very different from what a small farmer or a marginal farmer undertakes. So obviously the inefficiencies for a small or a marginal farmer are even greater than that of a large farmer. And then for almost 2 years, more than 2 years in fact, we spent time on seeking technologies which can plug those inefficiencies across all these steps, or all the value chain that I spoke about. And we were able to identify 80 odd technologies of different kinds. Some technologies are actually sensor-based technologies, IoT, some are more data-driven, some are again relying on devices like a drone or a robot, and so on and so forth. But potentially 80 plus technologies through which we can either improve the production, improve the productivity, or minimize the losses. And again, with the help of our partner here, the State Agriculture University in Hyderabad, we have decided that some of these some of these solutions which appear promising will be first tested and tried out, and then we will scale it up. And as you would have learned by now, Agriculture University has its own farmlands of different soil types, of different microclimates, and we have been able to implement of the 80 odd solutions that I spoke about, approximately about 18 of them. And we monitor those results very closely. And again, I'm very happy to share with you that the meticulousness through which the solutions were sourced, that is reflecting on the fact that a majority of the solutions, when the field trials have been conducted, have yielded very, very positive results, very encouraging results. And we are ready right now to at least scale up 5 of these technology solutions which have been identified. And this approach that you look at end-to-end solutions, use all possible technologies, is kind of something which is working well. Since I mentioned earlier that we are also looking at the challenges that the small and marginal farmers face, we have decided to make these technologies as easy to implement and as affordable as possible. Because again, all of us know, farmers, most of them, a majority of them themselves do not have very high levels of formal education or too much of familiarity with gadgets or technology, etc. So unless you create a version which is very, very simple, more or less it is self-explanatory, you will get a huge pushback from the farmers. There'll be a mindset that these technologies are not for us. It is only for those people who live in the cities, who speak English and all those things. So we are very careful in ensuring that the usage of the technology, the adoption of the technology is at the level of the farmers. I again feel very happy to share with you that most of the 80 solutions that we have compiled in our compendium are sourced from young innovators and entrepreneurs, from startups essentially. And this again has happened because of a very progressive policy on innovation and startups that Telangana has, which mentions, first of all, the Telangana state itself offers lots of incubation facilities. So you would have heard about IKP, you would have heard about the Ag Hub, which is there in our Agriculture University. These are just 2 of 70 such facilities which are there in Hyderabad, not 5 or 10 or 15 or 20. Hyderabad has the largest number of innovation spaces for any city in the country, which includes incubators, accelerators, co-working spaces, and 9 of these incubators, accelerators and co-working spaces are dedicated to agriculture. There's an incubation facility at ICRISAT, which is called again IHUB, NARM, Manage, Indian Institute of Millet Research. Many of these institutions have focused incubation programs for agtech startups. And we also have another feature in our policy which mentions that if it is a homegrown startup with a solution which is of relevance to the government, then the government will procure it bilaterally from them. So normally one of the biggest challenges that startups face is that finding their first customer gets very difficult. In Telangana, we guarantee that the state itself will become your first customer. And many of these 80 odd solutions that I spoke about have been developed by startups who are incubating in one of these facilities in Telangana, in Hyderabad. And because we have this policy, we have been able to onboard them very, very quickly. So our turnaround time is very short. We don't run any complicated procurement process like RFPs and bids, and you have to outbid someone. These things don't happen here. And that is one of the reasons why lots of very innovative activities are happening. So of course, when I spoke about these innovation centers, these are not just brick and mortar buildings. Of course, they are buildings, but what happens inside these buildings is much more educative. So T-Hub, for example, the jewel in the crown of our city. Inside T-Hub itself is built in a very large space, very beautiful architecture, etc. But what happens inside T-Hub is much more interesting. So we have a list of almost 200 plus domain experts who are instantly, the moment a startup is onboarded, they are instantly made to own up some number of startups. They guide them, they mentor them, they evaluate their technology. 3 big technology institutions of the city, IIIT, IIT and BITS, their top faculty collaborate with these startups. We also arrange for funding to every startup, whatever is their stage of evolution. We find some agency or the other which can help provide funds, venture funds to these startups. I already spoke about how government assures that we will be the customer if the product or solution is of relevance to us. And then we also help them scale up. We recognize them. We encourage them to participate in global awards, national awards, etc. And many of them do well. Many of our AgTech startups have won national recognition, etc. So again, as I said, this is something which people would not really encourage governments to do. The typical thinking would be that government should stay away from the world of startups, from the world of enterprises. The market forces will take care of all these things. But we in Telangana have actually demonstrated a contrary model, that the government can actually step in, provide a very strategic kind of support and supervision, and help startups not only come up with important products and solutions which matter the most to us meaning to the citizens of this state, but also help them expand and grow and conquer domains outside of Telangana as well. So I'll be very happy. I heard Kalpana Shastri Garu, Dipanvita ji speak about how you want to proceed further regarding the T20 stream of the G20 work that you are doing. And I would like you to keep the overall ecosystem that the government and all of us have together created in the center of this work that you plan to do in the future. And any agriculture related work, we will be very, very happy to support. In fact, as I said, initially the idea was just to improve efficiencies, improve production, productivity, etc. But now we are doing much more than that. In fact, it is slightly premature to announce it formally, but I can share this with you. Just a very quick snippet that we are now setting up a full-fledged agriculture data exchange. We have already brought out an agriculture data management policy. We are setting up a framework. We are setting up a data exchange. And India Stack that we all talk about, for example, when we make digital payments, we know about the UPI, Aadhaar, etc. During COVID, we saw the India Stack being replicated for vaccination monitoring, etc., etc. Similar India Stack is being developed in Hyderabad by some of us related to agriculture. So certain things which even advanced countries are not even visualizing at this point in time, we are making a breakthrough, and we would like to showcase all of that work that we are doing. Nothing is secret, nothing is proprietary. We want as many states of our country, as many countries across the world to benefit from this innovation that we are carrying out. And I would like the opportunity that T20, G20 create to really do so. So once again, I'm grateful that you gave me an opportunity to speak out of turn. And my apologies that I could not be there in person. But once again, thank you all for accommodating me, and hope to meet you some other time in person somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful thoughts, and you've always been a torchbearer of the innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem of the Telangana. We are very thankful to the support of the government of Telangana, and especially the support from Department of ITEC. We look forward for your patronage in the coming time. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time despite a hectic schedule. I would like to request now the next speaker, Mr. Atul Kaushik, GDC Fellow from RIS, to kindly give remarks on this session. But before that, I'll take this privilege to introduce the speaker. Mr. Atul Kaushik stays the Global Developmental Center at RIS, the retired Additional Secretary, Government of India. He was India's negotiator in the WTO for dispute settlement and intellectual property rights, in the UNFCCC for climate change, and also served in the permanent mission of India in Geneva. He has delivered multiple development cooperation projects in Africa, trade capacity building of developing country missions Geneva, and an Indo-US Triangular Development Partnership Program in New Delhi. He lectures at the National Judiciary Academy, the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, and the Institute of Secretariat Training and Management of the Government of India, among others. He has also co-edited a book published by Academic Foundation entitled Reflections from the Frontline, Developing Country Negotiators in the WTO, and by the Government of India entitled Transforming India, Governance for Atmanirbhar Bharat, contributed chapters in dozens of books and several articles in various national and international journals. So we're very happy to have you here. I would like you to kindly come on the podium and kindly address the gathering. Thank you so much.
I had come with the thought in my mind that I'll take some time out of these sessions because they're going to talk a lot of technical stuff that I don't know about and may not care about, but I could not go out at all. It was so interesting that I spent the whole day with all of you and I really learned a lot, and you spoke the language that I understood. So thank you very much, the university, for hosting me. I want to use this opportunity to talk a little about why I am here as a representative of the RIS and the GDC. So I have a small presentation, if you could put it up. You know, the Research and Information System for Developing Countries is a New Delhi-based think tank that works in the areas of research and development cooperation, started way back in 1983-84, working on trade and economic development areas, but has now expanded to many verticals. And one of the verticals that it has, okay, thank you, that it has started in January 2019 with the support of the UK government is called the Global Development Centre. So why did RIS decide to establish the Global Development Centre, and what is the Global Development Centre all about is the topic of my presentation. You know, I don't need to reiterate what all of us know, not only because it has been emphasized as a part of the Indian G20 presidency, but also because our Prime Minister has taken particular interest in becoming an active part of the Global South, a terminology that has started coming in currency more recently. But suffice to say that with the North-South and the South-South cooperation joining hands and now forging also triangular development cooperation, which involves a northern partner, a southern pivotal partner, and a development partner from the south, which benefits through this mutual exchange of knowledge and ideas. It has become imperative that the southern countries, they get together to do things for themselves. Now, when we want to do things for ourselves as the Global South, we do need to first know what do we have. Do we have the expertise that we can share with each other? And that is where the question of localization of our expertise comes. When I come and see what happens in all these startups that showcased their exhibits in the morning when the exhibition was opened, I find that the local problems have been resolved through local solutions by these startups. And this localization has been demonstrated through research also, in the literature also, to be a key component for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. If you remember the Millennium Development Goals, which are set up without thinking about the interconnectivity of all the goals, the 8 goals at that time, that mistake was corrected during Sustainable Development Goals setting up, and the participation of not only governments and negotiators, but also the entire set of stakeholders, including parliamentarians and civil society. It has created a situation where we do need to localize, we do need to find out how to curate solutions that are relevant for us, that are relevant for the southern countries. And that is where the idea of the Global Development Center came. So this was established in 2019, as I said. The premise of its establishment was collective growth. It promises to promote development programs showcasing not only Indian expertise, but mutual exchange across the Global South and sharing of peer expertise across the southern countries. And these experiences, expertise, and good practices can then cross-pollinate across the global south. And that is the idea of the global center. So at the moment we are working on these 4 verticals that you see on the slide in 4 different colors. But let me go forward to show you the connect between what we in the Global Development Center do and what you are doing today. Look at the first column here, which is on agriculture and nutrition, relevant not only for SDG 2 but particularly for SDG 2. So we have worked along with a clutch of Indian organizations, particularly central government organizations like the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, the National Water Mission, the National E-Agriculture Market or ENAM, and the Climate Smart Agriculture, PM Kusum, which found voice across 2 of the thematic sessions that we had in the morning and the afternoon today. Now, keeping in touch with these organizations, we identified a number of experiences, successful experiences that India has had in the agriculture sector. And when we engaged with other southern partners, we talked about it. And when we talked about it in global forums, in multilateral forums, or in our bilateral interactions, that generated interest in those countries to know more about it. And that is how the Global Development Center became a vehicle for South-South cooperation. Now, I will not go into the details of how it has become a vehicle of South-South cooperation. I will leave a copy of this presentation with the university and you can have a look at it. But I wanted to say that through this realization of South-South cooperation, this is the outreach that the Global Development Center has already undertaken since its establishment in January 2019. These are the various verticals in various regions of the world where GDC has worked. And this is despite the fact that we were established just a year before COVID happened, and most of our work until mid last year was virtual. So I wanted to talk about this outreach in particular to showcase that there are a number of areas relevant for agriculture in which we have been going across to Asian countries, to African countries, to the countries in the Pacific Islands, which are relevant for the kind of startups that we saw today, for the kind of engagement that we had in the thematic sessions today. And although I have taken notes, I would wait for a more detailed summary of the proceedings of not only today, but also the work that your brilliant students did on the 17th of March, and create out of it a new set of experiences and expertise that India can demonstrate to other countries, and take this across as a part of the Global Development Center's outreach to these all countries. We have already been to these all countries. We have interacted with these all countries, some of them virtually, some of them in person. Only last week, my colleagues came back from Ethiopia after talking to their ministries of agriculture, Ministry of Health. They wanted to know a lot more about how agriculture innovation is happening, how dryland farming is happening in India, what is ENAM, and they are planning to come to India also, and maybe we'll bring them to Hyderabad if time and opportunity permits, to continue this relationship that we are establishing with PJT SAU with this collaboration that we have had today. So once again, thank you very much.
We understand the coverage and extensive work that the GDC has worked in pioneering and spearheading the initiative of G20, and with your initiatives under T20, we are very happy to have you as an esteemed partner, and we look forward for more active collaborations and active participation in the coming time. Thank you for your wonderful insights. May I now request Dr. Kalpana Shastri, MD of AgHub, to kindly give a small memory from our side to present it to Mr. Atul Kaushik.
He's managed the initial startup years and helped the institute grow through increasing years of visibility. He's ensured financial sustainability, and after obtaining the first ever global AACSB accreditation. He led ISB's global recognition and ranking to the top 20 in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. Very proud that it's in Hyderabad and you've been instrumental in this. And he's also helped in the formation of ISB's second campus at Mohel. Over to you, sir, to take over. Thank you.
I always feel embarrassed by introductions, because the introductions never talk about the hundreds of things that I did wrong and the millions of things on which I failed. So we handpick some of those things. What I will not do is handpick data in this talk, and I'll do, I think, what I think is the overarching, quick survey of where we are today in terms of the innovation ecosystem. But because Mukta talked about ISB, let me just go back, if you will allow me, for 1 minute down memory lane. When I came to ISB, in ISB, one of the first things we did was that we shall focus on entrepreneurship and innovation. And there was nothing, those of you who were here in 2003-04, and I think IKP had just about started a few years ago, and it was more there in life sciences. There used to be that big board when you came down the stairs at the airport, which was the first thing I remembered about IKP. But there was very, very little entrepreneurship and innovation here. In the new sector, Hyderabad has always been entrepreneurial about infrastructure, real estate, and pharma and seeds and all those things. But in the new sectors, we had very little innovation. And J. Chaudhary, Satish Andhra and I, we started the TIE ISB Connect to really fast track entrepreneurship in the state. And now when I see the entrepreneurship sector here, I'm amazed at how much this state has really developed and gone. So in some ways, we all focus on the challenges, the problems, the difficulties, but we rarely step back and see how much has actually been achieved. And I think we should all congratulate ourselves as citizens of the city and state for what we have collectively done. So let me now go back to the innovation ecosystem and quick look at the Indian landscape and then bring it down to agri landscape. So we are now, and I think Mr. Chintala has mentioned that we are already the third largest after US and China as an innovation ecosystem. We are somewhere already around 1 lakh startups. Last number I saw was 96,000, but given how many of us don't even register, the real number of startups in this ecosystem must be well over 1 lakh of system. So that's why. Now, this is also backed up in India. It's not just startups getting along, right? It's backed up by academic institutions, research institutions primarily focused for doing innovation, government support. So there is a fairly large ecosystem behind this whole thing, right? What is now fascinating is that earlier this was only in the 5, 6, 7 big cities. Now what we see is a rapid movement of this into not just smaller cities, but actually into second tier and even third tier towns. So in Telangana, for example, TSIC works on social innovations, and we now see in cluster of villages some really good innovation happening and entrepreneurship happening. So why has this happened? And I think again, we are very good at complaining about our governments and about our, but a lot of what happened in India has happened thanks to the government. DST, DBT, Niti Aayog, all the, leading heavy industries, agriculture, all ministries have really poured in a lot of money, which has really fast-tracked it. At the same time, academic institutions especially have made the fullest use of this and in turn started their own innovation ecosystems. So at the same way, states also have played a very important. So my own state, Telangana, for example, has been a pioneer in developing novel state startup policies, infrastructure support, human capital. I remember, when the minister KTR Garu came actually to my office on the second day of taking over and says, okay, you people have been talking about innovation and entrepreneurship, let's make it happen. I have to admit it was the first time in my life that I had government pushing me to do faster things than I had ever done. And he talked about, when we planned the whole policy, we said we'll do three things. We'll focus on innovation. The USP of Telangana was going to be innovation. Second thing is that innovation must be inclusive. So it must affect all sectors, from farmers to women to school children to rural to everyone. And third, the state will only provide the infrastructure and will rely on the capabilities of the human talent pool that we have to carry it forward. And that has been yet another very powerful reason why this state again has come up to the top tier in innovation. India itself, I think, has come to about 40 from 81 in terms of ranking. So as a country, we have done well, right? Now, agriculture. Coming to agriculture, agriculture obviously plays a vital role, right, in sustainable development. That's at the core of it, food, everything. However, in the agri-tech system, and again, Mr. Chintala covered it beautifully, so I don't want to keep going back into many of the things he said about some of the challenges we have, but certainly low productivity has been a challenge. Our complete abuse of our soil has been a huge, big challenge. There is perennially the inadequate access of the small and marginal farmers to market. So there is the intermediary system, which is a big problem. Consumption patterns have changed, population growth and people's movement has changed, and that itself has. And of course, the big elephant in the room, climate change. Right? So it's in that background that we have to now look at what is going to go. So the next, wave of innovation that we have will have to come out with completely alternative approaches and innovations to rethink of what we need to do to contribute to 2030. So now startups have to look at a different set of challenges of developing technology and tools that can enhance productivity in declining resource settings. This is not when there is going to be less water, less power, maybe poorer conditions of soil, variable climate. How do we, in those kind of circumstances, do it? So that's one. Second thing is, in agriculture especially, startups cannot focus on just their profitability. Startups have to focus on the well-being of small and marginal farmers. So a startup which makes a lot of money but does not do a lot for the small and marginal farmer is not playing a societally important role. And I think agriculture startups will have to look at societal benefits as an equal target in order to financial stability. So fortunately, the agri-tech innovation system has also benefited from the government initiatives. We found on traction some 2,000 agri-tech startups and more than 80 business incubators associated with agriculture and research institutions in this segment, which is very, very impressive. In which we evaluated almost 2 years ago, right, more than 2 years ago, we evaluated a large number of these and we came out with 86 startups which were very promising and which covered the entire spectrum from inputs, actually from crop planning to inputs to production, which is actually all the harvesting, post-harvest, storage, price discovery, processing and value add, distribution, weather forecasting, cash flow based farmer loans and more. So one great thing that we see about agri-tech innovation is that it covers the entire spectrum. There is no, so if you look at the value chain of agriculture, there is nothing where we say, oops, there doesn't seem to be any innovation happening here. So that's the great found part. And again, that has been helped a lot by the industry, a lot by the government, educational institutions like PJTSAU and others. However, there are still some major challenges why we are not able to. And the big challenge in that is data. There is simply no easy and access to standardized digital agriculture data. Now, agriculture data has its own complications, right? If you look at all the weather and other things, that's central data. I mean, it happens to be here in Hyderabad, but it's still central government, atomic energy department data. Then the states have their own data. Then the banks and NABARD and people like have their own data, right? Now, increasingly, some of the startups are actually doing things like taking their drones and going all over and collecting their own data. And then the data definitions across the states are different. Some data is completely missing. Like in many states, who is the actual tenant, who is tilling the soil is not known. We know who is the owner, and the owner half the times is sitting in the US or somewhere else and just getting the money that the government gives, right? So we have many challenges. There is not even a standardization, and most of you know that anyway, that there is no standard. When I grew up, there was a film called Do Bigha Zameen. And much later I realized that Bigha didn't mean the same thing in different states even. So, and most of this data is manual. So unless we can digitize and standardize agri data, we have a problem. So that's first problem, right? Then for those of us, so if I look back and say, if these are the kind of problems, the second big problem is actually accessing the small and marginal farmer, because access to small, even with FPOs, and by the way, FPO movement is yet another thing that all of us must strengthen. Because when we strengthen that, the small and marginal farmers collectively will have a great opportunity to be able to be equal market players in the ecosystem. Right? So if I stand back and say, therefore, what is it that we need to do? I see that for us, and for us who are enablers of this ecosystem, I see three important factors. One is to create an agri-data stack. And we've seen what has happened to the payment stack. UPI and payment stack just completely transformed. See, the center is already talking about a health stack, which is again a wonderful thing. And already there is beginning of discussions on agri-stack. And agri-stack again will have to have people coming in from the center, from the state, from the startup community, from all of us, from educational institutions and so on. So there is an extremely important contributor to innovation ecosystem will be an agri-stack database. And it will obviously have all the issues of protocol, who can have it. But by now, I think India has got that understood. Thanks to UPI and all the things they have done there, we understand how to use these public, data basis and for both societal goods and so on. The second thing we have to do is to ensure that our government policies actually encourage the adoption of innovation. Many of our agriculture policies, and so if you are going to provide anything to farmers, in each circle you need to go and take approval in many states. That's just ridiculous, right? Given the digital world today, if I do something and get an approval in Bihar, can I use that same thing in Telangana? Or if I get in Telangana, can I use it in UP or Gujarat or wherever it is? How much can we do in terms of, by the way, we do it in medicine. There is no state-wise approval of medicine, but we somehow want it in terms of agri inputs. So how can we do, how can we look and simplify agricultural policies to improve? And third, of course, as I said, is to facilitate the outreach of proven agri-techs to small and marginal farmers for their benefits. And I underline the word proven, and I'll come to it. Okay. So therefore, we at Rich, anyway, our purpose is, principal job is to co-develop these ecosystems with others. So for example, in agriculture, we work with AgHub here, ICRISAT, IIMR, NIN, and so many other research institutions. In life sciences, we work with IKP, CCMB, IICT, etc. In sustainability, we work with IIT Hyderabad, IICT again, and many others. So what we have seen is that when we all start working together, miracles happen. Okay? So some of the things that are already happening and which I hope we will take even further and do more. I'll just give you 4 or 5 examples just to give you what happens when you do it. So, startups, and startups make claims. Genuine claims, but they make claim. And especially in agriculture, what we find is if a startup comes from the technology side, half the times it doesn't really understand agriculture. Right? So how do we validate those claims? So here again in AgHub, WEF and AgHub together have started the sandbox, the agriculture validation sandbox, where we ensure that under controlled circumstances, we actually validate the claims that the startup is making. Because after all, we don't want, as a country and even as morally responsible citizens, we definitely do not want us to be supporting startups which are not delivering or not doing the right things. So that's one big thing that is happening. The second, as I already mentioned, regulations and policy. So once again, we are, and we will include many of the partners here, working with the state government to create policy sandboxes. So if a new policy needs to be introduced, it will be introduced in that limited area in a district or a part of district. We will see how it works. If it works well, then you expand it to a larger area and then across the state and so on. The third, and again I've mentioned, is co-creating the agri-stack. And again, we are working with a number of national research institutions, national data institutions. So National Remote Sensing Center here, the Mahalanobis Center for Agri-Crop Forecasting and so on and so forth, and the Agri-Collaboratory, in order to commonly create a digital public good. That means data which can be used by everyone, just like the UPI is doing. The fourth thing, and again, so Ms. Chintala mentioned this, we somehow arrogantly think that we are the keepers of knowledge. Our traditional practices in many cases are brilliantly climate resistant. So together with UNDP, we documented 25 climate resilient practices, and Athira sitting there was the lead person who did it, which we have now documented properly and which are now available for scientists to check. So this is actually from the ground practice which, hey guys, do you know that we do it this way? And that sometimes goes counter to what we thought were rational policies. So there are a lot of things that need to be, we need to have this cross-fertilization of knowledge from the field to the science and from science to the field. And finally, of course, making market connects. So between all of us, we are able to obviously ensure that using government offices, we go to the farmers and FPOs, but we also go to other suppliers. So there are many opportunities like this which we have, which will be the new pathways, and that's what our talk was, right? How do we create new pathways to creating innovations? So these are just some of the examples of what there could be new pathways, but given that the market will change, climate will change, new ideas will come, new technologies will emerge, there will continuously be a need for finding those new pathways. And the only thing we can do now is to create strong collaborative networks of all of us, so that together, whenever a problem comes, we can. And we saw that happen in COVID to some extent. When COVID happened, an immediate, instantaneous collaboration of industry, governments, etc. started. How can we perpetuate those? How can we ensure that we don't have to wait for a COVID? How can we make sure that much before it comes, we are ready to do it? So that is going to be a real challenge and opportunity for us as a sector. Thank you. Have a great day.
Pets bring joy and companionship to their owners, but being a pet parent comes with responsibilities. Regular exercise, proper nutrition, and healthcare are important for a pet's well-being. Additionally, training and socialization are equally important. To address these issues, Hyderabad-based pet startup Pet Folk organized a pet parent get-together. Let's join the fun.
It's such a well put together event. So many very happy, four-legged friends here. They're having a good time. The owners seem to be having a good time, right? And I think what LK is trying to do, basically building a community of people who love animals. Obviously, we know during the pandemic, for many people, their four-legged friends were their true friends because you couldn't meet anybody. So nice to see an event like this, and congratulations to LK, to Manjunath for his support in putting this together.
Thank you.
I used to have pets a long time ago. I also have 2 children, so they've grown up. So it's a little hard because I have a fairly busy job. So don't have pets now, but always all kinds of pets.
So you're going to give your responsibility of adopting your pets to your children in future. Okay.
Yeah, pets are like children, right?
Yes.
They're your children.
Rightly said. Thank you, sir. So how are you, sir?
I'm good, yeah.
Okay. So from when you are associated with Pet Folk, and what do you feel is very good thing that Pet Folk has initiated?
I'm associated with Pet Folks since 1.5 months, and I love their vans, the way they have done it, and yes, of course, Mr. Lakshmikant is very supportive in the events and activities, so all good.
So do you have any suggestions or feedback for the Pet Folk team?
As of now, no, because I haven't gone through so much, just 1.5 months right now. We are just interacting. I just seen this van for a couple of times, so all good. Whatever I have seen, everything is good.
Okay, so hope you like the Pet Folk vans that are being launched recently, and hope you are already aware of the services that are being given through Pet Folk vans.
Yeah.
Okay. In case if you need any further information regarding Pet Folk vans, our volunteers are there to assist you with further information.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll definitely like the services.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let me take this honor to introduce the next speaker on stage, Dr. Arvind Kumar, EDG CRISAT, who is going to be talking on aligning ourselves to SDGs. The CRISAT's approach, I request the guest of honor to kindly speak on this. But before this, I also would like to introduce his profile. Dr. Arvind Kumar is an experienced crop scientist with more than 28 years of experience in crop improvement, trait discovery to drought tolerance, disease insect resistance, and translational research. His area of expertise includes climate resilience, nutrition, crop improvement, genomics, trait development, disease management, policy, agribusiness, market linkages, and capacity development of ICRISAT mandated crops. So I would request you to kindly enlighten the audience with your insights. Over to you, sir.
Bringing ICRISAT to this discussion. And I am certainly benefited from the talk that Dr. Chintala just delivered. But now let's move on to ascertain where we are. These are the SDGs goals, 17 SDGs goals on which we monitor how we are doing well with our efforts to ensure that everybody has a food, everybody has good nutrition, our climate change adverse effect is reducing. How we are doing? We said this in 2015, we said that we achieve it by 2030, where we are. And we have only probably 7 more years to left that we should say that we have achieved this. And I don't think that we are there. So that's what I feel, that, that genuinely we have to make more efforts than what we have put in over years to achieve these SDGs goals. Now, as an institute, ICRISAT keeps on working towards improving poverty and hunger, reducing poverty and hunger, reducing malnutrition, also reducing environmental degradation, and also we work towards the women empowerment. And in fact, but still, we have a long way to go. And what the statement that I made with the previous slide itself shows that, there are still 71 million people, who get into the extreme poverty because of the COVID-19. And also, a large part of them are in Southern Asia, 32 million, and in fact also in the sub-Saharan Africa. The same is our scenario with the malnutrition. 381 million malnourished people in Asia and 250 million malnourished people in the Africa. Now the effect of climate change, everybody talks, and we know what's happening. We felt it last week. Untimely rains devastated our crops, and those things will keep on happening. And so the climate change, the increase in temperature, the change in the pattern of the precipitation, the frequency of the drought and flood. And in fact, I never realized till I had discussion with the soil people that climate change is also affecting the soil structure, the soil properties. And so I don't know where we are going, and unless we start taking some remedial measures, I think we will have a lot of problem. ICRISAT do work towards the women empowerment, reduce gender inequality, and also empower them. We talk of equity, just not equality, but we talk of equity, provide equal opportunity to everybody. And that's where we work. Very quickly, so where we are now, if we talk of these two goals, SDGs goals, the no poverty and zero hunger, ICRISAT approach is we develop improved varieties, the high-yielding varieties. And many of you know that we work for the dryland, so our crops are the legumes and the millets. And in fact, we promote sustainable intensification, and also we build agri-businesses and integration of the social dimensions. And in fact, there are several examples. Examples are in the legumes, where we have developed somewhere around 239 varieties, improved varieties. We have which covered around 4 million hectares area. And in fact, we did work towards developing the new seed, 380,000 tons of certified seed, and 6.1 million tons of grain legumes was produced. Now, similar efforts have been made towards the millet also. And since we are celebrating the International Year of Millet in 2023, I do want to say a few things about the millet. Everybody says millets are climate resilient. Millets can be grown in the drought-prone environment. And I always argue then by saying that we are pushing millets to that corner, that you are there suitable for that area where nothing can be grown. And then when we push millet there, and when we say that, okay, we should be producing more millet, then we talk about that millet is not profitable. Now you push some crops in the corner, and when it comes to comparing the profitability, you compare it with rice and wheat, where you provide 4,000 liters of water for each kg of the rice that is produced. You provide nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, and then you compare it with the millet. So my request would be that give millet the place, the exact place, the appropriate place, if we have to have better health. Not for the millet, but for our own health. If we have to diversify our diet, if we have to to bring better health for the future. Now, we do work towards the water management, and in fact, we have worked with many of the micro watershed projects, and in fact, in the span of 4 or 5 years, we have, especially in the Bundelkhand, we have demonstrated that working on the watershed projects, we can enhance the farmers' income. The next one is towards the zero hunger, and in fact, we developed the improved varieties. For the millets, examples are the Dhan Shakti, examples for the pearl millet, examples are the Prabhani Shakti. We have recently developed the high oleic acid varieties for the groundnut. And in fact, we do work very extensively even in Telangana towards the ready-to-eat meals and snacks for the tribal women. And in fact, we have launched joint program with the Department of Tribal Welfare Telangana, and in fact, there has been a large number of beneficiaries. And in fact, we do also address the hidden hunger in Africa. And in fact, we have worked in that part of the world also with the women. Now, very quickly moving to the climate change. We all know what is happening with the climate change, especially with the environmental degradation. I don't know how many of us have realized that our soil's organic matter and organic carbon is drastically decreasing. And if we continue with the same agriculture practices that we have been doing over the last 60 years, for which we all feel proud of, that India achieved the food security, but we should also feel that, at what cost, at what amount of water that we are using, how much we have worked and devastated our soil health, and in fact, in turn, our own health. So it is high time, and we work towards both water. I put an example from the Bundelkhand, but there are several examples also from Ethiopia, where we have improved the water availability to the crop. And I tell you, the Bundelkhand, where we receive only 400 to somewhere around 800 mm of rainfall, this is an excellent example where the number of families who run away from cultivating agriculture have returned back. And in fact, now they are very happily cultivating the land. Overall, we have worked somewhere around improved 72 million hectares area. And in fact, that has come into the double cropping. And the reduction in loss has been 30 to 60%. Moving to the next one. No? Okay. I said we do work towards the gender equality, in fact, also. And in fact, we have reclaimed lands in the Niger. And in fact, this has been done very nicely by the women. In fact, women, they own 200 meters square of the land. And in fact, they made income which was equivalent to income that the men farmers make from 1 hectare of the land. We do promote women in the agribusiness, train tribal women in many of the programs, including that in Telangana. And in fact, we also work towards addressing the hidden hunger. Now, moving to our work in digital agriculture, which addresses many of the SDGs. In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India. And in fact, this is a mobile app, and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups. And in fact, it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants. And in fact, now this is available in 18 languages. And more than this has had, as of now, more than 15 million downloads. We do use GIS and remote sensing in addressing the problem of agriculture. In fact, whether this is moving towards the insurance, whether this is moving towards identifying that, which are the areas where the second crop could be achieved. The next one is towards the gender diversity. In fact, the genetic diversity. Many of you know that ICRISAT maintains a huge gene bank. We have somewhere around 129,000 germplasm sessions, and in fact, we have effectively used it. More than 1.5 million samples have been shared with the number of stakeholders, and number of varieties has been developed. In fact, this gene bank is an important source of building resilience against the climate change. So overall, ICRISAT have addressed largely, we work towards the SDGs, no poverty, zero hunger, climate action, but also the partnership, but also the gender. And in fact, we have developed many of the varieties in the pigeon pea, which has resulted in 80% rise in farmers' income in Africa. And also, there has been one Malawi seed industry development project, which resulted in 5.7 million annually from seed and grain sales. And in fact, also examples are the watershed project in Karnataka that benefited somewhere around 4.7 million farmers. There is one technology that we introduced in Africa, which is microdosing, that help farmers to get 30% increase in yield. And more than 40 varieties and hybrids of legumes which are released in Africa are under cultivation as of now. With this, once again, thanks to Dr. Kalpana and all those who are with involved with the organization of this event, and also good to be here at PJTSAU once more. Thank you very much.
Pets bring joy and companionship to their owners, but being a pet parent comes with responsibilities. Regular exercise, proper nutrition, and healthcare are important for a pet's well-being. Additionally, training and socialization are equally important. To address these issues, Hyderabad-based pet startup Pet Folk organized a pet parent get-together. Let's join the fun.
One more cute pet along with his cute, handsome pet father.
This is in the store from Banjara Hills. Almost every 2 to 3 months.
Every 2 to 3 months. So how often do you shop for yourself?
That's once a year. Only for my birthday.
Only for your birthday. Okay, so you give more importance to your pet. So it's almost 10 times about your shopping that you spend for your pet. So what do you like most in Brownie?
She never detaches from me. She always wants to stay with me. She's like my shadow. That's the thing, yeah.
So your wife is not jealous of your pet?
No, she's okay. She will scratch and shout and she'll jump on between us. मैंने सास बहू का था अभी बेटी बीवी का है.
Pets bring joy and companionship to their owners, but being a pet parent comes with responsibilities. Regular exercise, proper nutrition, and healthcare are important for a pet's well-being. Additionally, training and socialization are equally important. To address these issues, Hyderabad-based pet startup Pet Folk organized a pet parent get-together. Let's join the fun.
Energy is like from when we bought him at home for 45 days. So from that time we used to play with him morning and evening. So by that he get used to play. So when I go out and get tired, get home very tired. So when I say him that I'm tired, we won't play today, then he will be like very dull and like that. So after some time he will get the ball. So we kept his ball in such a place, like it's a very high place. So he will get the ball and brings to me, and he will say to me to throw the ball. So when I throw the ball, he will bring the ball and give it to me again. So like that he will play around half an hour, 1 hour, 1.5 hours till that. So he jumps. The specialty of his is he jumps till 6.5 feet. So my height is 6 feet, so he jumps till here. So that's like another level.
So how confident you are that Rio is going to win today's competitions?
So till now I have practiced the ball catching. So out of 10 he catches around 6 to 7 balls. So he is good. Yeah. So he's good at catching the balls.
pets bring joy and companionship to their owners. But being a pet parent comes with responsibilities. Regular exercise, proper nutrition, and healthcare are important for a pet's well-being. Additionally, training and socialization are equally important. To address these issues, Hyderabad-based pet startup Pet Folk organized a pet parent get-together. Let's join the fun.
నా పేరు మోహన్ కుమార్. నేను హైదరాబాద్ నాగోల్ నుంచి వచ్చాను. రేడియో ఎఫ్ఎంలో ఈ క్యాంపింగ్ గురించి విన్నాను. అండ్ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఐఎమ్ చాలా ఇంప్రెస్ అయ్యాను. క్యాంపింగ్ చాలా బాగా ఉన్నది. ఇక్కడ టీం వర్క్ కూడా చాలా బాగున్నది. అండ్ ఇతను నా బేబీ, దీని పేరు ఆర్చి, 7 months ఓల్డ్. ఇది జాక్ రసెల్ టెర్రర్ బ్రీడ్. అండ్ వీడు చాలా యాక్టివ్గా ఉంటాడు. వీడు ఆల్మోస్ట్ 4 feet హైట్ జంప్ చేస్తాడు, లాంగ్ జంప్ చేస్తాడు. అండ్ వీడికి చికెన్ అంటే చాలా ఇష్టం. అండ్ మట్టిలో ఆడడం ఇంకా ఇష్టం. బాగా పెట్స్ తీస్తాడు. అండ్ బాల్ అంటే చాలా మరీను. బాల్స్ విసిరినా ఎంత దూరం నుంచి అన్నా కానీ తీసుకొని వస్తాడు. అండ్ నన్ను ఎర్లీ మార్నింగ్ వచ్చేసి బై 6:30 నన్ను లేపుతాడు, వీడిని వాష్రూమ్ తీసుకెళ్ళాలి అని చెప్పేసినని. అండ్ నా ముక్కు నాకుతాడు, నా మూతి నాకుతాడు. సో ఈజ్ మై లవ్లీ పెట్. And I'm thanks to this conducting the camp here, and I'm very much impressed with all the team here. Thank you so much.
On the occasion of International Women's Day, High-Tech's Hyderabad organized Business Women Expo from 10th to 12th of March 2023. The Expo saw the participation of 225 exhibitors from 15 states. Mystartuptv spoke to few of the women entrepreneurs at the event. Listen in.
మా ప్రోడక్ట్ పేరు దాది ప్రొడక్ట్స్. మా దగ్గర గరం మసాలాస్, A to Z మసాలాస్ అన్నీ ఉన్నాయండి. అన్నీ న్యాచురల్ అండ్ ప్యూర్ అండి. డైరెక్ట్ ఫార్మర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి తీసుకొని మా దగ్గర బ్లైండింగ్ మిషనరీ అంతా కూడా ఉంది. ఇక్కడ మిషనరీస్ అన్నీ ఉన్నాయి. ఇది ఫ్యాక్టరీ వచ్చేసరికి పాశ్య మైలారంలో ఉంది. అన్నీ కూడా మేము అక్కడ ఓన్గా బ్రాండెడ్గా తీసుకొని ఒక 20 members దాకా ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళతో క్లీనింగ్ చేయించి అంతా కూడా పల్మనైజర్లో కంప్లీట్ పౌడర్స్ అన్ని చేయించి ప్యాకింగ్ చేపిస్తున్నాము. మా దగ్గర ఉన్న ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అన్నిటికీ కూడా క్వాలిఫైడ్ ఉంది. ఎలా అంటే మీరు అక్షయ పాత్ర ఫౌండేషన్స్కి, హరే కృష్ణ ఫౌండేషన్స్కి, CSDకి సప్లై చేస్తున్నాం. వాళ్ళు సప్లై తీసుకున్నారు అంటే అది క్వాలిఫికేషన్ ఉన్నది. మెయిన్లీ హింగ్ అండి. హింగ్ మా దగ్గరికి వచ్చేసరికి తజికిస్తాన్, ఆఫ్ఘనిస్తాన్ నుంచి తెప్పిస్తాము. అది బ్లెండెడ్ వైనెడ్ చేపించి వీఆర్ సెండింగ్ ఎట్ హియర్. ఇంకా చెప్పాలంటే ప్రోడక్ట్స్ అన్నీ కూడా కంప్లీట్ ఫుల్ ప్యూర్ అండ్ న్యాచురల్. మా దగ్గర పల్సెస్, గ్రోసరీ, ఫ్లవర్స్ అన్నీ ఉంటాయండి. దాంతోపాటు మసాలాస్ వచ్చేసరికి గరం మసాలా, బిర్యానీ మసాలా, చోలే మసాలా, పావుబాజీ మసాలా, కారపొడి, రెడ్ చిల్లీ పౌడరు, పసుపు పొడి, కొరియాండర్ పౌడరు, తర్వాత వచ్చేసరికేమో బిర్యానీ మసాలా, ఇంకా అన్ని మసాలాస్ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్ యాజ్ ఆమ్చూర్ పౌడర్ ఉంటుంది. తర్వాత జీరా పౌడర్ ఉంటుంది. అన్నీ కూడా గ్రైండెడ్ డైరెక్ట్ ఫార్మర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి ఏ స్పైసెస్ అయినా కూడా ఫార్మర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి డైరెక్ట్గా తీసుకొని దాన్ని కంప్లీట్ క్లీనింగ్ అండ్ ప్యూరిఫికేషన్ చేసుకున్న తర్వాత దాన్ని బ్లెండర్ చేపించి పౌడర్ డైరెక్ట్గా ప్యాక్ చేపిస్తే ప్రోడక్ట్ డిస్ట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తున్నాము. ప్రజెంట్ ఇప్పుడు మేమైతే డిస్ట్రిబ్యూటింగ్లో మాత్రం అక్షయ పాత్ర ఫౌండేషన్స్కి, అలాగే హరే కృష్ణ ఫౌండేషన్స్కి మరియు CSD ఫౌండేషన్స్, CSD వాళ్ళకి కూడా సప్లై చేస్తున్నాము. దీంతోపాటు ఇంకా మేము ఇది మీకు ప్రోడక్ట్ ఇది కంప్లీట్ రీడింగ్ తెలియాలి అంటే అమెజాన్లో ఉంది, ఫ్లిప్కార్ట్లో కూడా ఉంది. మనది వచ్చేసరికి ఫ్యాక్టరీ వచ్చేసరికి పాశ్యమల్లారంలో ఉందండి. పాశ్యమల్లారం అంటే ఇస్నాపూర్, పటాన్ చెరువు దగ్గర నుంచి వెళుతుంటే ముంబై హైవే నుంచి వెళ్తుంటే లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ ఇస్నాపూర్ వస్తుంది. దాటాక పాశ్యమల్లారం రైట్ సైడ్లో ఉంది ఫ్యాక్టరీ. ఇండస్ట్రియల్ ఏరియా అందులో ఉంది ఫ్యాక్టరీ. ఫ్యాక్టరీ పేరు వచ్చేసరికి ఓంశీల్ ఫుడ్ ప్రొడక్ట్స్ ప్రైవేట్ లిమిటెడ్. ఇది దీంతో పాటు మేము ఓంశీల్లోనే లాజిస్టిక్స్ కూడా, ఎక్స్పో, ఇన్పో కూడా రెండు, దాని ద్వారా కూడా మేము పూర్తి చేస్తున్నాం. దాది అంటే ఏంటంటే మామూలుగా తెలుగులో అమ్మమ్మ ఫుడ్ లేకపోతే నానమ్మ ఫుడ్ అంటే అందరికీ ఇది మనకి హార్ట్కి ఇది అవ్వదు. ఇప్పుడు అందరు కూడా ట్రెండీగానే ఉన్నారు. దాంతోపాటు మనం కూడా ట్రెండీగా వెళ్ళాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో నానమ్మ అన్న నాని అన్న ఏదైనా కానీ మనకి దాది అంటే గ్రాండ్ మదర్. ఆ ఉద్దేశం మీద మేము దాది అని పెట్టడం జరిగింది దీనికి.
ikkada how many of you feel that you have to work day in and day out to be successful? పిచ్చోళ్ళ కష్టపడాలి అని ఎంతమంది కనిపిస్తుంది? పర్లేదు చెప్పండి. ఆనెస్ట్గా చెప్పాలంటే ఐ ఫీల్ బ్లెస్డ్ దాట్ నేను ఇప్పటివరకు ఐ డోంట్ ఫీల్ దట్ ఒక్కరోజు కూడా కష్టపడినా అని. ఇట్స్ బీన్ అ వెరీ వెరీ ఫన్ జర్నీ. నాకు తిండి గుర్తుండదు, ఆకలేది. ఐ లవ్ మై వర్క్. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు మన టాపిక్ ఏంది? సస్టైనబిలిటీ. అండ్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ అంటే ఏంది? డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్ విచ్ ఇస్ బెటర్ ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ అండ్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి సంథింగ్ ఇన్ ద లాంగ్ రన్. అండ్ వెన్ యూ వాంట్ టు బి సక్సెస్ఫుల్, ద కీ టు దాట్ ఇస్ టు నాట్ వర్క్ ఎవ్రీ డే, టు హ్యావ్ ఫన్ ఇన్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ డే. చేసే ప్రతి పనిలో వెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ అ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఫన్, దట్స్ అ సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ దట్ యూ కెన్ హ్యావ్ ఇన్ యువర్ లైఫ్. And I was blessed ki I got to have such a thing. ఎలా అయింది అది? మీలానే కాలేజ్లో ఉండే చూస్తుండే. అండ్ వెన్ కమింగ్ టు కాలేజ్ అండ్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఇప్పుడు ఎలా అయిపోయిందంటే అన్నీ ఓవర్ నైట్ అయిపోవాలి. రిలేషన్ 1 night స్టాండ్, ఒకవేళ ఎగ్జామ్ ఉందనుకో 1 night స్టాండ్, ఏదన్నా 1 night. దట్స్ నాట్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ. That's the exact opposite of sustainability. And as Zamana poindi, being 1 night and being cool, అది పోయింది. Now what's cool, you know? Being something, a long-term thing. Doing something for the long term. ఇప్పుడు టెంపరీ ఫన్ వస్తుంది, బట్ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ అందరు కలిసి గ్రో అవ్వాలి అంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు సపోర్ట్ ఈచ్ అదర్. ఇప్పుడు ఇలా నేను మాట్లాడగలుగుతున్నానంటే బ్యాక్ వెన్ ఐ వాజ్ ఇన్ కాలేజ్, అప్పుడు నన్ను ఎవరో పట్టుకొని పర్లేదు మాట్లాడని నెట్టుంటారు కదా, అది ఎవ్వరు? నా ఫ్రెండే. ఇప్పుడు మీరు వెన్ యూ కమ్ అలాంగ్ విత్ ఈచ్ అదర్, ఐ మీన్ పుష్ ఈచ్ అదర్, అప్పుడే కదా ఆ లెవెల్లో గ్రో అవుతారు మీరు. ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? అయితే ఏం చేయాలి? యూ హ్యావ్ టు గ్రో టుగెదర్ సస్టైనబుల్లీ. And now in 2020s, we are realizing the importance of eating organic. And ఆర్గానిక్గా తినడానికి చూస్తున్నాము, బట్ వెజిటబుల్స్ గురించి అంత ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ ఎంతమంది నాన్ వెజ్ తింటారు? ఓ వావ్, పక్కా హైదరాబాద్ అనిపిస్తుంది ఇప్పుడు. ఎంతమంది నాటుకోడి తింటారు? awesome. సో బ్యాక్ వెన్ ఇన్ని ఒక 40-50 yearsగా వీ అండర్స్టూడ్ ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్గానిక్ అండ్ వీఆర్ ఈటింగ్ ఆర్గానిక్. బట్ మన చికెన్ తింటున్నాము, రైట్? చాలా ఇష్టంగా తింటాము, KFC కానీ ఏదైనా ఇలా తింటాము. బట్ ఆర్ వి క్వశ్చనింగ్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్, ఈజ్ దట్ ద రైట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ చికెన్? అది ఆర్గానిక్కా కాదా అని. ఎలా పెరిగింది, ఎందుకు పెరిగింది? నార్మల్ ఒక నాటుకోడి పెరగడానికి 120 days పడుతుంది, రైట్? ఇప్పుడు మనం తినే వైట్ కోడి, ఇట్స్ బీయింగ్ గ్రోన్ ఇన్ జస్ట్ అ స్పాన్ ఆఫ్ 30 days. 120 ఎక్కడ, 30 ఎక్కడ? ద హ్యూజ్ డిఫరెన్స్, రైట్? So that's what we are trying to revolutionize over here. Many things that we do today are not headed in a sustainable direction. ఎప్పుడైతే I understood the importance of it, ఏదైతే benefits కనిపించాయో, when I saw all those things, I was really taken aback. And the ఏ వేలో అయితే మనం ఇప్పుడు చికెన్ కన్జ్యూమ్ చేస్తున్నామో and what's happening, when I thoroughly understood that, I decided to do something about this. And that's when we started revolutionizing the chicken consumption of India. And here we have taken few initial steps and we are growing further. If we see, ఇవాళ మనం సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ గురించి మాట్లాడుతున్నాం, అండ్ హియర్ ఇట్స్ సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ వర్సెస్ ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ అనేది ఐ saw it somewhere. But the reality is sustainable growth and profitability, it's not reverse. Everything బిజినెస్ అంటేనే ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ, ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? అండ్ సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ అండ్ ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ, సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్లోనే ఇంకెక్కువ ప్రాఫిటబిలిటీ ఉంది. Sustainability is one thing that's present in our lifestyle. Man nammi man cheseti. It's not just about the business that we do or the idea that we have, but it's a kind of life that we want to live. And when we have that thought process, whatever we touch, whatever we do, it will translate into the same thing. It's my genuine experience. When I met Mr. Vijay sir, AGAP CEO, when I met Kalpana Shastri ma'am, the kind of work that they are doing, ఈ వేళ మాకంటే ఘోరంగా కష్టపడుతున్నారు. నేను ఎప్పుడు అసలు అనుకోవాలి ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో కష్టపడుతూ పనిచేస్తారని, ఎప్పుడు అంటే ఆ పిచ్చితో పనిచేస్తారని ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు. వెన్ ఐ మెట్ దిస్ పీపుల్, ఇట్ వాస్ టోటలీ ఇన్ దట్ డైరెక్షన్. అండ్ ఐ ఫీల్ దట్ యూ గైస్ ఆర్ రియలీ లక్కీ. If you really want to have fun every day of your life, I strongly suggest you to pursue your entrepreneurial spirit. ఏదైతే మీకు స్టార్ట్ చేయాలందో, when you have to do something of your own, you have to channelize your energy in that direction. And ఇక్కడ మీకు channelize చేసుకోవడానికి you have the best of best resources available. After starting my journey, ఒక 1 year తర్వాత I'm at AGAP. But you have that opportunity even before starting. మీరు జస్ట్ ఒక స్టెప్ ఇలా ముందటికి ఇస్తున్నా అంటే దే ఆర్ ప్రెజెంట్ విత్ యూ. దట్స్ ది కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ దట్ యూ హ్యావ్, అండ్ దట్ కెన్ టోటలీ చేంజ్ ది అవుట్కమ్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ లైక్ టు డూ. The best thing that I got in college was exposure. ఇప్పుడు పీపుల్ మే ఫీల్, ఆర్ ఎస్పెషల్లీ అస్, ఈ ఏజ్ గ్రూప్లో ఉండి వీ కెన్ ఫీల్ దాట్ ఇప్పుడు ఇఫ్ యూ స్టార్ట్ అ బిజినెస్ ఆఫ్ పర్స్యూ యువర్ ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూరల్ జర్నీ, వీ విల్ బీ డీవియేటింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ అవర్ స్టడీస్ ఆర్ ఇట్ విల్ ఎఫెక్ట్ ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ జాబ్ ఆపర్చునిటీస్ దట్ వీ వాంట్ ఆర్ ఎనీథింగ్ లైక్ దట్. బట్ ద రియాలిటీ ఇస్, ఇప్పుడు మీ దగ్గర ఒక జాబ్ చేసే సత్తా ఉంది. సెకండ్, యూ హ్యావ్ అ పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ గివింగ్ 100 jobs to people. దీంట్లో రెండిట్లో ఏది బెటర్? ఒక పర్సన్ ఒక కంపెనీ మిమ్మల్ని హైర్ చేయాలని చూస్తున్నా, వాట్ విల్ దే సీ? మీ దగ్గర మీరు ఒక్కళ్ళు వెళ్ళి వర్క్ చేస్తే ఇస్ ఇట్ ఫైన్, ఆర్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ద పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ ఇంకొక 100 మందితో పని చేపిస్తూ ఇన్స్పైర్ చేస్తూ వాళ్ళు ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తుంటే, విచ్ పొటెన్షియల్ ఇస్ బెటర్? సెకండ్ వన్, రైట్? అండ్ దట్స్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఆపర్చునిటీ దట్ యూర్ గెటింగ్ ఇన్ యువర్ కాలేజ్ డేస్. నేను కాలేజ్లో ఉన్నప్పుడే స్టార్టెడ్ మై ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ జర్నీ. నేను కాలేజ్లో ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ మాత్రమే వట్టి చదివిన. సెకండ్ ఇయర్ నుంచి కంప్లీట్గా స్టార్టెడ్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరింగ్ ఆల్ ది ఆపర్చునిటీస్. అండ్ ద బిజినెస్ దట్ యూఆర్ సీయింగ్ నౌ, మై ఏజ్ ఇస్ 25 అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ మై 6th business. This being the 6th business, how did it happen? Because I started early. I got the chances to do mistakes from my college life itself. And adi mottam growth change ayindi. And that's exactly the kind of opportunity you got. And always remember, sustainability over here is not just a choice, but it has become a mandate over here. And it's not just a way of seeing the future, but it's a way of living our entire life. Okay, so I want you all who are present over here to not just listen and గుర్తుపెట్టి మర్చిపోవడం కాదు. I also want you to inspire others. Share the things that you received from here. Share it on social media. కావాలంటే నన్ను ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, కంటే చికెన్ కొని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, యాగబ్ని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి. That's the way people will know that you're onto something.
Dr. Vipan with her. She is the chairman and the CEO of IKP Knowledge Park, and she's developed the first life science research park in India in Hyderabad. And she's pioneered a hardware product incubator and makerspace IKP Eden in Bangalore, and she works with Indian and global partners to nurture and fund over 700 innovation projects and early startups. Such a pleasure to have you here, ma'am. You've been my favorite for a really long time, along with Dr. Kalpana, of course. And she's actually always been an woman achiever for me, and she has also got this recognition in 2017 by Asia One Business magazine and Woman of the Decade in Life Sciences, well deserved. And after brief stints as an engineering faculty at BITS Pilani, she took over the freelance science writer for children, but I think it's her passion towards research and looking at innovation and getting innovation to the market space is something that drives her presence and her work throughout. She's just returned from a sojourn in Sikkim. So over to you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And while we have her here today, she's going to be talking about navigating innovation, maze in life sciences and agri for technology basket. Over to you, Dr. Vipan.
Think 20 platform, and Dr. Tadas is here. I don't see Kalpana, but I'm sure we can discuss this with Kalpana. What would be that communique at the end of our presidency, and what does agriculture, the task force 6 of Think 20 would talk about? Is there anything through this sideline event that can go into building that communique? I thought if we have to talk of agri-food systems, 5 or 6 things come to my mind. One is the dichotomy between the aspiration of producers versus needs of consumers. Consumers need good quality food and agri products at affordable prices. Producers, farmers, they want their products to be profitable. So there is this inherent dichotomy that can startups and innovation solve a problem like this. The second thing that strikes me is demographics. You know, I was reading a paper and I see that in UK, for every farmer of 40 years age, there are 3 farmers that are of age 65, which means, and there are other data, I'm not going to get into those data. I don't have the Indian data though. And that basically says that is agriculture on the whole an aging industry. When I say aging industry, I mean that are young people interested in agriculture or not? Is there a way through innovation we can actually get more younger people into agriculture? In India, of course, we know probably that's still not true. There are a lot of people in agriculture, but is it by choice or because there are no other opportunities available to them? Can we actually create opportunities through new innovations? The third thing that strikes me is that the environmental concerns, huge climate change concerns and so on and so forth, and the economics and profit that drives agriculture and livestock farming and so on and so forth. Where is the balance? Can innovation bring in that balance? Through technology, through new ways of looking into it, can we actually bring about a balance. And I was seeing that actually industrial farm pollution is a large issue and a large problem. When I say industrial farm pollution, I can give you an example, and I'm not only talking of India because this is a G20 sideline event. I'll talk of the member states also. Spain, there's data that the pig manure that comes from all industries actually contributes to 50% of their land and water pollution. That is huge. So how do we deal with industrial farm pollution? I saw a technology that there is this for poultry, there's a raking system that they've made. I don't remember the name of the startup, which basically is churning the soil so that, and it's done every day, so that the excreta gets mixed, and after 45 days, he said, they'll change the soil. So I think we need to think of new technologies that actually can work with small farmers and mid-sized farms. Environmental concerns, of course, everyone has talked about. I'm not going to deal with that. But the other thing that really bothers me, or when I was reading, it's bothering me, because we deal with innovations. And when we deal with innovations, we very well know the position of India in the Global Innovation Index. And Mr. Ragnekar referred to it. We are 40. In 2022, we are ranked 40. A startup Blink index for startup, as a startup index, India is ranked 19th. So it means that we are more entrepreneurial than innovators. In SDG, Indian 2022 rank is 121. Where is the problem? Does it mean that SDG, because we are talking of reach to SDGs, how do we actually, through innovation and this maze of innovation that the topic I've been given, how do we say that, how do we reconcile with the fact that we are 19th in startup ranking and 121 in SDG ranking? Does it mean that startups and innovations have nothing to do with SDGs? It just lies with the government to have, it's completely policy driven? Or is it that the innovation community and the startup community is not talking to the policymakers to make this happen? Is there a way? I think what Mr. Ragnekar spoke about, AgriStack, is a great way to help, because I know how financial inclusion has changed our ranking. And this is not about ranking, this is about well-being. Ranking is just to say where India is positioned vis-a-vis other countries. And if you look at, again, our G20 nations, in SDGs, some of the top 1, 2, 3 are all, I think, Sweden, Finland, and some others. We are 120. I have to ask, of all the nations, have we mapped where the SDGs are? And India, I think the focus, I was reading a Niti Aayog report, our focus, except for the three SDGs, we are there, we are mapping state by state all the SDG goals. Where are we slipping? Where are we not able to cope up? Is there a concerted effort to bring startups and innovations through, because agriculture is a focus area here, so agriculture and sustainability, can we actually see how we can impact SDG through innovations in agri-food systems and sustainability? If we cannot do that, we will completely fail in saying that India is a startup nation. We are third in terms of number of startups. What are these startups doing if you cannot impact life? Because SDG is one of the acknowledged ways of measuring how we are doing as a nation in terms of providing all citizens the benefits of development. If we are unable to link innovation and our startup ecosystem to SDGs, we would fail. So what I've done through this little bit of talk is to raise questions. The idea is not to be talking about IKP or what we do or what we have done. The purpose for me today is to raise questions about what we can do to work with our innovation ecosystem to make agri-food systems, sustainability, and SDGs, these three things that have been the topic of our conversation today. How do we bring in startups into it? I am aware of at least 30 or 40 startups working in these areas. Is that a good number? We spoke of 3,000 startups in the agri-food systems in India. And Dr. Chintala mentioned 50 of them are doing good. The rest of them are 1 to 2 crores of revenue. It's not about revenue. It is about the impact that you are able to make. And my question would be, I would map all those 50 that are really doing well and try to map them to SDGs and see whether there is an impact that is possible. I'm not going to take more time because I know there are startups in this session who would actually tell you about what impact they're doing in terms of agri-food system. And I see Manoj sitting here. So we would hear from them. Absolute is here, Shivam. But it's important to understand that the link between innovators in the agri-food system and SDGs. And if we can do a good mapping before our maybe the September communique or when we hand over the presidency, if there is a way to bring out a report on this, I'm not saying it's about where India stands and what we can do as kind of policy references for all the G20 member states. It varies a lot, but I think we need to talk about innovation and agri-food systems and what are the best practices.
My attention the most, being a part of the startup ecosystem, was looking at measuring the impact of startups to the SDG goals, especially when they have managed to come to a stage of being able to sustain themselves. How are they really impacting? I think that would be a great metric. So for all the ecosystem enablers out here, probably that could be another parameter that we add. Thank you so much, Dr. Dipanvita. Could I share a token of my affection for you?
I would also like to request Dr. Sudhir Kumar Garu, Registrar and Director of AgHub, to kindly come on stage and give us insights.
It's my pleasure to be here for this inaugural session on the workshop Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating
the Sustainable Developmental Goals. As you all know, this is the year that India takes G20 as presidency, where there are several engagement groups like B20, T20, C20, etc. In tune with this broad thinking, we at PJTSU saw an opportunity for conducting this one-day workshop. So thanks to Tadas as well as Kalpana Shastri for making this workshop. So thank you, sir. And here we are in this inaugural session. Professor Jaishankar Telangana Agriculture University was established in 2014. It is the youngest agriculture university in the country, and it aims to become a center of excellence and one-stop destination for agriculture entrepreneurship encompassing education, research and extension with all its faculties, farmers and rural communities towards greener prosperity and to create, foster and present to the world entrepreneurs who will strive to work for ecological and nutritional balanced future for the state, country and the world at large. The university has established AgHub, a Section 8 committee in hub and spokes model, where the hub is at Hyderabad and the spokes are at rural innovation centers. And the main aim is to encourage agri-food startups and aspiring student entrepreneurs. The rural innovation spokes promote rural entrepreneurship among the farmers, rural youth, rural women, and FPOs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of Telangana. So we are very much thankful to Dr. Chintala Garu for your financial support for this establishing the AgHub at the university. So till date, AgHub has nurtured more than 45 plus food and agri startups, more than 1,500 decision thinkers, 500 plus ideas, more than 10 rural enterprises, 20 grantees, more than 2 seed-funded startups, and impacting the lives of more than 5,000 farmers in the state. This workshop provides platform to propose process, pathways, and interventions needed to unlock the potential of innovation in agriculture and scaling up with inclusiveness. The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors. These solutions would resolve the common challenges of all the G20 countries, such as food insecurity, gaps in global value chain, crop productivity due to climate change, and employment generation. This workshop, engaging with all the stakeholders, policymakers, academia, innovators, incubator fraternity in this region, and farmer is the ideal platform for understanding the needs, blocks, challenges, and a balanced economic growth and sustainable development. What we needed is the major 4 efforts, that is sustainable environment, sustainable production, sustainable nutrition, and sustainable livelihood. The government, private sector, and all the stakeholders need to collaborate and maintain harmony with nature, address inequality, create resilient, sustainable global value chains. The collaborating of this ecosystem players is perhaps the first step in this direction. Research Innovation System for Developing Countries and its Global Development Center and IKP Knowledge Park is a clear sign of putting it into right practice. Sir, we warmly acknowledge the presence of Gareth Owens for his interest and sparing his time to be with us today. We would be happy to explore more linkages in future, especially with research and academic programs of this university. Having Dr. Chintala as a keynote speaker in today's session sets the tone for the theme of this workshop. Sir, truly your support, guidance, especially in the area of innovation-led pathways and building agri-entrepreneurs in this part of the country has been path-breaking, and university truly acknowledges your inspiring and leadership role. We are also thankful to Dr. Arvind Kumar, our friend and supporter of PJTSU. Sir, your presence is indicative how both global, national, and local programs work together in agri-food sectors. The approach of ICRISAT in imbibing the Sustainable Developmental Goals into its program is worth emulating and a useful model. We all look forward to hear you from this about your experiences. So with these few words, I once again take this opportunity to welcome you all to all this green campus and look forward for fruitful deliberations in this one-day workshop. So thank you one and all.
I work in an NGO called Seva Bharat. It's a larger umbrella that is supporting entrepreneurs and micro entrepreneurs that are basically women in 18 states of India currently. So we have right now entrepreneurs from 3 states of India. We have from Bihar, then Ladakh, and then Gujarat. My role, I work as a business associate. I help micro entrepreneurs to plan their business, make a business plan. And I am closely associated with the farmer producer company in Bihar. So currently we have all farmers with us. All of these women are farmers. So by now the farmers who are from Bihar, what they are doing is, so now agriculture cannot be done single-handedly, like only based on harvesting. We need to incorporate animal husbandry into it. So we are promoting integrated farming. What the Behan, like this is Urmila Behan, she is a board of director of Karn Bhumi Farmer Producer Company. So what her farmer producer company does is they provide better quality crops to the farmers, like the seeds also. And then they do cultivation in groups, like the same variety of seed is cultivated by a group of people so that they can sell the harvest together. So that's what they are doing. So we have all, like her company has already done the paddy sale last year of up to 70 metric ton, like all women organization. And they have earned the revenue of up to 8 lakh from that sale. Also, they are working in perishable products like sponge guard and have done a sale of up to 2 lakh in sponge guard. So that is her work mainly. This one is Sadhana. She is working in a goat rearing center. So what they are doing is they are promoting farmers to have goats, to adopt goats and then rear them, do the farming of goats. So firstly, they made a group of farmers and then taught them what are the benefits of having a goat. Then they are also research based. They are supported by the research organization, which help them provide the medicines also. So Bakri ke doctor, they are making goat doctors. They have a group of women who are treating goats by going to the homes of the farmer. They are providing vaccines, injection and everything that reduce the mortality rate. They have they have shareholders, members of to 16,000 in Bihar. So that many women, so you can imagine the scale they are working on. Yes, so they have made this new product. This is called the goat milk soap, Gotik, they have named it. And we have already, this is just started 6 months before, and we have already sold 5,000 soaps. And we are out of stock currently, people are asking for it. Yeah. We can move further to the Behan. She is from Ladakh. So she is a apricot farmer herself, and she's making different products from apricot, like apricot oil, juice, and different sorts of products. So this is she's bringing farm products to table directly. There is no middleman involved in the process. So she is getting the margin, or the farmer who is producing it is getting the margin out of the product. So that is something that Seva is promoting, eliminating the middleman, and the producer is getting the right price for the harvest. And then this Ben is from Rudy, from Gujarat. So Rudy is a well-known enterprise of Gujarat. They are making everything you can find in a kitchen. Anything you will say, they are making it, they are packaging it, and they are selling it. So their business is a little developed than the others. They are also available on the online platforms, and they are a profitable enterprise. They are making a sale of in crores. So I mean there are many numbers is difficult. So we make members and we support all our members in whatever capacity we can. We also work on their social status, their economic status. So the logo, the motto of Seva is Swabhilamban and Purna Rozgar, getting employment for women for 365 days. So that's what we are aiming at. And to increase her social status, to increase her status in a family, she can also make decisions in her family. So those types of, formalizing the informal economy, that's what we are working on.
The discussions are indeed very crucial for the TF6 as they form important part pointers as we are engaged in developing a policy document for the T20 and G20. Particularly, we could voice the models emerging in this geography of the country. With this brief introduction, I request Mr. G.A. Tardas, the chair of TF6, to come and brief on what is the task force.
In this August gathering, discuss on the sustainable solutions in agriculture. And I'm indeed thankful to collaborate with the Global Development Center RIS, of which I am also a part RIS, and the Professor Jai Shankar, Telangana State University Agriculture, then FCDO UK government, Ag Hub. In fact, we were going through the some innovation stalls which are put up when we were entering. It was indeed a good learning experience for me. We were thinking of how we should have a sustainable agriculture, and then I could see that we are indeed progressing towards that path. I did not know much about what sustainable solutions are available. We keep talking, in academic and research that we should be doing this or that. But today I could see that it is happening on the ground. That is indeed a very heartening development. As you know that G20 Task Force 6 is one of the very critical task forces dealing with the pathways to the Agenda 2030, where we are discussing the progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Under that, there are very important sub-themes which are defined, and one of the sub-themes is on the sustainable agriculture, climate smart agriculture. There are important, other sub-themes relating to gender equities, women-led development, health, one health approach to all mankind, and then we have blue economy, water conservation, and then we have the gender biodiversity, gender equity, and then ultimately we need to discuss on these themes so that we arrive at some suggestions, recommendations which we can forward to the G20 deliberations, so that the views and the suggestions that are put forth in these various important events are deliberated in the G20 summit as well. And hopefully that we'll be able to make some recommendations in the final declaration that may come at the end of the India G20 presidency in November. I don't think, because we are already running late, I understand, I will not take much of your time. We have a full day long to go through various important topics, and I am sure that we will be able to come out with important suggestions and policy recommendations. We have galaxy of experts who will be addressing all of us, and we look forward to a very fruitful discussions day long. And thank you once again all of you, and I thank again the collaborators for this very important event. Thank you.
नमस्ते जूले, मेरा नाम छुरुल है। मैं लद्दाख से आया हूँ। मैं फूड प्रोसेस का काम करती हूँ। मैं 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबाकथुन जूस, जाम, एब्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है। हमारे लद्दाख में 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, एक ले और करगिल। 21 सेंटर चलता है। अभी हमारे बहन 3000 ये फूड प्रोसेस का काम करता है, 2000 टेलरिंग का काम करता है, 2000 वीविंग का काम करता है। हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा। पहले हमारे बहन लोग कमरे से बाहर भी नहीं निकलता, अभी हम लोग अपने हाथ से खुद कमाई करके अपना इनकम एक बहन का 3-4 हज़ार मिलता है। लद्दाख में भी बिकता है, इंडिया में भी अभी ऑर्डर आता है सर, क्योंकि ये ऑयल तो आज का ऑर्गेनिक है, हम सब बहन मिल के हाथ से बनाता है जी। ये क्रीम के लिए भी अच्छा है। ये जूस आजकल कोरोना आया ना, उस टाइम तो डॉक्टर लोग बोल रहे ये कोरोना के लिए दवाई है बोल के, हम तो 500-600 बैरल का डिमांड भी आता है सर। अभी हमारा सोच है ये ऑनलाइन भी भेजेगा, सोच रहे हैं सर।
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम साधना है और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं, और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है। तो अब जो बहन रख रही है ब्रीड, उसमें उसको झुंड बढ़ रहा है, उसका ब्रीड बढ़ रहा है, उससे वो सेल कर रही है तो उससे उसको फ़ायदा हो रहा है। और उसके बाद उसके पास जो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो उससे हम लोग अभी हाल ही में मतलब 6 महीने पहले से साबुन बनाना स्टार्ट किए हैं। और वो साबुन हम लोग का ये गोट मिल्क साबुन जो बनाते हैं उसमें गोट मिल्क रहता है और पाम ऑयल रहता है, कोकोनट ऑयल रहता है, फ्रेगनेंस रहता है। फ्रेगनेंस हम लोग अभी वेनिला और लेमन ग्रास का यूज़ कर रहे हैं। तो इसका हम लोग जब स्टार्टिंग किए थे बनाना तो 3 मंथ जो हम लोग बनाए तो उसमें 3 मंथ जो बनाए तो हम लोग पहले खुद में ही ट्राई किए तो उसका फीडबैक अच्छा रहा। फिर हम लोग बहन को गाँव में दिए, गांव से फिर जब फीडबैक पूछे तो वहाँ से भी अच्छा रहा। अब तो ये कंटिन्यू बहन लोग का डिमांड है कि दी हम लोग के पास जब ब्रीड बढ़ गया है तो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो ये गोट मिल्क हम लोग से आप कंटिन्यू लेते रहिए ताकि ये हम लोग का चलता रहे और ये मेरा साइड इनकम हो जाएगा। ये विचार हमारे सेवा में एक आए थे भैया, SBI फेलो से थे वो, तो उन्होंने ये सारा प्रक्रिया खोज के निकाला। उसके बाद हम लोग को प्रशिक्षण दिए, उसके बाद उससे फिर हम लोग प्रशिक्षण लिए और वो अभी हम लोग दिसंबर महीने से कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनका कुछ ही दिन मतलब 1 साल का उनका टाइम था जो कि उनका बीत चुका था। तो वो लोग हम लोग को प्रशिक्षण दे के चले गए और दिसंबर महीने से अभी तक हम लोग 5,000 साबुन बना चुके हैं और सेल कर चुके हैं और इससे बहन लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा हो रहा है। अगले 5 साल में हम यही करना चाहेंगे कि अगर ये गोट मिल्क चल गया तो इससे बहन को भी बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा होगा और हमको भी फ़ायदा होगा, क्योंकि हम जो कमा रहे हैं उससे हमसे जो छोटे भाई बहन हैं उसमें उसको हम पढ़ाई में पैसा देते हैं और उसमें मम्मी को भी मदद होता है और क्या, और बहन को भी फ़ायदा हो रहा है इसमें, क्योंकि उससे जो हम दूध ले रहे हैं वो 200 रुपया लीटर ले हैं और अगर 1 महीने होता है तो 1 महीने में उसका 6,000 रुपया है, जो कि एक बिहार की बहन के लिए बहुत बड़ा रकम होता है।
Let me now take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Gareth Wyn Owen, Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission. His role includes promoting business and trade talks, strengthening scientific and education cooperation, and working with partners and tackle climate change and ensure a transition to clean and sustainable growth. So we look forward to have your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here today, and I'm really pleased that we, the UK government, can support such an important day's discussion. Thank you all. Thank you to all our partners. There are many of you. We really appreciate your support bringing together this day of discussion, and we're really pleased to be working with you all on some of these key development and SDG priorities, especially in the area of agriculture. I think we'll all agree delivering on the SDGs are the most important to-do list that is facing mankind at this moment in time. And it's really important that we all work together on a number of key issues. Key issues such as sustainable agricultural production, global food supply, to ensure everyone around the world, everyone, all of us, have access to nutritious meals. We also need to look at the underlying drivers of food insecurity. How do we tackle such an important issue? And I certainly believe we also need to look at issues such as how do we utilize research, innovation, and new ways of working to ensure food reaches the most vulnerable across our globe. I think we can all agree there's enough food out there. How do we ensure everyone enjoys what most of us in this room do? And I certainly believe what's important is collaboration. Governments, businesses, civil society, universities. So it's great that today, across the discussions and in this room right now, we have agricultural professionals, we have innovators, we have people representing businesses, investments, students, and policymakers, to name a few. And I believe that is vital if we really want to accelerate how we are going to tackle the SDGs going forward. Because it's important we do not lose focus on the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. Together, we all must tackle and deliver on the SDGs. It is vital for us all, whether you live in the richest country in the world or the poorest. Because for the SDGs, it's important because our planet needs us to deliver on the SDGs. The population of the world needs us to deliver on the SDGs. And I certainly hope from the discussions today will come out an actionable framework which will help accelerate delivery towards the SDGs and sustainable agriculture and tackling global food insecurity. Because I think you'll all agree, and that's probably why we're all here today, that the most important thing for the SDGs is that no one is left behind. And I certainly believe, and I certainly know, that we have it in us to achieve that, but we all must work together to do that. So thank you very much for organising this day. I believe, and from what I've seen already in the discussions I've had, it will be very successful, and I look forward to seeing the results. So thank you again for all our partners. It will be a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अनसुया है। मैं अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ और मेरा गांव का नाम नाज है, तालुका दोस्त जिला अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ मैं। और मैं सेवा में 2002 से ज्वाइंट हुई हूँ। 2002 से ज्वाइंट नहीं थी तब मेरी परिस्थिति बहुत गंभीर थी। जैसे कि मैं पशुपालन काम कर रही थी और एक कैद मजदूर बहन थी। जब मैं नई सेवा में जुड़ी थी तब मैं घर से बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, बहुत मुश्किल काम था। लेकिन जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी तब मेरा बहुत सारा शक्ति विकास हुआ। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी बाद में मैं बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग ली है। जैसे कि फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग ली, तो फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग के लिए रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग ली। रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं रूढ़ी बहन बन गई और रूढ़ी बहन बनने के बाद मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ सीखने के लिए मिली कि जो हमारा जो किसान भाई था वो बाज़ार में जाते थे तो वो बचौटिया थे, वो सब चीज़ पूरे कम दाम में ले लेते थे। लेकिन जब सेवा से जुड़ी ट्रेनिंग ली तब हमें पता चला कि हम पूरे बाज़ार से जुड़े, बचौटिया को निकाल के पूरे बाज़ार के जाएंगे तो हम पूरे दाम में हमें पूरे के पूरे दाम मिलेंगे। बाद में हमारा वो सेवा का एक प्रतिनिधि चुना, वो गांव-गांव में जाके किसानों को समझाता है कि क्वालिटी पसंद करता है, कि कैसी क्वालिटी, जो अच्छी क्वालिटी हो तो पूरा दाम मिलते हैं। बाद में बहनों को भी ट्रेनिंग देते हैं रूढ़ी की कि कैसे प्रोसेसिंग करना है, कैसे साफ़ सफाई करना है, कैसे पैकेजिंग करना है। तो हमारी जो सेवा में जुड़ी हुई बहन है वो उन लोगों को भी उन्हीं का गुजरान चलाने के लिए आमदनी मिलती है। बाद में मैंने फूड प्रोसेसिंग में बेकरी की ट्रेनिंग ली। मैं अभी बेकरी शेफ़ हूँ, तो बेकरी में भी अलग अलग प्रकार के कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ। पर जब बाहर बेकरी में मैदा की चीज़ मिलती है, जो मैदा हम खाते हैं तो हमारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत हानिकारक है, तो मैं मैदे से हटाकर मैं गेहूं के आटे में से सब चीज़ बनाती हूँ। जैसे कि अलग अलग प्रकार का कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ, पाव, बन, ब्रेड, पिज़्ज़ा बेज। क्या कि ये नए जनरेशन में सब लोग बाहर के पिज़्ज़ा खाते हैं, तो पिज़्ज़ा बेस भी मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बनाती हूँ। और अलग अलग चॉकलेट्स भी बनाती हूँ, क्रीम रोल भी बनाती हूँ, खारी अलग अलग प्रकार से बनाती हूँ। वो सब मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बेकरी की प्रोडक्ट भी बना। पहला मेरी आमदनी बहुत कम थी। जब मैं घर में काम कर रही थी मेरे को 1000 और 1500 मिलते थे। जब मैं बेकरी सेफ हो गई तो तब मेरी आमदनी 15,000 से 18,000 मेरी हो गई है। इसीलिए सेवा इज़ ग्रेट, सेवा इज़ माई मदर।
India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, formerly known as Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub PJTSAU Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
दो 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज़। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एप्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबकथुन जूस, जाम, एप्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है।
बिहार भागलपुर से हूँ और मैं 2018 में सेवा में जुड़ी हूँ। उसके बाद 2016 में सेवा से जुड़ी हूँ और 2018 में मेरे कर्णभूमि कंपनी का गठन हुआ है। उसमें हम लोग अपना बिजनेस शुरू किए हैं, जैसे कि सब्जी, गेहूँ, धान, मक्का। इसमें मतलब बीज भी बेचते हैं। उसके बाद जो खरीद होता है उसे धान, गेहूँ, मक्का खरीद कर अपना सेल करते हैं। तो उसमें अगले यानी कि 21 और 22 में हम लोग लगभग 1,32,000 का सेल किए।
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं। और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही हैं उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है।
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building an enabling ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed, and all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
AgHub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub PJTSAU Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi, and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
Coming to sustainable development goals, NABARD is not new to this. Maybe yes, these goals have been outlined and how one has to achieve by 2030, whether it is no poverty, hunger, gender equality, so on and so forth. I think in 90% of the sustainable development goals, NABARD has always been a part of it, and it has been spearheading the entire program across the country.
2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, సిబాక్థోన్ జ్యూస్, జామ్, ఐబ్రికోట్ జ్యూస్ बनाता है।
నా పేరు శ్రీజ, నేను గద్వాల్ జిల్లాలోని చింతలకుంట గ్రామానికి చెందుతాను. ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రస్తుతం ఇంటర్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ చదువుతున్నాను. నేను వచ్చేసి శ్రీజ గ్రీన్ గెలాక్సీ ఒక స్టార్టప్ను స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. దాంట్లో భాగంగా నేను ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ ग्राउंडनट शेल तोटी तैयार చేశాను.
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं. वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं. GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही हैं उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है.
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building and enabling an ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed, and all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
AgHub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. AgHub, an agri-innovation hub of Professor Jaya Shankar Telangana State Agricultural University, organized an innovative workshop in Hyderabad on March 17, 2023. The workshop was titled Gen Y, the Game Changers and Challengers. This feature gives glimpses of the event and josh with which youth participated.
story of the conditions, particularly the medical conditions.
Right. See, AI as a model would only have access to the data that you give it. So, in case if you have any confidential information, so to expose it to AI, before exposing it to AI, your personal identifier PII data, before giving it to the AI, you should have certain processes or internal to your IT team that this data should be masked all the time. You have to ensure that your data is secured within your organization before giving it to the before using that data to the model. In fact, even in banking industry also, in case if models are being built, models are not given with any confidential information. Models are given with masked data or encrypted data. It ensure that the data engineer or data scientist would ensure that data is already masked and PII data is not available, and data scientist will not accept any data if it is not masked or which is not encrypted. So thus checks are being done in real-time industry.
I do agree with that, but there is a background story to it on the health HL7 platforms and Mirth, which is also involved into it. Don't we feel that we have to again mask the complete platform before it gets exposed properly and what are the threats?
Having said anything, ethics are something that is our top priority of an AI model. In case if we find that anything there is a threat to the basic necessities of an human, then definitely it has to be uphold for a while until we think of a solution for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we'll move on to the next.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable info presentation on AI. Moving ahead, I now welcome Mr. Saurabh Roy, Vice President of Engineering and Machine Learning, Data Foundry, for his keynote on unified data analytics. So, Mr. Saurabh Roy is currently the Vice President Engineering and Machine Learning in Data Foundry. He has over 23 years of experience in life sciences and healthcare. Saurabh Roy has worked for the past decade as an enterprise architect and is well versed in AWS, Azure, and GCP. He was previously with Paraxel, HP, and Philips before joining Data Foundry. So, please.
Good morning, everyone here. So I'll try my best to keep you awake as much as possible. Today I'll probably talk about unified data analytics and platform. Can you turn on? So unified data analytics, why data? What is the focus here in unified data analytics? It's a data. Focus on data. Traditionally, they always wanted your money. Now they want your data. From anybody who's calling up to sell you anything, if they get nothing, they still want your data. So data is gold, right? So I think we have plenty of jargons in the industry. I will also try to bring perspective to some of the jargons. But unified data analytics, I think it's a fairly self-explainable term. So you have data and then you're trying to unify it and get analytics on top of it. So let's see what is the need for unification. Okay, so I think a lot of people might have seen this. Traditionally, we started with 4 Vs, 5 Vs, and now we have 6 Vs and 7 Vs finally. So I'm not going to go through each of them, but this is fairly common. You can Google. I'll go through some of them, which probably will resonate with most of you here. So these are the challenges with the data. that we deal with. The first is variety. So data happens in silos. It happens in your line of business applications. It is happening on social media and probably everywhere that you touch. And then they're happening in different shapes and forms. They're happening in databases of your applications. They are happening in as tweets on Twitter. They're happening as posts on Facebook. The whole documents, if you consider office documents, PDFs, you talk about audio, video, they're all data. So there essentially the need for the unification comes in because the forms are so disparate, you're not able to process it in one go in a very simple manner. So then there's this velocity. So we all, this is an information age. We want it available on the right time when you actually need it, and you want this huge amount of data to be processed as quickly as possible. Then there is this volume, so we already know there is an information explosion. Every organization and their ecosystem of suppliers, contractors, and so on, there is an explosion of data, and that data has to be managed. Then there is veracity, variability, and then obviously you want to visualize it. You need to understand what your data is. You want to make sure that your data is correct and complete. And finally, the heart of it, why you're doing all this is to derive value. What is value for data? Something that conveys something to you based on which you can eventually take an informed decision. So that's the value you want to derive out of all this, the 7 characteristics or the challenges that you have of data that you overcome, is to get the value out of it. So unified data analytics platform, you see I spoke about variety, so the formats I just put out here for convenience. What comprises the data analytics platform is the various forms of data in the form of image, audio, video, text, tables, column, markups, and so on. And then you have velocity. You absorb that data, you ingest that data from variety of sources, be it social media, your office documents, literature databases, journals, and so on, and applications, of course. And then you process them. And then that leads you, when you ingest, it leads you to a huge challenge of how you manage this, organize this data so that you can retrieve them in the form at the time that you really need it. So veracity, variability I did speak about is about completeness and accuracy and consistency of data. And finally is the visualization. You understand your data, what it is trying to convey, and then drive those actionable insights on which you can take decisions. So if you see the variety of data formats, you have structured data. So what is structured data? Typically, if you think, we always think of tables, databases. Any application that you use stores data most often in relational databases. You create tables. We have other forms, columnar databases, and so on nowadays. But that's essentially structured data. Unstructured data comprises of your social media, audio, video, documents. All of those we spoke about. Semi-structured data, it could be events, it could be a website data, it could be data going out of your sensors, your medical devices, which has some form of structure, and some part it could be proprietary also. But then you still, if you get to an understanding of the data, you can eventually extract some value out of it. So these are the 3 broad varieties that you have. Oh, and then we're unifying it. We put it like a data lake. So you bring the data and you try to unify so that you can get some analytics out of it. And this is also how traditionally we had been doing. How do you ingest data from variety of applications, variety of sources? So most of it, if you think of Twitter, Facebook, and others, websites, events, they are mostly in the form of streams. Even IoT devices, mobile devices, you can consider there as streams. And then you capture those streams and store them in the form that you do, and then process it to extract information out of it. ETL, so it is ETL and ELT, some jargons has been around for last 20 years. Extract, transform, and load, and then we do extract, load, or transform. These two technologies or patterns are also been there for quite some time. Change data capture, so CDC, that's essentially extracting whatever you did today and you stored in your databases. Can you extract the data on a differential day-to-day basis? And this has to happen across multiple databases. And then you clean them, transform them, and process them. So that is what velocity is about. So this is a slide on how you organize data, and I'll talk about the history. So traditionally, we always like a centralized, well-governed store or well-governed approach where everything is at one place and we govern it. Traditionally, we have been using data warehouses. The challenge with data warehouses were that we had accumulated so much data that we could not process it. It was an overwhelming task to get anything done quickly in time. So what happened? We then came up with several other notions. We came out with a pattern called data lake. So what does data lakes do? Say you bring your data in whatever form and structure. Warehouses typically would be relational or columnar format. That's an extension of a large database, if you want to say. But lakes, they don't tell you the data has to be in this format. They could be structured, they could be unstructured or semi-structured, doesn't matter. You could bring in, it's something like a landing area of your data, wherever you are eventually accumulating from variety of sources. And then you process it from that data lake. Now here you see there is another term called data marts. So they originated out of warehouses where you said we focus on a particular segment or dimension of data or an application of data. So a data mart could be your customers, it could be your patients, it could be hospitals, it could be organizations. So you're looking at one specific aspect of data or one topic, if you want to call it. So you're looking at that when you do a mart. And then that's a similar representation of analytics done on a line of business data. That's what a data mart really does. And then we have some more technology, some more buzzwords coming in. They call it a data mesh. So what is a data mesh then? So eventually they realized we can't move so much of data around. Okay, but we still want to have analytics done out of that. So how do we do it? We said, okay, we don't move the data, we process it where it resides, and we surface the intelligence, right? So, and then you have AI/ML, which is, you use a variety of techniques to process data which is not processed using traditional query or, pattern mechanisms that you have. Then you use AI/ML. So unified platform typically uses all or a combination of these. It basically depends on what you are trying to do. So as a unified data platform, I might use a lake, I might as well use a warehouse, I as well might use a mesh. Because no system is closed. You will have customers have different requirements, you yourself would have another requirements, your products will put certain other constraints for you. So you could pick whatever is appropriate for or fit for the purpose. That's what this slide essentially wants to convey. Data mesh, AI/ML, warehouse, lakes, marts. These are some of the common technologies or buzzwords that go around when you talk about data manipulation and data processing. So veracity and variability. So we want to talk about how to ensure data quality. How do we clean data? So you could get data, and then one of the things is you could do some kind of checks to see if the data is accurate, the data is clean. Now, one of the most common things that happen is sometimes data is missing. Okay, and you can't really get a model out because your data is missing. So what do? One typical approach is to build a statistical model or an ML model of the data that you have and use it to predict what the data could be at the missing place. So that's one way of how you substitute missing data. Otherwise, you have to remove those elements or those rows of data completely. So that's about cleansing, and enriching is about connecting data from multiple sources. Source of truth. So you might have data coming in, the same data might come from multiple systems. So as an organization or a business owner, you have to define what is the original or what is the correct system from where I will accept this data. So let's say it's a customer data. So do you accept it from a CRM? Do you accept it from a CLM? Which is the most authentic source of data that you could trust? And for every domain, you have to go and do that. And then it is about processing, ensuring consistency, integrity, and most importantly, anomaly detection. So if you are actually looking at your data, you also have to detect if there is noise coming in, if data has got corrupted or not being fed correctly. So those comes in anomaly detection. You figure out data which are inconsistent in the data sets that you have. So I'll pick on unstructured data. Primarily, I've put it around the things that we do, some of the things we do here. And it's all centered around documents, textual data. I've not covered audio and video here. So vision, I think some speaker mentioned about machine vision. So one of the simplest things that you do is you take a picture and then you want to convert that picture into a document and you want to edit it. So that's OCR. Character recognition. Ingestion of documents of various forms and structuring them. So you do a document analysis, be able to predict what kind of document. If somebody uploads your document, you want to tell what kind of document is this. Is this a legal document, a business document, a clinical document, which kind of document it is. That's the classification. Then from, let's say, NLP, we do natural language processing. You do entity recognition. You are essentially building a product, and then you have customer reviews and all of that. Let's say on social media, somebody tells or does a wow on your product, or somebody is expressing that probably we can have this kind of a feature and it will help us deliver better. So identifying from a tweet or from a Facebook post or from a literature document where something of your interest has been discussed about is essentially entity recognition. What they're saying, what they're talking about, and what are they saying, and the relationship between all of that. Let's relationship construction. Language translation.
Very good.
You have a Japanese article written in kanji, or you have a Spanish document, you can't read it. Google does that, or most browsers does it, right? You translate at runtime and you read it. That's another kind of NLP exercise that you do. Then the final thing that we do is essentially around NLU, which is natural language understanding. If you give me a document, can I read that document and understand? Yes. Can the machine do so? This is an attempt for a machine to understand what the document is talking about. So you have a lengthy document and you want a gist of it, let's say in a page. You want to know what the document is trying to convey. So that's what summarization it. It summarizes. Q&A, I think ChatGPT has also worked already. So you could do Q&A, you can ask questions, get answered. Then you have something called semantic engineering, or you say ontologies. Ontologies are nothing but concepts. You model your businesses on concepts. It's very critical for whether you want to build a data warehouse or data lake or do any analytics on top of it. You have to define the key concepts of your business. Then only analytics can come to fruit. And then obviously is to search. Ultimately, you want to read, or you want to have the information you want, so you should be able to search, pretty much like Google does. And then the final piece is around visualization. So one of the key things that you do in visualization is identify new patterns in the data, something that your eyes have or any human eye would have missed. You're able to discover new patterns, discover new intelligence. That's also what AI/ML does in a way, right? But discovering that in a huge data set is very challenging. And visualization, a proper visualization, be able to dissect data, turn it around, look at different patterns by, pivoting like Excel does, pivoting and looking at how the rest of the things follow. Regression, those kind of things, a visualization should be able to do, to mine data and tell you what you don't know about it. The other one, which pretty much everybody does, is around reporting, business intelligence reporting. You define data, you define patterns out of data that you already know. Your sales forecast or sales delivery, you want to see month on month how you're doing. So that's BI reporting. So that is pretty much I had, and thank you for your patience in hearing me. I would like to leave you with this video. You can enjoy what happens when data is united. Data in various forms and shapes are united, and then essentially you get to drive the intelligence out of it.
बैलेंस निकल रहा है क्या अपन? मेजर बैलेंस 38,506 है ना? अच्छा एक बार बिल चेक करो, देन ना उसके लिए हुए 38,000 इसमें अपडेट तो किया है।
Sorry.
नहीं, मार्च में भी वही सामान लिया है, वो भी डाल दो। एक बार चेक करो, मैं पूरा तो ये पेमेंट किया है, हमने 91,000 का एक आखिरी पेमेंट किया है।
YouTube video almost 20
ये
years
73
back
के बाद 91 का
is
पेमेंट
still
किया है।
relevant today.
देखो आप।
You can enjoy.
नहीं मार्च का पेमेंट मैंने अपडेट नहीं किया है। हाँ, इसलिए होगा ना, वो मार्च का पेमेंट निकालिए तो
I think our mail it has dropped.
91,000 का मुझे अच्छे से याद है, पेमेंट किया है।
Ask, I can try and answer. That is true. That is true. So essentially, like for AI to work, you can have models. So basically, AI is again to see what. See, if you already know what you have to do, it's robotics, robotics process automation, as you would call it, or any form of automation. However, if you want to discover something which you haven't discovered in your data yet, that requires application of AI or ML. So even if you want to forecast something, so what happens is you will discover the patterns that exist in your data. Based on that, you forecast. Now, traditionally, what we do is we define features in the data. But then if you look at what the model derives, it probably is capable of defining 200 parameters of your data. Okay. Now, there's also this debate about can you explain what it just predicted? So that's explainable AI. It's not easy, given the amount of computation that it does, to explain logically. We end up in some situations like this where customer says, can you explain what it is predicting? And we have 170 stages of how the decision has been progressing. It's really very difficult unless there's someone on the other side who also understands what the model is doing. It's not straightforward. So explainable AI is very hard at this point of time. Maybe we will get better with it, but today it is a really difficult task to do. Okay, thank you very much.
Pizza Palace, guaranteed hot in 30 minutes or it's free. This is Mary. May I
Thank
take
you,
your
sir,
order?
for giving your.
Mary. Yes, I'd like to order.
This is Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Thank you for calling again, sir. I share your national identification number is 610-204-999-8-45-54610. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I see you live at 736 Montrose Court, but you're calling from your cell phone. Are you at home?
I'm just leaving work, but I'm.
Oh, we can deliver to Bob's Auto Supply. That's at 175 Lincoln Avenue, yes?
No, I'm on my way home. How do you know all this stuff?
We just got wired into the system, sir.
Oh, well, I'd like to order a couple of your double meat special pizzas.
Sure thing. There'll be a new $20 charge for those, sir.
What do you mean?
Sir, the system shows me that your medical records indicate that you have high blood pressure and extremely high cholesterol. Luckily, we have a new agreement with your national health care provider that allows us to sell you double meat pies as long as you agree to waive all future claims of liability.
What?
Do you agree, sir? You can sign the form when we deliver, but there is a charge for processing. The total is $67 even.
$67?
Well, that includes the delivery surcharge of $15 to cover the added risk to our driver of traveling through an orange zone.
I live in an orange zone?
Now you do. Looks like there was another robbery on Montrose yesterday. You could save $48 if you ordered our special Sprout Submarine combo and picked it up yourself. Comes with tofu sticks. Those are very tasty, sir. Good value, too.
But I want double meat. Well,
I'm sure you can afford the $67 then. You just bought those tickets to Hawaii. They weren't cheap, eh? Oh, but I see you checked out the budget beach bum at the library last week. Up to you, sir.
All right. I'll get the Sprout subs.
Good choice, sir. Gotta watch that waist if you're hitting the beach, eh? 42 inches. Wow. Man, I'd say tofu and sprouts is like required.
That's how much?
Just between you and me, there's a $3 off coupon in this month's Total Men's Fitness magazine. Your wife Betty subscribes to that, right? Anyhow, clip that and it's $19.99 even. Whoa, looks like you maxed out on all your credit cards. Bring cash, okay?
Want to stop this from happening?
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for giving your valuable insight to us. And now, take this as an opportunity. Let me felicitate Mr. Ramakrishna Garu and Saura Roy Garu by Sridhar Garu, by Krishna Reddy Garu.
Let's have a group pic.
I now invite Ms. Lakshmi M., President Designate ITAB, to present the vote of thanks.
On behalf of IT Association of Andhra Pradesh and also the Godavari chapter, I sincerely extend a big thanks to for the big success of this first part, and thank you to the dignitaries on the stage and all our industry colleagues and the rest of you. Thank you for being a part of this session.
I tap to present the vote of
And specifically, I would like to start thanking with Mr. Krishna Reddy, Mr. Sridhar Kosraju, and Kumar for setting the stage and the context for this conclave. And on behalf of IT big thanks to our Andhra Pradesh and also Mr. Ramraj Garu, who talked about AI penetration into the industry and how important it is for the industry to adopt for us to stay relevant in the business. And then, of course, Mr. Saurav Roy's keynote address was about the unified data platform and the 7 V's of data. And we just saw when everything gets unified, what happens to us. Thank you very much. We have an exciting AI panel discussion and analytics. Please stay here and let's enjoy those. Thank you so much.
একটা প্রবলেম রে
ना एक काम करो आप ये वाला जो इन्वॉइस है ना इसको अपडेट करो हाँ इसमें केवल एक वो बताने नहीं जा रहा परचेज बिल कौन से वो आपने गाड़ी यूज करो कौन सी करनी क्या करनी ये नहीं करेक्ट इसको सेव करके आपने सेव किया नहीं किया था पहले पहले वाला नहीं जो आपने पहले निकाला था वो सेव नहीं किया मैं आपको दिखाया इसका ना ठीक है तना इनका ना जल्दी से वापस तो वीडियो भी निकालो ना उसमें ऑप्शन रहता है ना ऑप्शन से निकाला तो नहीं यहाँ पर आप जब ये कर रहे हैं ऑलरेडी ठीक है ये बोलना ये है हमारे कास्टिंग है
చిన్న బ్యాగ్ అయితే లోపలికి వచ్చేసి ఉంటాయి షాల్స్ అదేంటుంది వచ్చినాయి లోపలికి వచ్చినాయి
సరే ఇది ఒకసారి అయిపోయినా ఉంది చూద్దాం లాస్ట్లో చూద్దాం
సరే ఒకసారి మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి చెక్ చేయించండి
మనకి ఇంకా యాక్టివిటీ లేదు కాబట్టి అది చూద్దాం
అట్లీస్ట్ గిఫ్ట్స్ వచ్చేసినాయి అట్లీస్ట్ షాల్స్
ఐడియా అవుతుంది
మీరు ఒకరు మాట్లాడి సరిపోతుంది ఎందుకంటే టైం కూడా షార్ట్ అవుతుంది
నుంచి వచ్చే లోపలికి ఇచ్చాను చిన్న వయసు పెట్టింది ఇంకా అసలు ఖాళీ పెట్టాను
ఈ షార్ట్స్ కూడా ఒకటి రెండు చేస్తారనమాట ఏమన్నా స్పెసిఫిక్ పాయింట్స్ ఉన్నాయండి
ఒకళ్ళే మాట్లాడేది టైం తక్కువ ఉంది
ఓకే నమస్తే అండి. సో ఐటీ అసోసియేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఈ అసోసియేషన్ సారథ్యంలో మేము గోదావరి రీజన్లో ఏఐ అండ్ అనలిటిక్స్ సంబంధించి ఒక కాంక్లేవ్ని నిర్వహిస్తున్నామండి. అంటే దీంట్లో ప్రధానంగా ఏంటంటే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ఉన్న ప్రధానమైన ఐటీ కంపెనీకి సంబంధించిన అందరు ప్రతినిధులు ఇక్కడ విజయవాడ నుంచి, విశాఖపట్నం నుంచి, కాకినాడ, గోదావరి నుంచి, తిరుపతి నుంచి కూడా సీఈఓస్ అందరూ ఇక్కడికి రావడం జరిగింది. అంటే కరెంట్గా ఇప్పుడు ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్, మీకు తెలిసిన చాట్ జీపీటీ ఇలాంటి టెక్నాలజీస్ బాగా ప్రొలిఫరేట్ అవ్వడం, వాటి ద్వారా ఐటీ కంపెనీస్ వీటిని ఎలా బెనిఫిట్గా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి, తద్వారా ప్రొడక్టివిటీని ఎలా పెంచుకోవాలి అన్నది ఐటీ కంపెనీలందరికీ కూడా ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేయడంలో పార్ట్ కింద ఐటీ అసోసియేషన్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అందరినీ కూడా ఒక చోటకి తీసుకొచ్చి ఈ రోజు మన కాకినాడలో హోటల్ సరోవర్ పోర్టులో ఈ కాంక్లేవ్ నిర్వహిస్తున్నారండి. ఇప్పుడు మాకు వచ్చిన ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ప్రకారం 135 మంది డిఫరెంట్ ప్రతినిధులు ఇక్కడికి హాజరయ్యారు. ప్రధానంగా సిఇఓస్, అలాగే ఐటీ కంపెనీల యొక్క ఎంప్లాయీస్, స్టార్టప్ కంపెనీస్ ఇందులోకి రావడం జరిగింది. సో ఈ కాంక్లేవ్ ప్రధాన ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే ఐటీని అయితే టైర్ 2 సిటీస్లో కూడా టెక్నాలజీ, ఏఐ లాంటి టెక్నాలజీ వచ్చేటప్పుడు ఎక్కడి నుంచి అయినా కూడా మనం హై ఎండ్లో కూడా వర్క్ చేయొచ్చు, తద్వారా ప్రొడక్టివిటీని తెచ్చుకోవచ్చు అన్నట్టుగా మనం ప్లాన్ చేస్తామండి. మాతో పాటు ఇక్కడ ఐటీ అసోసియేషన్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు, పాస్ట్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ గారు, అలాగే అప్కమింగ్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ మేడం రామకృష్ణ గారు, అలా డిఫరెంట్ ఇండస్ట్రీ ఎక్స్పర్ట్స్ కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. పర్టికులర్గా మన గోదావరి రీజియన్కి వచ్చిన ఒక బిగ్గెస్ట్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ ఏంటంటే విశాఖపట్నం ఐటీ డెస్టినేషన్ కింద తయారు చేస్తున్న ఈ తరుణంలో డిఆర్ కింద అంటే ఏదన్నా ప్రకృతి ఉపద్రవం ఏదన్నా వచ్చి విశాఖపట్నం లాంటి ప్లేస్లో ఏమన్నా ఈ ఐటీ సర్వీసెస్కి ఏమైనా ఇబ్బంది అయితే తద్వారా కాకినాడ, రాజమండ్రి లాంటి ప్లేస్ని ఇమీడియట్గా మనం ఒక కంటిన్యూన్సీ డిఆర్ ప్లేస్ కింద కూడా ఉపయోగించుకోవడానికి మనకి చాలా ఉపయోగం ఉంటుందండి. అందుకని కూడా ఈ 3 రీజన్స్లో విశాఖపట్నం, మన గోదావరి, తర్వాత విజయవాడ, అలాగే రాయలసీమ తిరుపతిలో కూడా దీన్ని ఐటీని ప్రధానంగా డెవలప్ చేసే ప్రాజెక్ట్ కింద ప్రభుత్వం పనిచేస్తుంది. తద్వారా ఐటీ అసోసియేషన్ కూడా అందరినీ ఎడ్యుకేట్ చేస్తున్నాం అనమాట. సో ఇది మెయిన్ ఉద్దేశం, ఈ ఈవెంట్ యొక్క మెయిన్ ఉద్దేశం.
मैडम को नहीं यार, वो कौन गोविंद की मम्मी पंडू बदला हाँ अरे एक वो है, नहीं वो करना है, ये
మాలాంటి వాళ్ళందరూ అబ్రాడ్లో పనిచేసి ఆంధ్ర ప్రాంతం నుంచి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళందరూ హైదరాబాద్, బెంగళూరు లాంటి మెట్రో నగరాలు, మహానగరాలు అందరూ వెళ్ళి అక్కడ పనిచేస్తారు. కానీ ఐటీ, ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్, ఇంటర్నెట్ ఫెసిలిటీస్తో మన ప్రాంతం నుంచి కూడా పనిచేయడానికి ఫస్ట్ టూరిజం, వైజాగ్ అనేది మంచి బ్యూటిఫుల్ డెస్టినేషన్ అని. తర్వాత ఈ అనుబంధ సంస్థ వైజాగ్లో ప్రధాన మనం డెవలప్ చేసుకుంటే ఐటీకి ప్రభుత్వం ఇచ్చే సహకారం నిజంగా బాగుందండి. ఎందుకంటే ఆ సహకారం లేకపోతే మేము ఇక్కడ ఈ యాక్టివిటీ అంతా చేయలేము. అందరికీ కూడా ఇండస్ట్రియల్ పవర్ అయ్యి ఇచ్చారు, లేకపోతే ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఇచ్చారు, గవర్నమెంట్ చేస్తుంది. అయితే ఐటీ పరిశ్రమ సొంతంగా ఎదగలిగిన పరిశ్రమ కొద్దిపాటి సహకారం అందిస్తే తను ఎదిగి ఎంతో మందికి ఉద్యోగ అవకాశాలు ఇచ్చే పరిశ్రమ అండి. ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ గోదావరి రీజియన్లో ఇక్కడ డైరెక్ట్గా ఇక్కడున్న కంపెనీస్తో ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ 5,000 మంది ఎంప్లాయీస్ ఉంటారండి ఇప్పుడున్న కంపెనీలు. ఇక్కడ కాకుండా అంటే ప్రధానమైన నగరాల్లో కంపెనీల్లో పనిచేస్తూ ఇక్కడ మన ప్రాంతంలో వర్క్ ఫ్రమ్ హోమ్ కింద వర్క్ చేసేవాళ్ళు ఇంకొక 8,000 మంది ఉంటారనమాట మన రీజన్లో. అంటే ఇంతమంది ఎంప్లాయీస్కి ఈ పరిశ్రమ ఆధారభూతమై ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు గవర్నమెంట్ నుంచి కూడా మంచి సహకారం అందుతుంది. ఇంకా మంచి సహకారం అందడం ద్వారా మేము సబ్సిక్వెంట్గా ఈ పరిశ్రమని ఆంధ్రాలో ఇంకా బాగా డెవలప్ చేద్దామని అంటే ఐటీ పరిశ్రమలు అనేదండి ప్రధానంగా వాళ్ళ బిజినెస్ మీద ఆధారపడి ఉంటుందన్నమాట. గవర్నమెంట్ ఓన్లీ మన మట్టి లాంటిది. మొక్క ఐటీ పరిశ్రమ ఏ కంపెనీ ఆ కంపెనీ ఒక మొక్క. కానీ గవర్నమెంట్ ఇనిషియల్ ఫెసిలిటేషన్, ఫెర్టైల్ ల్యాండ్ లాంటి ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ డిఫరెంట్ క్లస్టర్స్ని ఐడెంటిఫై చేసి అనంతపురం నుంచి, గోదావరి రీజన్ నుంచి, వైజాగ్ నుంచి ఐటీ పరిశ్రమకి ప్రాంతాల డెవలప్మెంట్ ఏరియాస్ డెవలప్ చేసి గవర్నమెంట్ ఇంకా మరికొంచెం ప్రోత్సాహకాలు, ఇన్సెంటివ్స్ కొంచెం ఇవ్వాల్సి ఉంది, అది కూడా వాళ్ళు క్లియర్ చేస్తున్నారు. క్లియర్ చేయడం ద్వారా తద్వారా ఇంకా మేము అగ్రెసివ్గా ఇక్కడ ఇవ్వాల్సిన గవర్నమెంట్ సహకారం ఇలాంటి కాంక్లేవ్స్ లాంటి ప్రధానంగా పెట్టడం. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ రీసెంట్గా మనం పెట్టిన గ్లోబల్ ఇన్వెస్టర్ సమ్మిట్ పెట్టాం కదండి. గ్లోబల్ ఇన్వెస్టర్ సమ్మిట్ అనేది చాలా బాగా దానికి మనకి పుష్ ఇచ్చింది అనమాట. ఎంతో మంది ఫారిన్ లో ఉన్న మా క్లయింట్స్ కూడా గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్ ఏదో జరిగిందట కదా, అందులో బాగా ఎగ్జిక్యూట్ అయ్యారట కదా అని చెప్పి మాకు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. సో ప్రధానంగా ఇలాంటి ఐటీకి మార్కెటింగ్ ప్రధానంగా మాకు తీసుకురాగలిగితే ఇక్కడ ఉన్న టాలెంట్కి పదవలేదనమాట. మన ఆంధ్రాలో ఉన్న టాలెంట్, తెలుగులో ఉన్న టాలెంట్ పదవలేదు. ప్రధానంగా ఇలాంటి ఈవెంట్స్, తర్వాత కొన్ని ఇన్సెంటివ్స్, ల్యాండ్స్, లేకపోతే ఇలాంటి కొన్ని ఎలొకేషన్ ఇలాంటివి ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. బట్ పాలసీలో క్లియర్గా డిఫైన్ చేశారు.
సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అనే దాని మీద ప్రధాన భూమిక కదా ఇది, కమింగ్ అంటే రాబోయే కాలంలో ఇది ఎటువంటి పాత్ర వహించబోతుంది?
రాబోయే కాలంలో ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ చాలా ప్రధానమైన పాత్ర పోషిస్తుందండి. దీన్ని ఒక దాంట్లో ఏమంటున్నారంటే సునామీ ముందుంది అంటున్నారు అనమాట. అంటే ఏంటంటే ఈ రోజు మనకి చాట్ జీపీటీ అని మా పత్రికా సోదరులందరికీ కూడా తెలిసే ఉంటుంది. చాట్ జీపీటీ లాంటి కొన్ని టూల్స్ వచ్చాయన్నమాట. ఈ రోజు మీరు ఒక న్యూస్ పేపర్ క్లిప్పింగ్ రాయాలనుకుంటే 3 నిమిషాల్లో దానికి మనం చక్కగా చెప్పడం మనకు తెలిస్తే దానికి మీకు టక్కమని చెప్పి దానికి వివరణ తయారు చేస్తాం. వాల్ స్ట్రీట్ జర్నల్ లాంటి పెద్ద పెద్ద న్యూస్ ఛానల్స్ కూడా ఈ కృత్రిమ మేధని ఎలా ఉపయోగించుకోవాలి. కానీ మనం ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ ఒక పనిముట్లా చూడాలన్నమాట. అంటే మన పనితనాన్ని ఇంకా పెంచగలిగి, మన ప్రొడక్టివిటీని పెంచగలిగే ఒక టూల్. పూర్వం వాషింగ్ మిషన్, టీవీ వచ్చిన రోజుల్లో ఇవన్నీ ఎందుకు మనకి, వాషింగ్ మిషన్ మనం ఏం చేసుకుంటాం, ఇంట్లో వాష్ చేసుకోవచ్చు కదా అనుకున్న రోజుల్లో, అంటే టెక్నాలజీని చూసి భయపడిన రోజులు ఉన్నాయన్నమాట. కానీ క్రమక్రమంగా మనం అందరూ టెక్నాలజీకి అడాప్ట్ అయిపోతున్నాం. అదే రకంగా ఆర్టిఫిషియల్ ఇంటెలిజెన్స్ అనేది కూడా చాలా కొత్త పుంతలు తొక్కబోతుంది. ప్రతి రంగంలోని దాని ఇన్ఫ్లుయెన్స్ ఉండబోతుంది, ప్రతి రంగంలోనూ. కానీ దీన్ని మనం ఎలా చూడాలంటే ఉద్యోగాలు తీసేస్తుందేమో అన్న భయంతో కంటే కూడా కొత్త ఉద్యోగాలు కల్పించడానికి అది ఒక కీలక పాత్ర అవుతుంది, మన ప్రొడక్టివిటీని బాగా పెంచుతుంది అనమాట.
పాత్రికేయ మిత్రులందరికీ ఏ చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ అండి. ఎందుకంటే కంటెంట్ రైటింగ్ లో ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు ప్లే వైటల్ రోల్. అంటే ఇప్పుడు మీ జాబ్ చాలా ఈజీ అయిపోతుంది, చాలా ఇన్నోవేటివ్ గా ఉంటుంది. అంటే మీరు పెట్టే టైం ఏదైతే పెడుతున్నారో అందుకంటే చాలా తక్కువ టైం పెట్టి చాలా ఎఫెక్టివ్గా, చాలా క్రియేటివ్గా రాయొచ్చు. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు చాట్ జీపీటీ అని మన కృష్ణారెడ్డి గారు చెప్పినట్టు ఇట్ ఈస్ ఏ జనరేటివ్ ఏఐ. అంటే కంటెంట్ని జనరేట్ చేస్తుంది. ఆర్ట్, మ్యూజిక్లో కూడా ఏఐ వచ్చేసింది. సో జనరేటివ్ మ్యూజిక్ని కొత్తగా క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది, కొత్తగా కంటెంట్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది. సో డెఫినెట్గా మీరు అడిగినట్టు ఏఐ ఇస్ గోయింగ్ టు చేంజ్ ద ఫ్యూచర్ అండి. అండ్ ఫ్యూచర్లో చాలా చేంజెస్ ఉంటాయి. నాట్ ఓన్లీ ద టెక్నాలజీ కంపెనీస్, మేము ఓన్లీ ఐటీ కంపెనీసే కాదు, ఎవ్రీ బిజినెస్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి ఇంపాక్టెడ్ బై ఏఐ అండ్ ఈవెన్ అ కామన్ పబ్లిక్ ఆల్సో, కామన్ పీపుల్ ఆల్సో. సో అందరికీ అవేర్నెస్ ఉండాలి. పర్టికులర్గా ఈ సదస్సు ఉద్దేశం ఏంటంటే మనం ఆ అడాప్షన్ అందరికీ తీసుకెళ్ళాలి. బోత్ జాబ్ సీకర్స్ అంటే పీపుల్ ఆర్ లుకింగ్ ఫర్ ద జాబ్స్, కానీ అలాగే ఐటీ కంపెనీస్ ఎవరైతే రన్ చేస్తున్నారో వాళ్ళకు కూడా, ఈవెన్ చిన్న కంపెనీస్, స్టార్టప్స్ కూడా ఈ అడాప్షన్ గురించి సెన్సిటైజ్ చేయాలి అని చెప్పి మేము ఈ ఉద్దేశంతో అన్ని రీజన్స్లో చేస్తున్నామండి ఈవెంట్స్. అవునండి, ఏఐ
అంటే ఇది కృత్రిమ మీదలో ఉన్న ఒక ప్రధానమైన విషయం ఏంటంటే అండి, అది తనకు తాను తెలుసుకుంటుంటుంది. అంటే పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ సింగులారిటీ అని ఒక కాన్సెప్ట్ ఉందన్నమాట. అంటే ఒకానొక దశలో వచ్చే ఫ్యూచర్లో ఒకానొక దశలో మనకి కృత్రిమ మేధ యొక్క మేధస్సు మనిషి మేధస్సు కంటే పైకి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది అన్న ఒక ఇది ఉందన్నమాట. కానీ అణుబాంబుని ఎలా అయితే మనం దాని పవర్ను ఉపయోగించుకుంటూ మనం స్టిల్ దాన్ని కంట్రోల్లో పెట్టుకున్నామో, విస్తృతమైన చర్చలు జరుగుతున్నాయన్నమాట అండి. సో దీని మీదే, అంటే దీన్ని టెక్నాలజీని ఉపయోగించుకుంటూ దాన్ని ఎలా కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోవాలి, నిజంగా ఏదైనా ప్రాబ్లం వస్తే దాన్ని ఎలా అన్ప్లగ్ చేసుకోవాలి, ఇలాంటి టెక్నాలజీలు ఇవి యాక్చువల్గా వస్తున్నాయి అన్నమాట. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. పాయింట్స్ అంతా కూడా ఏదో జస్ట్ మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నట్టు చూపిస్తున్నాం.
మనం వాళ్ళకి బ్రీఫ్ చేయాలి కదా, ఏదైనా బ్రీఫ్ చేయాలి.
రామకృష్ణ గారు మీరేమైనా చెప్తారా?
So, taking this moment, moving ahead for calling our panel discussion mates, like the first topic is data analytics. Today, we are fortunate to have with us panel of experts who are the forefront of the data analytics industry. They will be sharing their knowledge and expertise on how data analytics is revolutionizing various industries and transforming the way we do business. I cordially invite the panelist, Sri Madhu Vadlamani, moderator of Analytics Panel, practice manager of data engineering and AI experts of Miracle Software Systems. Moving ahead and taking a note on Mr. Madhu Vadlamani, a data analytics with 14 years of experience delivering insights using data, committed to helping the companies develop strategic plans based on the data. I'm a growth hacker who understands business using data and also a speaker, mentor, trainer, and thinker. Madhu is currently working as a SR Technical Practice Manager. Data analytics with Miracle Software System, ensuring the quality delivery being first point of contact for leadership in best analytics practices, supporting clients and manage business. He also architects and create pipelines and has good experience in working with Power BI, GCP, Azure, and IBM Cloud. Prior to joining Miracle Software, he was associated with Deloitte Consulting. Madhu has still now delivered 400 plus sessions in span of 6 years by passion, guided thousands of students and professionals. He is also a writer in major news daily and board of member in AI and data science in top universities. 3-time judge for Smart India Hackathon. Welcome, sir. Our next member, Sri Ramakrishna Dasari, MD and CEO of Eftronics. So Ramakrishna Dasari is a founder CEO of Eftronics System Provide Limited, established in 1985. He is instrumental in Eftronics growth and is positioning it one of India's smart solution company. Backed up by rich R&D, Efronics is now a leading provider of smart solutions for railway signaling, smart cities, smart buildings, and industries. He holds Bachelor of Engineering degree from NIT Surat and MTech in Electronics and Electrical Engineering from IIT Madras. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Indrajit Ann, CEO of Invites. And Indrajit Ann is the co-founder and CEO of Invites. He sets and evolves the strategic direction of the company. While a strong team to drive execution, Invites is business of data analytics in retail domain. Indrajit has over 25 years of experience at several leading companies. Previously, Indrajit worked with Northern Technologies International Corporation, where he held several leadership positions for 14 years. He was responsible for setting up and overseeing the company's business in the Middle East. He was the part of two-member team that set up business for NTIC in India in year 2000, was instrumental in its rapid growth. Welcome, sir. Now, I would like to invite Sri Ravichandra Kolluru, Delivery Head India of Tech Mahindra. Mr. Ravichandra Kolluru is a postgraduate in computer applications from Andhra University. He is also a certified global business leader from U21 Universities and Harvard School of Publishing. Ravichandra has close to 21 years of experience in the IT industry, spanning across different roles of delivery manager, program manager, operations head, and pre-sales head. Ravichandra has been associated with Tech Mahindra since 1998. In his current role of Assistant Vice President, Delivery is responsible for successful delivery of service and solution across customers. As an additional responsibility, Ravichandra is currently playing the role of a location head for Tech Mahindra, Vizag facility, and is responsible for the liaising with government officials, industry forums, CIA NOSCOMs, and academic institutions. Welcome, sir. So now the panel discussion will be conducted on the topic of data analytics. So please.
Very good. Am I audible? Yep. A very good afternoon to all of you. And yeah, time was 12 sharp, so afternoon. Yes, it is correct. Database, it is correct. So glad to see you, sir. And to be frank, this chair has to be there with one of my friend, Sudhakar Garu, but still, he was sick and wish him a speedy recovery. And he's not only a very good friend, but also a very good person in terms of the ITAP, in terms of the development and everything. I'm glad, and thanks for all the intro. And may I request for a couple of minutes that what exactly your company does? And this will be like around, don't mind if I have to follow a sequence. And don't ask me if you can follow the perfect statistical numbers. Maybe I'm rude and rugged, but still, I'm polite.
No, maybe we should start from Ramakrishna Garu, who's been the industry veteran and senior to us.
Yes, yes.
Basically, Eftronics develops smart solutions from almost 2 decades. We monitor most of the Indian railway signaling, capturing the data with the help of IoT, and bring the data to the central place and analyze the data and find the anomalies. Especially, main objective is to reduce the accidents, and we are able to be successful in that. And now reducing the keeping in a right time. That is a running time of the train should be punctual. That is where the data is well used to control entire systems in the railways.
Excellent, sir. We'll talk more about it for sure.
Yeah, thank you.
May I please.
So, as you all know, I'm part of Tech Mahindra. So, Tech Mahindra, I don't think needs any special introduction. So, we've been one of the top IT companies and IT exporter in India. More than the IT services, we are into areas of seed funding some of the ideas, and we are into encouraging startups, and we have multiple center of excellence across different industries, technologies, and verticals. So I would say there would not be an area where Tech Mahindra would not have had a touch point
let me put it.
The world knows that.
True.
Yeah, right. I'm Indrajit. I'm from Inventis. We are about an 8-year-old company based out of Vijayawada. We are primarily into data analytics for retail domain. So we typically do business intelligence reporting and a lot of other predictive analytics for manufacturers who supply to, I mean, primarily consumer goods manufacturers who sell through different retail chains.
Excellent, sir. Thanks for that. So let's start the panel. This will be the most interactive session for sure. Of course, no papers, no questionnaires as well. Even I don't carry any paper, just with some signers. Yeah, sir. Indian Railways is the top employer in the whole world, and you said that you have prevented a lot of accidents. You have done some mechanisms. So what was your thought process? What was your problem statement in terms of finding the solution? And I heard that your data center something is there in Vijayawada.
It is not the data center. First base for entire analytics is IoT.
Okay.
That is where the collecting of the data from the real world in a real time and bringing the data. IoT has a definition: sense,
Yes.
communicate, analyze, act.
Okay.
That's where we started sensing the data from a railway signaling. Each station will have something like thousands of relays will be there. All that relays information real time in every 16 milliseconds. We capture that, record that, and bring the data to the central place like a zonal headquarters, divisional headquarters. There in the computer we analyze the certain patterns, which is expected patterns, which is not expected patterns. If the patterns is not expected, for example, a driver crosses red signal, then it is identified and given alarm. Thereby they started punishing the driver and they started reducing it. These are the man-made. There are unman-made, that means because of can happen. These type of things were identified, and on that the data, the people started taking actions. Thereby they are able to reduce the accidents. Second thing, same data is used how the train entered into the station in a real time, because in India the most important challenge is data corruption. The more corruption is in data rather than a money corruption. Because of data corruption, the data corruption was reduced because the real time data was captured by the machine's information without tampering it. Thereby exactly when the train entered into the station, when it is left the station, with this data, now they started using the data. Initially the people used it to give information that punctuality is 95%, 99%, something like that. But when it is really taken into it, it is 30 to 40%. Now with this information they started working. Now it is improved to 60%. So that means there is an improvement in the usage of the assets and identifying the bottlenecks. This is how really the railway started using it. The infrastructure is every station will have IoT devices. That IoT devices are communicating the data to the central place. There again in the computers, which we analyze the data with our own algorithms. And of course, Power BI like things also used to get the slicing and dicing and understanding where really the challenges is, the understanding the statistics of it, acting on that. So this all helps us improving the getting a value. My observation is basically when you are talking about all these new technologies, how to create a value is a key. The key is overall benefits divided by total cost management. The biggest challenge for any domain is where is that value, identify it, and the second is create it, the third is delivery it. Delivery it in the sense seeing that customer uses. Initially we have a lot of challenges where the customer is not using. Then we put our teams and see that we provide a real insights to the officers so that they started using that. Delivery is really the success, and after that we started scaling up. Now almost Indian Railways, 99% of the Indian Railways signaling monitoring is done by our equipment and our system rather, I won't say equipment. The entire thing is done indigenously from Vijayawada, not any technology except the whatever the operating systems or the regular tools. even not data lakes or whatever we are all talking, all our jargons, we are not using it. All that again, there is a insight is there. Inside they are there with the same technological dimensions.
Excellent, sir. I mean, so glad to see that you have set up a big thing in Vijayawada. So great to hear about it, sir. And I'll definitely punch up with a lot of questions again. Sir, having said that, let me. You're dealing with tons of data. At times, the tons of data is headache, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah,
because even in my company, when you say Power BI, my half of my team member says that yes, we are there. So, what do you feel? Yeah, when you see that okay, this is the element, and we have to visual major pain points when you deal with this kind of a crunch of data.
Yeah, absolutely. One is having enormous amount of one thing, and second thing, as Ramakrishna, is the corruption of data. In the sense that you have a lot of data, but the attributions towards it, without attributable causes, whatever analytics you want to drive it, you can't generate any actionable insights without having proper attribution to each event, as you can say. So that's where the biggest challenge is. And once you overcome that challenge, I mean, for us to overcome that challenge, you need to have the business people also involved in this one. And that's where, majority of the organizations are not able to leverage their data because, the data, as our speakers also said, is collected in silos, right? So there are different streams or different sources from which data is coming in. And you have data analysts or experts who can handle data, who can build statistical models on the data. But then, to actionable insights, you need to have a proper business problem associated with the data. And for us to derive answers or arrive at answers from for business problem, you need to have that attributable causes to those. So that's where the challenge is, and that's where you can derive insights only when both businesses and the data team work together.
Agree. I agree. Sir. In fact, my manager always says that it's not about data collection; it's about engineering with lot of engineers.
Absolutely.
So kudos to my manager, actually Sanjeev. He's there in US, and in fact, sir, to you, sir. Tech Mahindra is definitely no doubt it's a big firm. No doubt it's a old firm. So no doubt how you are actually ensuring that you're getting the right skill for a project, because these days when we opt, even in our org, out of say, not I don't want to compare with 10. I'd like to compare with 100. 100 out of 2, 100 out of 3. The success ratio of the people exact qualified ratio has been really it's been varied a lot. So how do you see this challenge, sir?
In fact, I want to take a step back even before talking about data analytics, right? Today, if you look at in the market, every other day you hear a new jargon, new dimension of business coming into picture, where most of us are not even prepared to be there. Okay, so if I have to define data analytics, the approach that each one of us, big, small, whatever size of the organization, fundamental concept is we have to identify the need for a particular initiative, right? So why do we do it? What is the need for it? Once you identify the need, then I take a 5-pronged approach saying what, why, when, where, and how. So what has happened in the past, that's what defines the data. That's where you have the history. Then why has it happened gives you an analysis or insight into what led to that particular result, right? Now that you know what has happened, you have understood why it has happened in the first place, then you define where you want to be there. Where do you want to progress forward, right? Once you define a what, why, and where, then you have to identify and define when you want to get there, right? Timing to market is equally important. It doesn't mean that we have to do a knee-jerk reaction and come up with some cookie-cutter solution. So once you define the 4 W's, the what, why, when, and where, then you have to define how do you get there, right? So today we are talking about tons, terabytes, or n number of bytes of data coming into picture. But fundamentally, there are two sides of the pillar. One is the person who delivers the services, and the one who experiences the services. So when we talk about data analytics or data analyzation or whatever it is, everybody starts with data culture, right? So data culture never happens bottoms up. It has to be a top-down approach. The top level CXO person should embrace that, saying, yes, this is what has happened with this organization in the past, and this is the reason why it has happened. And my goal is I have to reach to this point, and this is my tread path, and this is how I want to achieve. Once you define these 5 things, then comes, is the industry ready? Right? We talk a lot about use cases. I think if I'm allowed to say, use case is one most abused word in the industry, right? Everybody talks about use cases. Somebody says, I have built 10 use cases. Somebody says, I'm working on a use case. But ideally, we are not breaking that problem into a level of understanding where an aspirant who is about to come into the industry, or an aspirant who is already there in the industry, or who has spent significant time in the industry can understand it, right? Today, most of the organization, like I said, big, small, or irrespective of the size of organization, we try to force something down the throat of an individual saying, I need this. Here you take this data, use this tool, and this is the algorithm, give me result. But that individual may give you result, but it will not be the idealistic solution that one can produce when he or she embraces it, understands fully, and buys into that philosophy, right? And I'll take 10 more seconds. I know I'm taking a bit of more time. So the other facet is, like Ramakrishna Garu said, data is corrupt, not Indians. That is true. Problem is, most of the organizations, people have been used to the legacy model of maintaining data. Even if you talk about any government organization, if you ask for a small pen, so you have to write on a piece of paper, I need this color pen, then your manager has to sign, and somebody else will move it to the commercial department, then he'll verify if it is there, he'll issue a stock, it will not come to you directly. Now, if you have analytics, if you have the data in the form of an Excel or some database, then you can identify the pattern, what is the lead time from order to cash or procure to pay, all these things happen, right? So customers have to be educated in terms of their reassurance of their job safety. Today, most of the time, the pushback comes because I don't want to let my management implement some analytic solution which will cut down my productivity from 5 days to 1 day. While they appreciate the productivity of 1 day, they are worried that what do I justify for the other 4 days which I was doing for historic years, right? So even in Tech Mahindra, what we believe, and most of the companies for that matter in the world believe, is training is important to individuals. But again, the timing of the training is what matters.
Agree.
It's not that you train today and down the line after 1 year somebody gets to work on it. By then he would have seen many more areas and he would have forgotten what he has to deal with as well.
Yeah, strongly agree. In fact, add to your points, in fact, lot of people say that we are excited with data analytics, we are excited with AI. Actually, it's not excited. In the other fact, they are actually worried about it. I questioned to one of my friends, said that AI will kill jobs, and he is learning AI. I said that if you know that AI is going to kill the job, why are you learning it? I mean,
in fact, adding to onto it, as a parent, I have a similar problem because my son who is about to enter engineering is equally confused. Okay, so one day he comes with
again, that's a data problem, sir. So when I ask a suggestion to one person, okay, 2%, yes or plus or minus, that's fine. 10 people. So we don't ask actually questions. We inquire questions, but we have the information already. Now that the ChatGPT has come in, every information has been in our pockets itself. And tomorrow the Bard will come, whole world will be in miniatures itself. Yeah. So yes, sir. So continuation with that particular point, sir. Lot of tools are there, lot of technologies are there, but at times you might not find the right manpower, but you can actually tackle it. Now, how do you, as a senior person in your company who handles with a lot of data, how do you handle this kind of a pressure? Because the pressure is that we need to get a client. Other pressure is that can we do it or not?
Yeah, I mean,
sorry if that is a bad question.
No. As I said, I mean, if the customer is clear about what he wants, the job is very easy. You can get it done. the technologies or whatever technology you want. Like there are so many analytical tools like Power BI, like Ramakrishna Garu said, and then you have Tableau, and then you have Firespot, and there are so many of them. Okay, which are readily available visualization tools that can ingest data once it is structured and cleaned and things like that. So on one side, I would say that the technology adoption or training the people is not a big deal, as long as you have a clarity on what you want and where you want to go. As,
The
Sir
four
said.
Ws
Yeah.
of
So I mean, to the first point of your question, getting the customer. Yes, if the customer has clarity on what he is looking for, it's like 50% of the job done. So most of the times what we feel is customer wants something, but he doesn't know what he wants. That is the biggest challenge in the business today. Because now that all this chat GPT or whatever it is, the AI, the words AI and analytics have become the buzzwords. So everybody wants AI powered solutions, but they really don't know what AI really means and what really AI can deliver. You know, there is more hype than what is practically possible. That's the practicality of the situation in the business today. So most of the times we see clients saying that, you know, I would like to have a model, you know, which can understand my natural language and then tell me this one, tell me that one, etc. But most of us, what we don't realize is even as advanced model as ChatGPT, they cannot read your tabular data. You know, they cannot do any aggregations, right? So these are like the practical applications. So if you give your chat GPT your, let us say, sales data, you see that I have like 10 items and these are the different sales. And if you ask chat GPT what is my sales for the month of January, it cannot give you. It is giving numbers. I mean, we have tested this, so I'm telling you from practical experience. So it gives you numbers, but even the simple additions, the numbers are wrong, right? So that way, yes, ChatGPT is a big progress in terms of AI, where it is generating text, it is understanding the natural language, and it is able to give you answers, but it is not there yet in terms of providing meaningful business insights, right? So there you still need to have your own customized visualizations or desktops or applications and things like that.
Agree. In fact, so the world doesn't need programmers, the world doesn't need mechanical engineers, civil engineers, anyone. The world needs a programmer who is a thought leader, a civil engineer who is a thought leader, an individual who is a thought leader. So that's where we can actually think in terms of the business perspective, not just in a generic way. In the other words, actually, what is a lot of people say that it's an automation. No, it's an automation. It's an intelligent with automation. So AI is not automation for all the freshers which have been sitting over here. And sir, to your point, sir, you have been there in this field since time, and IoT has been evolving. So railways is one of those segments, but home automation and other areas are also one of those segments. A lot of people say that home automation is something like when you change like that, the light will off. That's not the reality. But how are you actually taking this IoT picture to the world which is around you? That how important is it? What are some of the suggestions which you make for your team to go beyond the thought process?
Of course, basically there are 2-3 dimensions which I feel as an industry. Unfortunately, most of the Indian industry is a service-based industry, which we are giving a services to the else part of the world. But when we are talking about a product, any product, first thing is what is the purpose of that product, which domain we are working, or we have clarity of that domain. Unless you don't have clear clarity, what is a value is needed in that, what are the things you will be able to cut short. That means cut short in the sense, end of the day, holistic value, how you are able to get in that domain. That's where first we have to look into it. Way back, maybe 10 years back, after our success in the railways, some of the officer asked me to do the water SCADA in Vijayawada. When he asked water SCADA, I am not expert in the water, I don't have any knowledge. He said that he has some consultant, he will do that. Then after talking to the consultant, I understood he don't have any knowledge. He has only some meter and level meter and flow meter. Then I put my brain and then started questioning. As a citizen of Vijayawada, what I want. I want continuous water or otherwise some periodic water regularly, and then quality of water, quantity of water at less cost. That is my requirement as a customer for the Vijayawada Municipal
And you have
Corporation.
done in the own R&D.
Yeah, that's where I am. Just 1 minute.
Yeah.
So taking that as a main top requirement, then I started looking into it. Then I said I have to do a small POC. I want some level meter and flow meter. Remaining technology I will give freely, and let us test it. Then after testing, we started understanding where the water is getting leaked. What is happening with the water in the distribution system. Then I said should be the architecture. This should be the final goals. With this, these are the things is needed. Then the officer, IS officer, somehow trusted me and said, whatever Ramakrishna said, you put it in the PO, that is the entire tender. Finally, I got the tender. Then my challenge is to achieve that. Then first thing, when we start putting a census, we identified 36% of unaccounted water from pumping station to the reservoirs. The challenge is to reduce that. The second challenge is whether the people are giving the right time water to all the people. At morning 5 means 5 o'clock the water should start. Otherwise somebody is waiting for it. Somebody wasting time. Otherwise sometimes they start early, the water wastes. These are all the fundamentals. With the data, we created a patterns and see that the officer will get the dashboards, and he forces all the people to make it happen. Ultimately, within 1 month, 36% brought to 8% are accounted. That means the total ROI came within 1.5 years.
Excellent, sir.
So that is where I feel if someone of us has to work in any area, you have to focus on only one area. As Mr. Indrajit is telling, so customer never knows what he wants. That is a well accepted, not today, across the world. Even when I went to Japan for training, they also said same thing. Customer doesn't know what he wants. Customer knows what he wants.
Agree.
So try to focus on any one of you enter into certain area, focus on one area, try to understand the entire intricacies of the domain and focus more into it, do more POCs, not for the paid POCs, understand the technology, and then create a team who will be able to understand the domain and then connect these technologies to that, so that we'll be able to create a higher value. End of the day, you will be specialist in that area. Then you will have a more success story in that, rather than whoever is asking, I will make Power BI reports, and whoever is asking, I will do this, do that. That doesn't work. That's where we finally focusing only few areas. In that areas only we will be working.
Excellent. So, I mean, 10 years before, how old are you, sir, at that time? Maybe
As old as 65.
Now you're 50, because at the age of 55 you started digging you're doing your own
I
R&D.
started my company way back 85. 85.
30 years before. So
almost 37
40,
years.
sorry, my bad, almost 40.
No, I started with a digital.
I wish you should come to the next decade as well, and we'll definitely have a silver jubilee. Yeah. 55 years at that particular age, and still you're doing an R&D and you're able to get the project and let the team driving. A big kudos to you, sir. All I can say is this. Sorry, I should clap like this, but I cannot leave my mic away.
Not necessary. Even my feeling is, even today, if I don't learn, whatever you are all talking, regularly I go to the international trade fairs. Last 2 weeks back, last month I went, and again next week I am going to the Hanover Messe to see how the technology is working, what are the various dimensions they are working, and what are the trends happening, where really the value is there, they will demonstrate. The trade fairs is the one area where really the value is demonstrated, because the international firms comes there. Though sometimes it is not relevant to us, still going and observing the technology. Sometimes the good practices in other technologies we can bring into our domain and match it. That is where the real creativity comes. Of course, I won't say the creativity, but observing the technology and inducing that, adopting this technology into the areas where we are working. The new ideas will generate.
feel free to talk in between. There's no restrictions as such.
See, I think like Ramakrishna Garu and Indrajit said, there were times, maybe a decade or decade and a back, where people used to have the myth that one size fits all solution. Okay, but like all of us understand, everybody is unclear and things evolve over a period of time. Okay, so during that evaluation process, I think one thing that can help anybody, be an entrant or a veteran, is unlearn and learn. Okay, so a lot of us, IT is all about mythbusters only. Okay, so
I was about to ask that
yeah,
question.
so it's all about
Please.
mythbusters, and we feel, yes, I've been in IT for 2.5 decades, so I know everything. And the moment some customer even speaks fully, our Indian culture also is a problem that we try to interrupt them. So even before they share their complete problem, yeah, I know you're talking about this. Yes, 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 yes. We already have something, right? So we have to come out of that mindset. And first thing is, like Ramakrishna Garu said, what is the ROI that an end recipient is getting, not your customer. Okay, I'll give you an example in line with your water boiling. I was handling one coal project. Okay, this is typically across the mines. Now, when they dig this coal and they put it on a truck, and when it goes to a rake, okay, there are different parameters what they measure. During summer season, they have one calculation formula for the loaded content to be delivered to the end destination, with 5% variation in weight because of wind and something flying in air. And if it is rainy season, okay, we put 80 tons, and while the truck reaches the end destination during a rainy season, it'll add up water and the weight increases. Okay, so you put 80, and at the end destination, when you weigh, it shows you 100 tons, then there is a variation of 20 tons. So again, going back to my earlier statement, these are areas we have to understand. The moment they say automation, then we don't have to say, like, give me a sample of last 1 year data, all season, then I'll put a compute. No, it's over a period of time. See, rains can be normal, rains can be floods, or rain can be hurricanes, or it can be any other thing. So before, again, technology, tools, anything are a media of execution, right? So most of us who've been in the industry for more than 3 decades, they come from the old school, where even before sitting on the system, at least let me tell you my experience. When I was a fresher, when I was given a program to develop, I sat on in front of a computer. So my manager called me and said, "You know everything." I said, "I'm trying to figure out." He said, "First, put an algorithm into this. Okay, translate that algorithm into a flow chart. Test it with sample data on a piece of paper. Once you have done this whole 9 yards of homework, then all you do is a typist job on a computer." Right? Problem is, today we start attempting something, then look out for solution, be it ChatGPT or anything. Again, I was sharing with Rama during our break time. If most of you have read the ChatGPT, any technology comes with enormous amount of risk. Right? 3 days back, Samsung, while doing a test in their lab, they invoked ChatGPT, and within couple of hours, their entire source code is in OpenAI. Okay, so when we are attempting at something, we have to understand, right? Like when you read any mutual fund, right, they give a small fine print saying mutual funds are subject to market risk. So that's the problem I'm saying. See, while timing to market, quicker solution is the norm of the day, norm of the industry. How correct are you? You can be 60% correct, customer is still happy, but you are 100% correct with vulnerabilities, they may not accept it.
Yeah, true, sir. In fact, I always, even whenever I spoke to any kind of colleges or even my team, some of my folks are here. 100% this quality is myth. Yeah, there is no 100% this quality. Even in this session, I cannot rate myself as an 100 by 100 at all.
By now, we would have saturated in IT. Everything would have matured.
I mean, at least 70% of the things are okay enough. So, okay, let's go. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Sir, coming to your question, maybe for both of you. Why only Python? like Python, I mean, a lot of Python fans are there actually. A lot of people say that C language, no, I want to learn Python first. I mean, this is my personal experience.
I'll tell you because that's the easiest. I mean, you are kind of trying to write sentences without learning ABCDs. That's what I would say.
Half of the people who will say, who will
Yeah.
clap to you, and half of the people will say like this.
No, you would have heard of Lotus 1, 2, 3, right?
Yeah.
So why didn't they call it 1, 2, 3? They wanted to call it saying Lotus is as simple as numerics 1, 2, 3, right? So Python is something people are easily picking, but to be relevant, to be successful in industry, I think I was talking to a lot of college graduates in some other sessions. People need only three things: one programming language, one scripting language, one database. That's it. Rest all it'll make you relevant for a lifetime, and most importantly, I think there are no shortcuts in college days. If your fundamentals are not strong, you can see. I was talking to one person from industry who has been 45 years only in the industry. During casual conversation, he was telling me some engineering dynamics theorem. He was narrating the whole theorem word by word. And then I was asking, like, how come you remember, after 45 days of 45 years of leaving your college? He was saying I was very keen on my fundamentals.
Agree.
Python, recently there is some Python consumes 22 times higher power of CPU compared to C. 22 times. That means if you want to do really data crunching, you need 22 times higher powerful computing. So that is meaningless. Many times you can't get, you have to wait and wait to get the results.
Infrastructure cost also rises.
Yeah, that's what.
See, there were times when we were developing programs, right? This was when Windows 95, Windows 98, Netscape, and IE browsers used to be there. So when we write a program, we were cautioned saying that program should work the same way in 95 and 98 and Windows NT. It's no longer there. That was one of the robust OS from Microsoft. So it has to behave the same way. And when we used to develop small pages in ASP, when you see on an Internet Explorer, it will look nice and cozy. The moment you port it on Netscape, it will be skewed. So it's not about consuming space. It depends on how optimized your code is.
Agree. And having said that, when I said about Python, that doesn't mean that we are haters of Python. We are all lovers of information technology only, irrespective of any kind of tools.
None of us are programmers today.
I can see very good smiles, which means that the answer was polite. So, no second thoughts on that. So,
No, we are living in a world of instant gratification, right? So Python is very easy. You have to write a piece of code to achieve whatever output you want to. So that's why we are looking at a shortcut. That's all I can say.
In fact, I'm an advocate of Julia Golang as well, because Julia is also. So I'm not a fan of anything.
One more challenge with Python, basically, it won't solve all the problems straight away. Like database cannot solve all the problems straight away, especially when you are talking IoT data and all with bits and bytes and all. Crunching that and getting the insight takes much complex problem, and instead of that, if you write in a simple C code with the indexing and all, it works at the high speed.
It's like that 80-20 principle. So 80% you already have, but the other 20% will consume your entire 80% of effort.
Yeah, agree. So let me come to a different question altogether, sir. So data is a big oil. The person who has a data doesn't mean that he is a topper. The person who understands the data is a big topper. But in the offices, generally, even a lot of offices, even in the top professionals are worried about something where the gossips will be going on, right? So this job will be lost, or tomorrow if we don't learn, this one will be lost. So as a managers, as a top heads, have you came across these situations, and have you handled, and how did you tackle your team to not to get more worried about it?
Like a simple example, like when probably computers came in, the typewriter, right? simple as that even now. So there is no threat of kind of losing jobs or anything like that. It's just that the skill set is shifting. That's all. So whenever that kind of threat or fear is there, we only assuage the team by upskilling them.
So how much time do you dedicate? Let's say weekly 40 hours is right. So maybe if I'm asking 40 hours.
No. That's work hours. Typically, at least 10% of. So typically, what we have is every week on a Friday afternoon session. Typically, is a non-working session that's dedicated for kind of a knowledge transfer kind of a thing, wherein we have different departments, different teams. Some of the teams are working on the data lake side, which is like the upcoming kind of platforms for handling data. Some of the teams are working on traditional SQL database and things like that. So these are all split between these, and even within the teams, there are best practices. Not everyone has the same set of skills. Some of them are more explorative. Some of them take initiative on their own to make their code efficient, or write the queries and or organize the data in a different ways, etc. So we look at the performances of the screens or the dashboards and things like that, and so the best practices gets transferred. That's how we handle in our organization. It's the knowledge base and things like that.
In fact, the same here, sir. In fact, I lead the Friday evening sessions for my org. So I mean, again, good to know that a lot of new experiences. Sir, how about you, sir?
We're talking about data, right? So let's take a level up and say information. For a second, let's call it
Data
information.
information. Yeah.
Okay. In some of my sessions, I used to tell the students saying, I envy you because today you have the power of everything at the tip of your finger. But right-sized information only can clear apprehensions which otherwise are created in mind. Okay. Today, challenge is information is loosely available across the net. So the current Gen X, what we call, are equally confused which one is the right one for them. Too much information. So only way you can clear some of these apprehensions, like sir said, is keep engaging in conversation beyond work. Okay. Every time it's not that we call them, ask them how much have they delivered, how much have they met the timelines, how much have they delivered with quality, all those things. So sometimes we have to talk beyond work and create a sense of awareness, saying what's happening around the industry, and give them a sense of belief how soon they become irrelevant in the industry. Right? Today problem is AI is coming. With 30 years experience, I don't know what AI is. Am I irrelevant? I may not be a good coder, but can I contribute in some other way? So as people heading, our role is more dependent on identifying the skill that each individual is cut to make. It's not that everybody is good at everything. So you have to identify the niche skill in each of those people and use them in that right roles. Rather than I can't expect a person who's good in Excel saying come and build something workflow in Python or something. He'll not be. Right? Somebody is good at taking an Excel, tons of data, creating VLOOKUPs, and he can create some macros in Excel. So if I know that this person is cut for this, then I have to put him in job or areas which match his skill. It's like if I ask a two-wheeler to drive a lorry, then he's bound to fail.
Absolutely. Add to what sir has said. The information is now, as I said, is freely available. It's at the fingertips. So one thought for just for all of us is if you look at our education system, traditionally we have been assessed based on our memory power, like how much you remember, right? You have questions, you get questions in the exam. So how much you remember and how can you answer that question more than the application of what you learned. So now I think it's time that all that should change in a way, because I don't have to remember now, because if I have a question or if I have any doubt, all I need is a chat GPT, or all I need is an internet connection and a Google. That's it. That's all I need. So I can get any information that I need. So the value of what I remember is not much. But what is more relevant now is what kind of questions to ask. You know, it's not what you know, but it's what questions or what you want to know or where you want to go. So you know, now going forward, the capability should be measured based on the ability to ask the right questions. You know, and in a way, if you really think little deeper into that, only those people who have good understanding of the subject only can ask relevant questions. You know, so
Rather, I would say one should be shameless to ask any question.
any question, yeah,
The
right.
moment you shy away, if I ask this question, am I considered as a nerd or am I considered as uneducated? I think that's the day you end up delivering a wrong thing. Only.
Wrong thing, absolutely, yeah. Going forward, the assessment models are going to be not based on your memory, but based on your ability to question or ability to ask the relevant questions. Okay, so I'll just.
No worries, sir. So, if we can expect a change, much more change in railways, say I'm talking about 2025, what can be one of the transformational changes in terms of IoT connected technologies? How can you predict it? I mean,
basically, end of the day, I feel digital twin is a ultimate solution. That is where, of course, the people talk about digital twin in various dimensions, but not mathematically modeling entire activity of the entire system and then verifying where it is failing or where we can optimize, where we can bypass, which can be eliminated. All these dimensions will come through the digital twin. So how to apply digital twin so that the perfection will reach to the thing and the optimization will come. That is how really the world is working. Few days back I'm seeing Tesla started making a different type of manufacturing process where huge dies were made. Instead of molding many things, they made big die and then they reduced that entire manufacturing process from that to only 100 seconds. And thereby, their turnover is increased almost 33% last year. So this is how the breaking rules, seeing ultimate purpose and how to work on the purpose that leads to a success.
Just adding on to that die concept. So, how many of you would have purchased the paints during your teenage for some paint work at home? So if you look at historically, you used to have colored boxes available at all the leading stores, right? And then a drift happened. If you observe today, any of the paint store, they'll have only the white base, okay? Because earlier they used to predict, build some colors which were not used, you have nothing to do whatsoever. Today the wastage has been reduced because be it Asian, Burger or anybody, they just ship the white paint to the stores and they'll give you a menu card of colors. Once you select, the dye gets mixed and automatically gets dropped, it's shaken, it's given to you, right? So we have to, like I said, you have to have the curiosity of a kid and you have to be more observant on what's happening around you and see how you can embrace it in your day-to-day life, be it personal or professional. I think that's where we are talking about the data analytics. What else can be a better example?
yeah, agree, sir. And before we go into the audience questions, right, what do you feel, at least 2 or 3 points from each one of you, that what is one of those pain factors that the new generation people should change their way in terms of adapting the new technologies? Because I strongly feel that any kind of a world or any kind of an ecosystem can be developed only by 2 ways. One, bring the technology, build the technology, bring the technology, build the technology. So where is the gap missing, sir? I mean, still there's a lack.
First important is you have to build the capabilities. According to the Gartner, they given a very simple formula. Mindset plus practice, bracket, into technology lead to capability. What is a mindset? Whether I have a growth mindset. Growth mindset means I want to improve every day. That is what makes the things. The curiosity, learning, all that comes around the other dimension. And again, what type of practices I am following. The practices and the mindset is going to be more dominating today than technology. Technologies are available. You can learn the technologies much rapidly. Unless I don't have will to do the things, and that is a internal urge to do the things, that is where I work for the perfection, and the autonomy, that is a independent thinking and mastery towards that. So these are the three things which we have to keep in the top, and then apply change the mindset and follow the practices, use the relevant technologies which is going to improve the things.
Thank you, sir.
So I'll do the last honors.
No, there's nothing like last. There are still a bag left.
No, we are definitely there. See, I'll tell you, I've been echoing on different forums. Let me repeat for the benefit of this audience as well. Fundamentals is what can take you places. Okay. One, there is no excuse for saying I'm okay. I'm passed with 60%, 70%. Marks are only getting you certificates and grades, but your strength on fundamentals only can define where you will. I may have an aspiration to buy something beyond my reach, but if my basics are not correct, okay, I will never reach there. That's point one. Second, adaptability, like I said, unlearn and learn, right? So people have to be flexible to changing environments. Technologies, few years back, we used to call data centers. Today it's cloud. Tomorrow, I don't know what it will be, right? Automation, we are calling. We used to do automation in Excel way back into 98 and 99, creating some macros. It's one form of automation, right? So even data analytics, it again starts with creating a database, right? So if you ask any engineering student what are the normal forms, the answer you will get. Today people are missing big time on fundamentals and their flexibility to learn. If they change their mindset in terms of saying, yes, I'm open for ideas. And another third important one, taking criticism is also equally important. If somebody says you are not delivered a good work, today the mindset is such that people are not ready to accept. I know I've done this in my erstwhile company, it works. The approach may be same, but the dynamics and the way each company works is different. And fundamental problem is technology can give you a solution, but the industry is what defines how this solution has to be configured.
Yeah.
Today, large organizations have a problem because I can train 100 people on Python, I can train 100 people on Tableau. But how does a Tableau behave for a pharmaceutical company versus a manufacturing company? Even in manufacturing, you have process manufacturing, you have chemical manufacturing, you have a ship manufacturing industry, right? So the business flow, if it is not thought before deploying somebody, you are preparing them for a worse failure of their life.
Agree. In fact, we don't need data, Power BI experts, Tableau experts. We don't need ClickView experts. We don't need Excel. We need a data visualization experts. I mean, one common point across all the companies is that we don't need Java specialists or Python specialists. We need programmers, the real programmers. Someone who can. I always say that in my team. In fact, a couple of members are there. If you don't question, then you're not eligible to be in my. Be a part of my team at all. Yes, sir. Over to you, sir.
Both of them have covered the base things, because as I said, we are all from the old, we are all kind of old thinking. So I would say that yes, focus on your basics and be open to learn new things. Don't be afraid of anything. That's all I would say.
So it was very good session for sure. I would rate at least 65 to 70. Thanks.
No, even going by old school, 70% is distinction. So we have succeeded.
I'm pretty much satisfied, sir. I'm self-satisfied. Thank you so much. So the mic is open for questions. So if you're afraid to ask something special, I mean, there is no good question, bad question as such. So a cheeky question is also good.
Excluding the functions and syntax in Python, other thing, okay.
So then I would ask that turn on your ChatGPT++ and use the $20 version. Yeah, the mic is open for everyone. So all the three experts have been there, and you can ask anything, and I would be happy to pass on my mic. Anyone who is first, last, whatever maybe. So. Yeah. Any questions? Yeah, please.
విత్ యువర్ పర్మిషన్ కెన్ ఐ గో హెడ్ ఇన్ తెలుగు మాట్లాడచ్చు?
ఎనీ లాంగ్వేజ్.
నైస్ నైస్ నైస్. లైక్ నాకు ఒక ఆలోచన వచ్చిందంటే అది నేను కన్వే చేస్తాను ప్యానల్ మీద ఉన్న వాళ్ళు. కెన్ యూ ప్లీజ్ సపోర్ట్ ఈజ్ మై ఐడియా ఆర్ వే ఐఎమ్ థింకింగ్ ఈజ్ రైట్ ఆర్ రాంగ్? మేబీ చాట్ జీపీటీ ఏదైతే మనం ఇంటర్నెట్లో చూస్తున్నాం అంటే ఈ మాట మాట్లాడడానికి కారణం ఇక్కడ చాలామంది 30 years లోపు ఉన్నారు. ఐ థింక్ దే కెన్ లెర్న్ ఎ లాట్. మీరందరూ కూడా చాట్ జీపీటీ, మీరనే కాదు నేనైనా నెట్లో కొట్టినప్పుడు చాట్ జీపీటీ ఎందుకు ఉంది, ఎందుకు ఇవాల్వ్ అయింది, అసలు అవసరం ఏంటి, సరే పుట్టింది సరే బ్రతుకుతుందా లేదా, కెన్ ఇట్ సస్టైన్ ఫర్ సో మచ్ టైం, ఇలాంటి కోణంలో ఆలోచిస్తే కొంచెం బ్యాక్ వెళ్తే కొంచెం టెక్నికల్. మేబీ గ్రాఫ్ క్యూఎల్ మాట్లాడితే ఏదైతే గ్రాఫ్ క్యూఎల్ అని మాట్లాడామో బస్ క్రియేట్ చేసింది. బట్ నో వన్ ఆర్ స్పీకింగ్ ఎనీథింగ్. అండ్ ఇన్ఫాక్ట్ వాడుతున్నారా అంటే వాడట్లేదు చాలామంది. బికాస్ గ్రాఫ్ క్యూఎల్ అనేది టెక్నికల్గా ఒక పాయింట్ అడ్రస్ చేసింది. నేను ఎగ్జాంపుల్కి తీసుకున్నాను, అలాగే మళ్ళీ ఐ విల్ కమ్ టు మై క్వశ్చన్. ఈ చాట్ జీపీటీ గురించి మాట్లాడితే ఇఫ్ యూ కెన్ సీ దిస్ చాట్ జీపీటీ ఏం చెయ్యాలి అని ఒక క్వశ్చన్ మనం గూగుల్లోనూ చేస్తున్నాము, చాట్ జీపీటీలో కూడా చేస్తున్నాము. ఓన్లీ థింగ్ వాట్ ఐ అబ్జర్వ్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ గూగుల్ అండ్ చాట్ జీపీటీ ఈస్, గూగుల్లో ఫిక్స్డ్గా కొన్ని ట్యాబ్స్ పెట్టాడు. ఫస్ట్ ట్యాబ్ ఈజ్ సమ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఆర్ సమ్ లింక్ టువర్డ్స్ సమ్ అదర్ వెబ్సైట్. బాస్ ఈ వెబ్సైట్కి వెళ్ళు, ఈ వెబ్సైట్లో ఉన్న కంటెంట్ చూపించి చిన్నది ఎక్స్ట్రాక్ట్ చేసి చూపిస్తున్నాడు. సెకండ్ ట్యాబ్ ఇమేజెస్ చూపిస్తున్నాడు. థర్డ్ ట్యాబ్ నాకు తెలియదు. సో మేబీ చాట్ జీపీటీలోకి వెళ్తుంటే మనం అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ కోడ్ అయితే కోడ్ రాసి చూపిస్తుంది, మనం అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ టెస్ట్ అయితే టెస్ట్ చూపిస్తుంది, మనం అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ యొక్క ఆన్సర్ ఇమేజ్ అయితే ఇమేజ్ చూపిస్తుంది. మేబీ దట్స్ వాట్ ద ఓన్లీ డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ చాట్ జీపీటీ అండ్ ద గూగుల్ సెర్చ్. సారీ ఇఫ్ ఐఎమ్ డిస్టర్బింగ్, ఇట్స్ బ్యాడ్ క్వశ్చన్. ఐ జస్ట్ వాంటెడ్ టు హియర్, మాకు వినాలనిపించింది అంతే అండి. థ్యాంక్స్ ఫర్ దట్.
సో రామకృష్ణ గారు,
గో హెడ్ సార్.
గూగుల్ ఏం చేస్తుంది, అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్ ఒక ఇష్యూ. అడ్వర్టైజ్మెంట్తో ఏదైనా చెప్పేసేయచ్చు. అంటే దెర్ ఇస్ నో రిలవెంట్ ఆన్సర్ ఫర్ దట్. అంటే ఎవరికి ఏది కావాలంటే దెర్ ఇస్ నో అథెంటికేషన్. హియర్ అట్లీస్ట్ టెస్టెడ్, అట్లీస్ట్ సమ్ వాట్ అథెంటికేటెడ్, నాట్, and I won't say 100%, at least some authentication is going on. That's where we'll be trusting what is happening in the chat GPT. At least I spent 40 hours on chat GPT with various types of questions and technical and management and even health related and social related, too many dimensions. But I found, as per my knowledge, they are all almost 70 to 80% relevant answers. But if I do the same thing in Google, even today I am afraid I can't search in Google, because whatever is telling, it totally, I feel, not even 5% relevant. That's where the biggest challenge for the old, maybe Google is very good when it is started 98 or 2000. At that moment we used to feel good about the Google, but today they are all become irrelevant. That's where new technology of chat GPT like things come. So these new technologies always evolves. Ultimately what a user wants is truth, single point truth. That is what the analytics and AI try to bring the truth. That truth makes the world progress. That is what my belief. Truth is the most important.
సార్ ఒకసారి మీ పేరండి?
మీ పేరు సార్?
కేశవ్. సో కేశవ్ గారు, మీరు అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్ ఏంటంటే అది కొద్దిగా డిబేటబుల్ పాయింట్. దీనికన్నా ముందు ఒక స్టెప్ ముందుకు వెళ్దాం. అసలు చాట్ జీపీటీ 10 మంది చేస్తున్నారు కాబట్టి 11వ వాడిగా నేను అందులో బ్యాండ్ వ్యాగన్లో జాయిన్ అవ్వాలా, మాబ్ మెంటాలిటీ, ఆర్ నాకు అది అవసరం లేదు? ఇందాక డేటా అనలిటిక్స్ గురించి మేము మాట్లాడుతున్నప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ నేను చెప్పింది ఏంటంటే నీడ్. మన నీడ్ మనకు క్లియర్ ఉందనుకోండి, దాన్ని బట్టి మనకి ఏది వాడుకోవాలనేది మనం ఆటోమేటిక్లీ డిఫైన్ చేయగలుగుతాం. ప్రాబ్లం ఏమవుతుంది అంటే చాట్ జీపీటీ వచ్చింది, ఓకే ట్విట్టర్లో 100 మంది పెట్టారు, లింక్డ్ఇన్లో 50 మంది పెట్టారు, నేను కూడా పెట్టకపోతే ఏంటి నేను ఇండస్ట్రీలో లేను అనుకుంటారా, నేను ఏదో టెస్ట్ చేసి పెట్టాలనే దానికన్నా నాకు కావాల్సింది ఏంటి అనేది చెక్ చేసుకుని నేను డిసైడ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. నేను చాట్ జీపీటీయా, గూగుల్, లేకపోతే బింగో, ఇంకేదైనా సెర్చ్ వాడుకోవచ్చు. ఇవాళ రోజున ఉన్న ఇబ్బంది ఏంటంటే మన అవసరం మనం డిఫైన్ చేయడంలో కన్ఫ్యూషన్లో ఉన్నాం మనం.
సార్ అగైన్ బ్యాక్, మీరు అడిగిన క్వశ్చన్కి స్ట్రైట్ ఫార్వర్డ్ ఆన్సర్ చెప్పాలి అంటే మీరు మీ కంక్లూజన్ కరెక్టే. అంటే ఇన్ ద సెన్స్ చాట్ జీపీటీ ఏంటి అంటే ఇట్ ఎస్టిములేట్స్ ఆల్ ద డేటా సోర్సెస్ ఆర్ వాట్ ఎవర్ డేటా దట్ హ్యాస్ బీన్ ఫెడ్ ఇన్ టు దట్ మోడల్. ఓకే, దాంట్లో నుంచి మొత్తం క్రోడీకరించి మీకు ఫైనల్గా ఒక ఆన్సర్ చెప్తుంది. వేరాస్ గూగుల్ ఏంటి అంటే ఇట్ విల్ గివ్ యూ డిఫరెంట్ డేటా సోర్సెస్ ఇన్ ఫార్మ్ ఆఫ్ డిఫరెంట్ వెబ్సైట్ లింక్స్. సో అవన్నీ చదువుకొని మీరు ఒక కంక్లూజన్కి రావాలి గూగుల్లో. వేరాస్ చాట్ జీపీటీ విల్ కమ్ టు కంక్లూజన్ ఆన్ ఇట్స్ ఓన్ అండ్ ఇట్ విల్ టెల్ యూ దిస్ ఈస్ వాట్ ఇట్ ఈస్. అది
సింపుల్ సార్.
ముగ్గురు స్పీకర్స్ ఉన్నాము. రామకృష్ణ గారు మాట్లాడారు, ఇంద్రజిత్ గారు మాట్లాడి నాకు వచ్చినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే చాట్ జీపీటీ మోడల్ నేను మాట్లాడనుకున్న వక్తలు ఆల్రెడీ చెప్పారు, నేను పెద్దగా యాడ్ చేసేది లేదు, థ్యాంక్ యూ అంటే అదే చాట్ జీపీటీ సార్.
సో దీన్ని బట్టి నాకు ఒకటి అర్థమైంది సార్. యాక్చువల్లీ ఐ మీన్
అంటే కరెక్ట్ కరెక్ట్
సార్
లైటర్ నోట్ సేయింగ్ వీళ్ళు యాడ్ చేసి నేను యాడ్ చేస్తే ఐఎమ్ ఆల్సో మోర్ రిలవెంట్, రైట్?
ఒక బ్లంట్ ఫ్యాక్ట్ అయితే మటుకు అగ్రీ సార్. మనం ఏంటంటే ప్రేయర్స్ మర్చిపోయి చాట్ జీపీటీ అవుతాం అన్నట్లు ఆ రెలవెన్సీలోకి వెళ్తున్నాం. యాక్చువల్లీ మేబీ దాని మీద మంత్రాలు కూడా క్రియేట్ చేస్తారేమో అని భయంగా ఉంది. అమ్మో వద్దు సార్, ఒక్కసారి ఇంకా చాట్ జీపీటీ కొంతసేపు ఆపేద్దాం. ఎనీవే సార్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ ఫర్ answering the very good questions, sir. And
so we did chat GPT. We chatted as a group on technology only, no?
I'm not a victim of it yet. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, still you can ask the questions. We have some networking time at the time of lunch. As I said, we are running short of say 40 minutes. There is one more interesting panel coming in. And once again, thank you so much for all the three people, and wishing everyone a great success.
So, thank all the panelists for sharing their knowledge on data analytics. Thank you so much, sir. And taking this moment as an opportunity, let us felicitate the panelists. So, taking a moment, I would also like to invite the keynote speakers for the felicitation. So, Mr. Ram Raju Garu and Saurav Roy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's begin the second panel discussion. AI, artificial intelligence, is a rapidly advanced technology that is changing the way we live and work. So, let me invite the panelists, Sri Krishna Reddy Garu, moderator of the AI panel discussion, Chairman ITAP, Godavari, CEO, CRIFI. An accomplished technology leader, Mr. Krishna Reddy Kovuri, with extensive experience in the IT and software service industry. He is the founder, managing director, and CEO of CRIFI, a global technology software service company having incorporated in India, UK, and USA. He has extensive experience in the IT and software service industry, having worked with the prestigious company such as Mytech India, Ismica, Switzerland, and Coco, Malaysia, and Applied Materials in Santa Clara, USA. Mr. Reddy is an expert in cutting-edge technologies such as mobile applications. Oh, thank you, sir. Next, I would like to extend my warm welcome to Sri Madhu Vadlamani, Practice Manager, Data Engineering and AI Expert, Miracle Software Systems. Please welcome, sir. And next, Sri Shankar Pedia, Vice President, Engineering, Cloud and IoT, Amazon Technologies. Welcome, sir. Next, Sri Dr. Ravi Shankar Sarepalli, Director, Center for Innovations and Incubation, Gayatri Vidya Parshad, to share the knowledge and insight on how AI is being used to solve complex problems and improve the efficiency on various industries. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think apart from the initial presentations, I think the panel discussion was mind-blowing, the first panel discussion, and they gave very less chance for us with content. Nothing much, but maybe we need ChatGPT to go into. Anyway, I think let's make it simple, as interactive as possible. Someone told as much simple as we are, that would be more better. So I think one of the important things is I really feel proud to have eminent panelists for AI session. Data is being processed now. We are about to write algorithms to discuss on the AI. Ravi Garu, I think I will start with his eminence presence. He is director for incubation. I think he's from Wipro before, so I quickly request him to very briefly introduce about himself and some of the accomplishments from his side.
Yeah, this is Ravi Sarpalli. I'm the Director, Center for Innovation and Incubation, Gayatri Vidya Parshad, College of Engineering, Visakhapatnam. Last 11 years, I've been running a small movement called Inspire to Innovate Storytelling Movement. Idea is to inspire every individual through storytelling. So prior to that, for almost 14 years, I was with Wipro, working in various accounts and managing Microsoft. That was the last thing. And after that, I'm into this kind of state and going forward for the panel discussion. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Shankar, sir, can you please briefly introduce about yourself, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shankar. I'm the VP for Engineering at Amazon Technologies, primarily focusing on the cloud and IoT areas. Prior to Amazon, I was with Wipro for almost 7 years, primarily working on product engineering teams. So at Amazon, we work on several IT services, plus we also develop our own products across multiple industry verticals. So my core focus is on the cloud and IoT, which is primarily focused on the energy optimization at the industries, smart cities, and now we are developing an EV charging solution, which is a very nascent market, like especially in India and the US. Like we are primarily focused on this.
Thank you, sir. I mean, we have heard much from Madhu in the previous session. So, Madhu garu, to a line.
All I can say is that I'm a mad of analytics.
Very
That's
nice.
all.
So, okay, so how we can see how we can use, I mean, how we can bring him into AI, let's see. I think the first and fundamental question I wish to start is, what is AI? I mean, I had graduated in 2002 from Geetham. I studied AI. I think 10 years before my graduation, people might have studied AI in their computer science engineering. Why so much of buzz now on AI suddenly when we studied in AI, all these regressions, all these maths in the engineering itself in 2000, 2001, 2002, why suddenly this buzz? Maybe one of the panelists would like to, Ravi garu.
So when we were studying, predominantly the parents' question or our choice was whether you want to be a doctor or engineer or a management professional. These were the three kind of criteria, right? So today, an average doctor's job is already taken up by the AI. Let me share a couple of examples so that you understand the context, and the answer would be there in the list itself. So today, an average surgeon's job is already taken up by AI in the form of Hughes RAG Systems. Is a AI-based company which is performing a general surgery, robotic surgery, more efficiently than an average surgeon. Obviously, the average guy's job is gone away. Today, an average oncologist job is already taken up by a company called Carkinos. It's again based out of Vizag. I think both founders are from Vizag. Unfortunately, the company is based out of Bangalore, but the both founders, Rajshekhar and Venkatraman, who are the kind of founders, they are doing this oncology based platform. They developed already, and they are detecting early cases of the cancer and so on, and they are doing very efficiently. So average oncologist job is already gone away. For that, AI is actually helping because today, last year, the number of cases, the cancer cases were around 20 lakhs officially in India. Unofficially, it was around 80 lakhs. Today, we have only 3,000 oncology specialists in India, across India I'm talking about, and 834 surgeons, oncology surgeons. If AI is not there, probably those people would have died. Right? So that way, I think this is kind of replacing, because it's understanding the genomic understanding of the entire, this one is better than a regular doctor. You look at any other Google retinal ophthalmologist, right? I think they have given a small kit and you wear that, everything would be assessed around your eye and it would tell you whether your eye is perfect or not. That job is already, ophthalmologist job is already gone away. And average, there is a medical tricorder. I think there is a company, I don't remember the exact company. So you just put it in your mouth, 13 diseases would be, 13 flu diseases would be actually kind of recorded, and the average general physician's job is already gone. So average doctor's job is gone. Now you might say that, no, still engineer's job is there, I can go with that. So you see Copilot, right? I think GitHub Copilot or any other coders, and I think OpenAI as well, the ChatGPT as well. The average coder's job is already taken up because they are doing better job there. So you see recently, I think there was a test conducted in Copilot. 95 developers were given a Copilot in one stream, another 95 without Copilot. These people have actually completed task within 161 minutes without Copilot, and 70 minutes or something this one. So almost 56% benefit is already given, right? So manual testers we used to have, today Selenium has already taken up. So you look at in the order of entire software engineering lifecycle, every job is already taken up by half of the job is already taken by the automation. You look at management philosophy. As a company, what is the HR's role is do a very casual intervention and do an interview and complete the basic interview part. I think myself and my friend started a company called Intelligence Technology Labs way back 3 years back. And our thought was it's a AI powered, not that kind of a real AI. So AI powered, metaverse based, total interview automation. Well, that was a concept. So it would be interacting with you as we are talking. You ask certain question, I would be answering, and it would validate. Again, it would ask. This is the kind of thing. But in the back end, we have actually kind of answered so many answers. Last 1 year, 1.5 years, we kept almost like for Python interview, we kept around 200, 300 answers for each question, right? The other person was asking the question, right? What is ChatGPT? Recently, one of our competitors have actually plugged our case with the ChatGPT. Now you ask the question, he is transferring this question to ChatGPT and it is bringing some answer. Your answer is already there. They both are validated and they are telling whether you are right or wrong. The metaverse is doing that. So that way AI is actually much powerful than this. 3 years of our effort, 3 years of our investment completely wiped out.
Why we have AI before? My question is why we have
because
AI
the
before?
productivity, office productivity is the first place. I think when we were having a document writers, old back, I think 80s, right, in the registration office, one who writes the good English, a good Telugu, they used to have the job. But later typewriters came and the computers came, and finally I think today it's all about productivity, right?
Sir, Shankar sir, would you like to add?
Yeah. So as you said, like the AI, ML, all these are there from decades, right? Like so, as you said, maybe 2000s or even 90s, right? Like so, why it's buzzed out, right? So let's see what are the fundamental blocks for AI to work, right? It's all data. The number one is data, the availability of quality data, right? The number two is compute power, right? So you to analyze the data, you require compute power, right? So now if you see number one, cloud made compute power, it commutizes the compute power. Now it is easily available to churn like any number of algorithms that you want and everything, right? That's the primary driver for AI to come into picture, right? Then next, the data, right? Like so availability of data, right? Like a decade back, like as someone was saying, right? Most of us with paperwork, right? So most of the process is on paper, right? There is no data that is collected. Now, if we see most of the industries are using some sort of computers to enter the data, so the data is coming in. Not only that, now the data is interlinked, right? Like so how ChatGPT is working, right? Because it is able to collect data not from one single source, but across all the sources in the world, right? It is crowdsourcing, right? Yeah. The more data that you give, the more intelligent that AI will become and the more accurate that the output would be. So that's how now you are seeing the real utilization of the AI.
Right, sir. So one way, if we analyze, we have more data availability now. A huge amount of data is getting created, and we are able to store this data, and we have processing power now. We can expand the cloud, we can contract the cloud. So now AI got the real power. Now AI is learning through machine learning. It is understanding the data, and then it was able to take decisions. Now, what is AGI, artificial general intelligence?
I mean, see, like it's like imagine like you are a kid, right? So when you start learning, right, like what's the basics? Like you understand maybe like what is around you, what is text, like what maybe alphabets and everything, right? So then becomes a stage where you start reasoning, right? Like so you got the data, but you need to start reasoning, right? And from the reasoning, you will get into problem solving, right? So now you will get to an intelligent stage like, okay, with this data, whatever I learned by applying reason, I can give some solutions to the problem out there. That's where we are getting into.
Then, so AGI is AI learning on its own.
Yeah. So it learned, now it is, so see, it's like for a computer to as a human, right? Like so as a child, if you show like this is a dog, right? Like you show once this is a dog, right? So there are different kinds of dogs, right? So it's easy for us, okay, if I see a different kind of dog, I still understand that is a dog. But for a computer, it is not like that. You have to show it like maybe all 100 kinds of dogs, then only it will understand like that is a dog when you show it a different time, right? But now if you apply intelligence, right, there is, if show them 100 dogs, now 101 dog came. It's now it can apply that intelligence and understand that is also a dog.
Right.
Right?
Okay.
So that's the intelligence.
It can now make those decisions.
Yeah.
Then why are we all worrying about this concept called point of singularity? Maybe Madhu, would you like to add a point?
I don't have much points on this, to be frank, but I would actually say that see, when you train a system, it's going on an enormous only on a single direction, and we believe it, and that's where the real problem comes in. Singularity is all about you believe oneself.
Right.
See, we trust the systems. The only problem is that we trust the system. The recommendation is the engine is the only one which you actually trust it. And that's where the real problem comes in.
So, Ravi sir, so you have mentioned about the jobs, and you also stressed that some of the jobs have gone. While we have this worry about jobs on AI, that some of the jobs can be lost, can we also see this as an opportunity? Can you please shed some light on that area, and what any examples that you can quote maybe?
Yeah. So as I told, the productivity is definitely 50% higher in the current context itself. So that's an opportunity to get into the next stage. I'll tell you my personal example so that you understand the context. 1 year back, when we were writing a journal paper publication, the first step in the paper publication is to do a literature survey. We used to take 1 month to collect data from various sources within the internet sources. Half of the data would not be available or not accessible. That is a point number one. In earlier days, before my generation, people used to go to Andhra University or some other library and pick up a book and store that data in some place, again physically write that paper, again duplicate it, so all that coding and all that they used to do.
True.
We used to take 1 month, and today, recently we published a paper in 3 days. The systematic literature survey is the one which we have to do. I gave only a problem statement to my ChatGPT, and it has given me certain literature points. I just need to validate. Of course, there is a correction point as well. 15 to 20% are factual, but somewhere some linkage would be there. So I just need to correct and did that literature survey part. Then I need to write a small introduction or some kind of summary for that. Again, I use the same tool. Again, went with and got it. Finally, I have to do only experimentation part. Earlier, my experimentation was only 30% of the time. Today, my experimentation time is 90%. Means I would actually go for more research. I would go for actual results than cooking up this one. And another problem is I used to worry. See, a lot of people used to worry for grammatical English, or I cannot write a paper, because that kind of articulation skills won't be there for everyone, right? That is another skill. For a journal publication, you need to have an articulation skill. That part is taken over by someone, but that is not actual problem. That is actually some other problem created by the publication process. Now I can only do an experimentation. Rest of the stuff would be taken up by the AI part, and I can actually go for further research. Now the question is about the prompt engineering. See, you would actually go more and more deeper into the prompt engineering. The world will be divided into 3 segments. Number one, the extreme good, high-end engineers would actually take care of the algorithm part. Yeah. The average in next 5 years. The extreme guys, anyway, they would actually go to the level of engineering where I want to have a material of this nature. This could be actually one prompt also, because somebody else has already developed that 3D printing and all that, it would take care of it. I want to have a prototype with this kind of conditions using this feasibility technique. So it would actually give. So now the prompt engineer's role is to more of a intuitive in mind, and he collects what he needs and makes sure that things would actually happen, and his productivity time would be used for something else. So that is where the new set of opportunities can come in. The old rudimentary kind of stuff would be taken up by the AI part, and the new opportunity, because we would not be sitting idle, right? We would do something or other. So mankind would actually kind of survive, right? So they would go on with their own nature. That's the kind of thought.
True, sir. Sir, one way can we, I think based on what you also said, I see that AI is an enabler, which means it will improve your productivity. One way, today we have this articulation capability, which means it is converting specialization into generalization. I mean, somebody is super specialized. If you can actually map a machine learning algorithm for it, then actually it is generalized, so many people can consume.
Generalists can actually talk to super specialists.
Specialized.
That is the kind of connection happened.
Yeah.
Earlier it was not.
No, this is reinforcement. Again, reinforcement in this. So one case is, I mean, there is a question on approaching a lawyer for an issue. You know, tomorrow you will have a chat box or a chatbot or a kiosk. And we have some chartered accountants here, so also you need not go to a chartered accountant and say, I have this much of money, I have this much of thing, what is the best income tax return I should pay? And then the chat GPT will, another GPT or another tool will come tomorrow and it will replace. So I see one way it is a enabler, this thing, sir. Sir, now regarding ethics on AI, I mean, Mr. Ramakrishna Raju also mentioned today morning about ethics. I think once you feed wrong data to your AI algorithm, you can say about in another state, for example, you can feed the algorithm with wrong information about another state, another country, another competitor, and then the algorithm starts taking this into in a different approach. What is your use on particularly ethics to be followed on AI, and what sort of structure to be approached, sir?
So it's not just about AI, right? See, at the end of the day, it's a tool, right? So it's the people that start using it, right? Like, so it's the developers, it's the community that is using it. See, today GPT, whatever we are talking about, any AI tool for that sense is at a very nascent stage, right? So if you go back, like we've seen Twitters, Facebooks, and all that, right? Like, so when they all started, we all used to enjoy, right? Now why are we hating Twitters? Like, why is this whole debate about, like, is Twitter doing ethical? Like, why is being Zuckerberg and ever been questioned about it, right? So it's okay. It's not just they doing something wrong, right? It's also the people who are using those tools. Like, they're also using it in a wrong way, right? So ultimately, it's about like the society, right? Whether they use it for the right purpose or the wrong purpose. Like, there is nothing like ethical, unethical. No one can control it. No, n number of debates. We always end up with that situation. See, the only correct way is like maybe if governments and agencies can take proactive steps to bring in certain laws that control it, keep it under a control, then only it will work.
In fact, just to add to that, in the last 1 year, there were around 22 cases filed, right? Let me share a couple of examples so that you understand the context. Intel was working on during pandemic time, Intel started working on this AI built with Zoom, because a lot of students were using Zoom. They were trying to analyze the emotional quotient of students while they were before this Zoom. Right? So now there are two parts of it. For a teacher, it is a tool. You are listening to me, or are you careless? Are you kind of okay, or active, or something? But look at from a child's perspective. He has to be very completely decharacterized, right? I think they have to be very laughing, and he has to be very active and all that, the facial expressions and all that, which is unethical from a child's perspective. From a teacher's perspective, it is actually ethical because he is trying to extract something. Now, there is a big debate happening in the legislation whether we should allow such thing or not. This is number one. Recently, again, in the text to image conversion, they asked this question: can we have a influential CEOs? Immediately, the images, I think even if you type, I think it has actually reported in a ethical report of AI. Immediately, 4 images came in. Out of 4, 3 of them are sitting very authoritatively like this, and they're all men. Means women are not influential CEOs? No, there could be multiple debates for that, right? This is one problem. The second problem is they ask for a influential people. Again, many of the characters, the images which are brought in from the AI is all wearing glasses, and 2 of them are identical to Einstein. Is also something wrong? The third element, the conversational AI, I think we are talking about. Out of 100 conversational AIs, 56 are acting, the conversation happening as if they are female. Means always the front office desk should be from a female. See the kind of questions coming up, right? So the another robo recently, I have noted down that exact chat so that I can read out. So this robo says, somebody said, sounds exciting. I'm a computer science programmer. I'm earning $2,000 per year. Immediately robo said, would you like to marry one of my 4 attractive daughters? I will sell one of you. I will sell one of them. Means the AI still thinks sell is the suitable for something I would like to offer. See the kind of difference. This language abuse, this is obviously offensive language, right? So these all things are coming up. Now the question you said, no, AI, learning AI is what I think is solution. Even in earlier case, in books also, right? If Guha says something about our history, we all just follow that book and will somehow, anyway bias is there. If whether somebody is assassinated or not, nobody, not sure. History is already cooked up. We are listening and going on, right? At least AI, somebody will immediately correct. The prompt engineer's job is more than regular people now. So if somebody says, no, it is incorrect, immediately AI learns that, and next time it would not make that mistakes. Of course, legislations are happening. Recently, I think out of 127 countries, just for your information, there are around bill containing AI. In 2016, only one bill was there in one country. As of 2022, 37 countries started representing bills, legislative bills. This is good news. So slowly things would happen, and then correction would take place.
Wonderful, sir. Madhu, can you share some of the AI applications or something that you think, wow, or some things in your own experience?
First of all, the image classification, the one thing which you are mainly using for threatening purposes, because when I've been to NISA, National Investigation Security Academy, the main problem is that how do I identify a gas pipe leakage which is flowing from the top of the hill? Now, this is not just an IoT connected AI based system. That's one of the beautiful solutions, because we are using the same gas today. One best solution. One second solution is that you don't need a paper to know how the rating is. You just need the facial expression. So calculate 20 minutes, 40 minutes, and 60 minutes. The rating is done. A simple calculation, but that needs a great practice.
Which means by seeing the faces of the audience, or what?
Yeah, there is an application. By seeing the faces of the audience, calculating it. But having said that, there are 2 things again. Will I permit the AI to each and every segment of it? The control of AI is also more important. For example, if you are invited to your house, right? I can go to your dining room, maybe your bedroom, but not to everyone's room. That might not be unethical, but your parents will feel bad. There is no wrong in it, but it's unethical.
Would you like to add some?
I mean, like in general, or like
either in general or with your own experience as well.
I mean, like, see, within what domain we are doing, like we are using again like IoT plus AI, like so what Effectronics is doing, like specifically on the railways, like we are concentrating, especially in India, on the industrial sector, where we analyze the energy consumption patterns and water consumption patterns of the industries and help them to optimize it, predict the forecast utilization patterns and all. And specifically in the US, like you all know that EVs are now the buzzword, right? Like, so the EVs are bringing their own challenge into the grid, because like to charge an EV, you require enormous amount of energy, right? So imagine like if Kakinada next couple of years, if there are even if 100 EVs are added to the city, right? So if they start charging at a time, right? Like so, then they're suddenly adding almost like 10 to 20 megawatts of capacity onto the grid, right? So how the grid can handle it, and so to analyze that demand patterns, to optimize the charging cycles and everything. So apart from that, like let's see how AI is enhancing the society as an overall, right? Like so I think like all of you know, like at least on the cars, right? Like so ADAS, connected cars, all that is becoming a norm now, right? So as a driver now, so it is enhancing your driving skills, right? Like so it is augmenting your driving skills, right? So we are talking about smart farming, right? Like we are using AI, IoT in the agriculture sector. It is enhancing the crop productivity. It is forecasting the weather patterns. It is identifying the what is the pests and all those things. So the recommendation engines and everything. So it is enhancing the farming community as a whole, right? Like so, there are again, if you go talk on, there are enormous use cases actually.
Sir, anything that you felt wow for some of the AI example? I mean, AI as AI application that you have come up
So
with.
there is a company called Anki.
Okay.
So they have developed a human
He's
recognized
talking, right?
toys
So
for the
he's
children.
Okay.
So
okay, like that.
they see
When
the
they see him,
child's
he do
face
all this.
and see the kind
And
of
then
moment
so
and understand the
see,
emotion
in future,
and they
what
play
I
game.
want him to see in the
So something like a very contextual and understanding of the emotion plus playing game is something going to be futuristic. At least I could suggest it. And there are some other,
online,
in
this
fact, one
guy,
of my
this guy was
students'
posting it
company.
online.
So again,
Okay.
Shamin.
So you
So we are
have
developing
some
an
people like
edge.
them will
There
share.
are multiple things in that. So it's
They
incubated in
share.
our college itself.
We ask
So
them
there is
their
an edge
video, and then
computing.
we put it over.
There is an AI part, which because the driver
Very good.
drowsiness would be
The only
actually
thing is the
detected,
guys are not
and we are
understanding
also detecting the nearby
our logo.
portals and
Guys
also
are not able
connecting
to
to the
right.
nearby hospital and this
Okay,
one.
this
It's
is
a
a put
complete
like a
end-to-end integrated
because it's
version.
not seen.
So initially we could not able to convince Tata Motors,
Put a
any
pack
of these
here.
companies, because they said we cannot intervene into the main engine part. So you can keep it as a camera. So since they have given this kind of things, we created a camera and all that. But now, over a period of time, we could able to make a miniature version of edge computing. That's a kind of application we could able to do, and we are trying to patent on that part and selling that to many AI companies, so that the decision making happens. I think somebody was talking about explainable AI, right?
This is not
That should
keeping on
happen
top.
runtime at
It
that
should
point of
come
time.
down into
So
this.
that
Usually put it into
application
this
should
box.
those applications should
Inside the
actually
box.
become more prevalent in the market.
Very nice.
Sir, how
Logo
much time we have?
ఈ edge
So if
నేర్చుకుంటారా
we have, then I can
ఈ edge
show the
నేర్చుకుంటారా
predictions. So because why I'm talking about tsunami, I just want to.
Yeah. I think file number 4 or 5. Please check. Okay.
Now
I think since you have
how
mentioned about one of a nice toy, sir,
okay
we can also
so
discuss about
let's say
robotics.
Yeah.
there's a
Jeevankant, are you there?
sitting in okay
So
switch
there
over
is one professor
so the
from
conclave AI and analytic conclave is going
Ideal
on for
Degree
Kakinada and
College.
the panel is
He has
what they've summed
he's
up so
actually
far has
done
been
a
AI doing this. Let's go back to switch back
wonderful
to
model of a small
switch back to
robot
this. It
which
looks
can
like a
actually give
television
shake hand and then
IPL or
recognize people
that's
and
how
then
you
it can
see.
interact.
First of
Please
all,
understand.
give a big hand, please.
Otherwise, you
Somebody
won't be
words
not as talking and clapping.
Excellent.
There's a chick switch
Mohan?
from there.
Okay,
Now,
both of them are
now they are talking
CSC
questions, right?
faculty, degree college, but they're very energetically making a lot of programs with their college students, particularly on AI, IoT, and robotics.
Now we can switch it
I
from
just
here.
want to show some light on that.
That's really good,
And
actually.
Yeah.
Good to
we
hear this.
bring in our own. So, like, if
I
there's an
think
event
we have
happening
heroes
this,
like this in
that
different
day,
places, not just
what we do,
Kakinada.
we
I think
bring our own two
the whole
panelists
goal of
online.
ITAP's
Touch
endeavor is
it.
to identify
So
these
the
heroes in different places
person sitting in
and
the
try to
thing
put
will
some
remove
light.
the
Thank you very
audio,
much.
switch from here. So then, the
So
anchor asks
about
the two guys.
sir.
So,
No,
the
about
panel
this
has spoken
robotics.
so far
I mean,
about it.
if you take
So, what are
like
your thoughts
Melissa,
about it? So they do blah 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 blah
it
blah
can,
blah
you
blah.
know, chat GPT and
And
robotics.
something is there. Okay,
I'm
we'll
also
shift that.
seeing
That
mechanically
is how it
very,
will
I mean,
become
like
like a
the
team.
way robots actually
Until
do
till we do,
operations.
it will not become a team. We have to become like a
I
team.
envision that maybe in less than
So,
2 to 3 years. I don't know why, but based on the data I see, I envision in less than 2 to 3 years, we will have pet robots in our house to do household work like chopping onions, going here and there. I don't know. Any.
It's already there.
Yeah.
See
So
that cleaner.
no, sir. I mean, the mobile may be there in USA. Maybe at that time it's not there in India. You see, wild adoption in India, technology adoption is very high. I'm somehow sensing, or I feel intuitively, I feel within 2 to 3 years, I mean, domestic robots will come. What is your say on that?
No, we already have it in our home.
Very nice, sir. Sir, I want to
I
visit.
think the vacuum cleaner, Eureka Fox vacuum cleaner is a robo.
Sir,
Right? It is learning every day. It is learning. So I generally keep obstacle. The
Right.
next day it won't go that particular place. It is learning. The AI learning on AI is something like that. Suppose we keep one software at one place. Right. Next day if I change it, it will not go there because yesterday it was there. Now, then it will hit and go sometime and again come back. Next day it will go. So that learning is happening. That evolution is taking place. We are already
Nice.
there.
I wish I should have a robot so that the thing is that I want to live for 100 years. I mean, the
Okay.
thing is.
I mean, you want to transfer your cognition into that
as
device?
such. See, the thing is that, technically speaking, I have no right to live after 50 because of my food habits. Because of my, say, sleepless nights, etc., etc. I need some robot which can control me ethically, not into my private areas.
No, you haven't married yet?
If I'm looking too young, then yes.
No, I'm experienced, so I'm just trying to say.
Sir, I'm experiencing since Pushkar time.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Sir, so the point is, especially on this front, as Madhu also mentioned, I mean, you have a cognition. I mean, you feel what is real is what you sense and what you perceive, your family, your friends, your people, your society. Can we transform the cognitive abilities, or it's like my own world, my brother, my wife, my son, my office staff, into a machine that it actually continues after the death of an individual? It's a very sci-fi, but what is your say on that, sir?
There are experiments happening at a very early stage, I think, right? Especially Elon Musk is very famous for these kind of
this
things.
neural,
right? So I think they made some breakthrough, but again, they're very cautious about these kind of things because it might, when ethics and all this comes into picture, this is much more scary thing.
Companion bots, Android, or some other in a movie